Sarah,
What's
welcome
up?
to the 12th, now monthly, Moddy Rotisserie draft.
Mm-hmm.
Um, uh, and anyone viewing on stream, welcome as well, or later on YouTube. We have most people assembled in the voice chat, ready and raring to go. We're waiting for, I think, Ketsi to return before we actually get started. But this should be an exciting one. Um, the We've been doing these monthly for a while now. This is what, the fourth monthly?
Fifth. I think. I
Okay.
think 8 or 9. I think 8 was the first monthly one,
Okay.
from what I can remember. I'm not 100% sure though.
Um, and there's really started to be a metagame developing um, among the
There sure
rotisserie
has.
drafters.
Uh,
Uh,
I'm I'm
Go ahead.
excited to see how some people's plans match up against each other's. I've only talked to a few people about their plans. Um, and let's just say there's quite a bit of overlap between the three people I've talked to. So I'm really interested to see how flexible people are, which is something that I've talked up a lot. We talked about on the podcast. We will do another podcast for this one.
Okay.
Um, and how much people are going to kind of dig their heels in and butt heads with each other. Uh, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah. All right. Let me check in real quick with the drafters and see if they're ready to go. All right, folks. Are you all ready to go? Ketsi, you're back. All right. Um, they are saying that they're ready. So drafters, remember no table talk during the draft. That means strictly no mentioning of any card names that have not been drafted yet. Um, and don't talk about what strategy you're trying to go for or whatever stuff like that. Um, you all know this is a snake draft, beginning with Evan, that all the way down to Daniel. Daniel makes two picks, goes back to Evan. Evan makes two picks, goes back down. Um, there will be 40 cards drafted. You can see the cards that are remaining in the remaining cards tab. We will divide people up into random teams afterwards. And Sarah and I will pull a couple people out to do interviews with during deck building. So prepare yourselves for that. Um, yeah, say your cards out loud as they get picked. I will be muted. Sarah and I will both be muted for the most part during the draft portion. And we will be listening to you, but quietly. So if you really need something, talk to us in the text chat, and we will get at you. Um, all right. And with that, Evan, you may begin. All right.
Ooh,
Evan
very.
taking a very defensible pick. He had
I
talked. Sorry, go ahead.
So we talked a half an hour before, and pick up by Jules Lutry. Whatever. We'll just go over all the picks. I'm going to talk about Evan really quick.
Yeah.
So he was talking like I kind of want to do this like maybe green black, maybe green blue white, kind of what I talked about like Oko fractured identity, and I
Yeah.
was like. But he wanted to pick Green Sun Zenith first. I was like, no, you need to pick one of the high power contested cards that someone else is going to pick first. Very glad to see Oko. I think of the cards he was talking about, it is one of the most powerful, especially in green. If you can get like one drops like Birds of Paradise, uh, anything that can help you ramp to 3 on turn 2. Like a turn 2 Oko is extremely hard for most decks to deal with, and against like red decks, which are, in my opinion, kind of the deck to beat, like aggressive red and white decks. Like they have a hard time dealing with that.
Yeah.
Um,
All right, let's
or
go over the other first picks. We've got Lutri from Jules, which is a common pick one pack one. I know
yeah,
Evan thought it was too boring. Um,
yeah, it's defensible.
Ketsi taking Jite, which is a great one. It sort of pushes her into an aggressive deck, but there are a lot of different ways that deck could manifest. I know she's
Yeah,
also talked about trying to go mono black.
yeah,
Marshall taking Splinter Twin, really
that's my boy.
solid middle
Yeah,
pick, like middle seat pick. Middle seats are better able to like force specific decks than the edge seats because they more frequently get picks.
yeah,
Cass takes Jace, another just really, really powerful card. Val's
yeah,
pick of Ancestral Vision is the most surprising out of this
yeah.
first round. That
I
is not a super powerful card in a color that has not historically performed all that well in Roto.
Okay. Yeah, and then we have Teddy taking Lightning Bolt. Not surprising, Lightning Bolt, one of the most flexible red cards. Then Daniel taking Thoughtseize, which in my opinion, is probably the best black card in the cube. It's just very low
Probably. Yeah,
power.
I think that's
Yeah.
probably true.
Liliana the Veil, very good, very potential reanimation strategies. Teddy taking Bone Crusher Giant, which I know we talked about. Teddy and I love the 2 mana adventure creatures, the ones that have 2 mana spells, Bone Crusher and Brazen Borrower.
Yeah, they're
I
both
really,
super strong.
I love this opening from Teddy because they can either be aggressive, they can be controlling. Like with this start, they
Yeah,
are
they have
leaving themselves
so much
really
flexibility to
All
just
right.
do whatever they want. Cass
Shelduck,
really placing a firm signpost there with Grizzlebrand. Cass is
yeah.
really clearly signaling, I am going to be blue-black reanimator. Fight me
There's a
for it.
lot of blue on this table. So you have Cass, you have Val, you have Marshall's guaranteed to be blue because of Twin, unless he just wants
And
to
I mean, he
abandon.
just took Snapcaster Mage, so
Yeah, yeah, he took Snappy.
which is
Honestly, what I would like to see from Marshall is for him to go more red and lighter on the blue. Maybe just taking blue for like some gold cards or potentially, the twin creatures.
yeah,
Please.
yeah, because red, there's only one. There are only 2 red drafters so far, and red can easily support 3 people at a roto table. So Marshall could pretty solidly pick up stuff. Jules
Jules
taking Preordain,
going
I don't
into
like that pick.
I was gonna say there's so many blue drafters already. There's 3 guaranteed basically because there's Jace the Mind Sculptor, there's Ancestral Vision and Shelldock, and Twin is weird because it's like they don't always want all the blue cards. They want specific blue cards, but yeah. Ooh, okay. So Evan, all right. Evan taking Green Sun Zenith here. I think it's a pretty big mistake because there's nobody else is in green.
Yeah,
Like it's
yeah,
just
he could.
wide open.
Yeah, he could easily fight for like blue cards, or even just like start taking like really powerful gold cards here, and just pick up the green fixing he needs way later. I
Yeah.
could see Ketsi going into blue here, even though I know her plan was mono black. I think Daniel might push her off of that.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Interesting.
Stoneforge.
Okay, I
So
like it.
Ketsi might just be going mono white. No one else has taken a single white card so far. So
Yeah, I was
Ketsi,
honestly. I wonder if Ketsi is going to follow with Batterskull, or if people will correctly posit like you shouldn't be playing Batterskull in a deck that doesn't have Stoneforge Mystic, which is
yeah,
correct.
it
I
is
wouldn't be
correct.
surprised if Ketsi took like. I know how Ketsi likes to draft. I wouldn't be surprised if she dipped into like blue for like Fractured Identity and like 5 mana Jace or
Yeah, I
something.
wouldn't be surprised at all. Fractured
My
Identity is one that I'm a little surprised hasn't gone yet. That's a super powerful card, and everybody knows it.
So Evan talked about it. I don't know if Evan wants to focus on blue more. I think what Evan could do is say instead of the Green Sun Zenith there, you take Fractured Identity, and you kind of go more green-white with a very light blue splash. I
Yeah,
think that's
yeah,
very defensible.
I think that's totally reasonable.
Okay.
Or just
Wow.
like mono green 5 color.
We're
So
okay. These are
Cass
some spicy picks. So
Cass takes a really early polluted delta. That's a lot earlier than lands usually go.
I honestly kind of don't hate it because there's a lot of blue out there. I don't think Val is planning to be blue black. I don't think Daniel's probably going towards blue just because of the number of blue drafters there are. I
Yeah.
like it. It's kind of the cutoff, like pushing people out. Really quick to comment. I love Jace Vryn's Prodigy in Marshall's deck. I think if you want to be, I hope this card's on his radar. I know he's newer to Cube. I really hope he can get Looter Ilcore.
Yeah.
I think that's a
Yeah,
really
that would be
good one
really
in Twin.
strong in
It's
his
just
deck.
like, yeah,
And he's fighting Cass for it, for sure. Cass would
Yeah,
love
exactly.
a Looter Elcar. Cass would also love
Ooh.
a Vryn's Prodigy, but she really didn't have an opportunity to take
So
it.
Uro, Titan of Nature's Wrath. from
I
Val.
Yeah, I
So
mean, it's not
I
indefensible to go green there, although Evan is likely to be blue-green as well, so Val's going to be fighting hard for
yeah,
lands.
that's what I don't like. Okay, Dark Confidant, Blood for Bones. So we
Blood for
are
Bones is
seeing.
interesting, so Daniel and Cass are now really fighting each other.
Yeah, I wouldn't honestly. I almost would have liked that Blood for Bones to be like Grave Titan because Grave Titan's just good even
Yeah,
if you don't get the Reanimator.
yeah.
Um, Teddy picking
Daniel,
Goblin Rabble Master. So Teddy,
another good flexible card, although at this point I think Teddy is...
I,
If Teddy's still just sticking mono red or sticking red X but leaving the X
okay,
open, I think
very
they should
very.
be taking...
So this is something Teddy and I talked about. Um, Yeah, like you said, because I told Teddy, I was like, Rabble Master, it is an aggressive red card, but you can also just play it in any red deck. And as like my experience with
All
standard,
right, the
you
land
get
rush
free
has begun.
wins. Yeah, it has. And this is what I like with Teddy. I said you don't want to go too far without getting a land. So I think pick 4 is typically where these seats want to start pushing. Wow, this is so interesting. So Teddy takes Tarn. And Marshall specifically is blue-red for sure.
Yeah.
Cass is definitely blue-black. You already knew that because of the Pluto Delta. Val gets Misty.
You also knew that because of the Jace the Mind Sculptor and Grizzle brand, but yeah.
So yeah, I wonder if Teddy is.
I think Teddy is taking the fetch land that they think is most likely to be taken. The red
That's
fetch
true.
that they think is most likely to be fought over. Marshall not even taking a land there.
So I love Marshall. He is very much of the mind. I think he is kind of like how I was earlier in cubing, which is spells before lands. Like I don't care if my mana base is bad. I just want to have powerful spells, which does not work out as well as
No,
you want it
that's
to.
yeah, it's not a great strategy, especially in Twin where you have, a triple red spell you want to cast.
Yeah, well, depending, he might be less twin focused as the draft goes on, but we shall see.
Sure, I mean he's taken
Anyway,
2 blue cards and a Splinter Twin, but
so Ketsi takes Flooded Strand. I wonder if because if Ketsi doesn't take Mesa, Arid Mesa, then that is probably going to go to Teddy. And white is really open. I would love to see Teddy hop into white because it's not very. We'll see what Evan does, but it's not very contested right now.
no, it's really not.
Okay, I got to comment on this. So this is kind of a product of the meta that I'm gonna shoot some shots. This is Jesse Mason's fault. The reason that people take these lands or those cantrips so high is because the meta has been warped by one person, Aaron Mesa. Okay, so they're probably moving to be red or white.
I guess.
Yeah, I guess
Jules
white.
fighting over
probably-
blue-red here seems really sketchy. I mean, I don't like Jules going for blue in the first place with so many other blue drafters at the table.
Yeah,
Um,
I also
Jules,
don't like. Sorry, go ahead.
it's worth saying that Jules has not been as active in like the cube meta discussion as other people recently. So he's
Yeah.
not as up on like A, how well red has been doing, and B, like how like the sort of slower blue just get a bunch of value decks are not generally performing super well. Um
I think Jules is a very good player and drafter.
that
from what
is
I've seen.
unquestionably true.
Yeah.
I think his read on the meta isn't quite as honed as other people's, and I think that
It's a-
might come bite him. Although, like that said, Jules is one of the few people who holds a Roto 4-0 already, so
Yeah, he interesting a braid from Marshall. I do like it though. I would have really liked to see Evan pick up a Wooded Foothills rather than Overgrown Tomb. You're probably not going to see anybody take a shock this early, specifically that one. Think you really. So now Val's probably going to get the Wooded Foothills just as a
yeah,
second
I would
green
assume
fetch.
so.
If not, Teddy's definitely going to steal it. I'm trying to keep a track. I think this might be the last
Sudden
duel.
demise.
A red card?
Oh my god.
Okay, Teddy has to take Wooded here. Teddy has to take
Yeah,
Wooded
Teddy
Foothills.
takes Wooded Foothills.
I actually really love picking up Wooded Foothills because there's not that many green drafters, and okay, perfect.
And like the red, Like honestly, I think the red green gold cards are better for an aggressive deck than the red white gold cards. It's
Ooh,
sort of
nice.
built that way.
Yeah.
And Teddy now has the out to do that, which I think, even though white is less drafted, I don't think Teddy is going to be fighting with enough people for the red gold cards to really just need to go white.
Yeah, I
Or
agree.
sorry, with the monocolor red cards. So being able to go red green and pick up those sick gold cards and like
Yes. Yeah.
uh, nothing and just not really worry about any monocolor cards, I think is going to work out really really well for them.
Nice. Okay, good arc trail. That's a contested red card. Ooh, wow. That I
Hexdrinker's
love that
powerful.
Hexdrinker pick.
I
I
just want to
love
say
that
I'm
pick.
really surprised no one has taken Fractured Identity yet. It's a super powerful card. It could easily go in Ketsy's deck or Evan's deck or Jules's deck or Val's deck.
Ooh.
And
Yeah.
Marshall
I will,
really leaning heavily blue here.
he's kind of evenly split. He's got what?
He's got four
No,
blue,
no,
blue
yeah,
cards
he's
and two
yeah,
red cards.
that's true. Okay, there's Fractured from Ketsy. I
All
knew
right,
she loved that
finally.
card.
Yeah.
So that was a card I was surprised that hasn't gone. Copter and the 5 mana Vivian, and the 4 mana Chandra. 4 mana Chandra's a little bit less so.
Oh, and I want to
Um,
say, Shatter Skull Smashing is a card that should be gone now. I
I
understand why
disagree,
it's
but
not. It's a new card that people don't understand the power of, but it is a card that I think should be off the table. I think it is a top tier uh, red card.
wow, love that Broodmoth from Evan. He knows what he's
Yeah,
doing.
Evan's got a plan,
All
and
right,
that
so we
plan
have
seems to
two.
be
So we have
Abzan
two
plus
blue white.
Oko.
Yeah, we have two blue white players right next to each other,
That's weird.
and we
That's a
have.
tough row to hoe.
I okay. So here we have.
And Jules
So
doesn't even get the biggest blue white payoff.
yeah. Okay. So they're just taking some lands. So let's do a quick down the line. Evan is what is that? Bant. Yeah. Probably a
Oh,
lighter
is he
blue
doing?
splash for
Well,
Oko.
he has a Godless Shrine, so I'm suspecting he's going to be like four color pod with a very light blue
Ooh,
splash
yeah.
for
You're
Oko.
right. You're right. Pick up some of those tri lands. Jules appears to be blue white so far. There is an Arid Mesa in there, so we might see a little more dip into red. Ketsy mostly white. Has
With
has Fractured Identity, Hollow Fountain. That might just be a light splash. Just
yeah, I
for
wouldn't be
the gold
surprised if
card.
she picks up a Spell Queller or a to five read, just
Yeah,
as really powerful gold cards that can accent a white aggro deck really well.
yeah. Okay, then we have Marshall, Blue Red Twin. It's classic. Cass,
Too
Blue
few
Black
fixing
Reanimator.
sources, but
Yeah.
yeah, blue black.
Val.
Possibly white. There's an Unburial Rites in there. She might be going for the. I mean, I assume at this point she's going for Gifts Ungiven. Taking Unburial Rites that highly is really suspect, but
Yeah, it's interesting. So Val taking a stomping ground. So what is that? Teamer colors? Yeah.
yeah,
See, okay, this is where
I
I
mean,
wanted Teddy to take this card.
yeah.
I
Shatter
said
Skull Smashing.
after Arc Trail, I think is where it should go for Teddy because Teddy wants. I love Teddy's deck right now. It's this really
Teddy is really drafting a
controlling-
Cera deck.
But
Hello, Liz.
hel- hello, Liz in chat. Makeshift Mannequin, Whip of Erebos from Daniel. So Daniel's mono black, obviously.
Yeah.
Really quick pickup of two reanimation spells that are really good. Whip is the best in Black Devotion because it adds two black pips.
Yeah, and
Nice.
in mono black you really want that life gain. Whip is I think pretty medium in non mono black decks, but you end up paying so much life for Dark Confidant. Daniel's probably going to end up getting a Phyrexian Arena Coalition Relic from Cast. Surprising in a deck that looks like it's only going to be two colors plus maybe a splash, but
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what's going on. Love this Smuggler's Copter from
yeah,
Teddy. This is a card I
Teddy's deck
talked
is
up a
just
lot.
chef kiss right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say I talked up Teddy. I said people, Smuggler's Copter I think is best in an aggressive deck, but it is no slouch in like a mid range or even a more defensive-y deck. Like
Yeah.
it's just a card you can play on two, and it will be good most of the time.
And I want to say,
Um,
there's Teddy's deck, as they have drafted it so far, could easily be an aggro deck or a control deck. I think they have to
Yeah.
be aggro at this point just because there's so little of that at the table,
The
and they have a
field's so
great
soft.
opportunity to punish everyone else.
Yeah, there's
But
there's like so many combo decks going around.
right.
There's Pod, there's
But
Twin, and there's Reanimator.
setting that aside, every card they've taken is great in either archetype. And that's what makes red so strong in Roto, especially when you're not fighting over it, is you just get
Yeah.
to remain uncommitted and like react to what other people are doing, which is something that we really don't see most people at this table doing, is
Yeah.
reacting effectively to what other people at the table are
Yeah.
doing. A lot of people are fighting for things that they don't need to be.
Yeah.
Like
So
I would say Ketsi, Teddy, Evan are like doing a good job of carving out their own lane. Um,
yeah,
Daniel
and I mean
maybe.
Daniel's definitely like
Yeah, I mean Daniel obviously has monopolized mono black, which is good. I think going for the reanimator fight with Cass is a little suspect. Like the payoffs he's going to get are just going to be lower than the ceiling of
yeah,
payoffs he could get. But
yeah.
um,
Yeah, the strength of mono black is getting to pick the incredible cards in your deck like Phyrexian Obliterator, Gary, Geralf's Messenger late because nobody else wants them.
yeah,
So you have to, get using these early picks to fight people on things that they want. And I think Daniel did see, okay, Cass is definitely Reanimator, so I need to take the spells that I want or whatever.
yeah.
I think the Pack
And
Rat pick early, no one else probably wants that. I think you can.
Cass would. I think Cass would want pack rat.
I guess that's true.
I
Um,
don't think that card's super powerful. Like the problem I have with the pack rat pick is that it's really only a reanimator card. Ketsi taking Kitchen Finks really early and stealing
I,
it from
I,
Evan,
I
which
really
I think
like.
that's super smart.
Honestly, I just want to comment on a very small thing. Ketsi really, when picks have come back around to her, did something that I told Teddy to do, and I encourage everyone to do. Just take your time. Just look at the table and be like, what am I trying to do? Like where is my niche? Like right now. So I talked with Teddy. I said to Teddy, I think one of the best things you can do if you have Bolt Bone Crusher Giant opening is to really be flexible. And right now, Val moved into red green, has
Sacred
that.
Foundry.
Yes. So like I said, Ketsi took Sunbaked Canyon, and I said to Teddy, you kind of need to. Red has incredible, incredible gold cards, and if you get 2 red fetches and you can get like a spell, you can move into a second color, very light splash, and just get the gold cards and kind of the monocolor cards you want. I don't know if white is the color. I really would have liked to. I love the red black gold cards.
Yeah,
and red
I would
black
have gone
is
red
almost
black or red green here.
assuredly. Yeah, red black is almost assuredly not going to be drafted by anybody else.
Yeah,
And so
I actually think I was saying this before. I think the red white cards are among the weakest gold cards for a uh, an aggro deck specifically because I've intentionally slanted them towards supporting more controlling deck
Yeah.
styles.
Which is one thing that I did say to Teddy is I said, what you can do is specifically
Val steals Batterskull from Ketsi, which
That's-
is
that's-
I can't defend that pick. That's just not a good pick.
I think Fires of Invention that going this early, nobody else is probably going to want it. And
Yeah.
stealing Batterskull, I do not like this.
Yeah, I think those are.
I mean,
like,
I don't know
kudos
their
for
full
being
plan.
willing to try the fires deck, but part of the benefit of trying those weird decks that you sort of have to tilt your whole strategy towards is you can get those cards late.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. So the main thing for me, if you're doing the Fires deck, I get Batterskull kind of because you can use the 3 mana to return it if it dies and recast it for free with Fires.
Ketsi,
But
I think,
that
is going to
that
take a
is
Crystal Shard at some point, by the way.
That is a best case scenario. I 100% agree. Taking Blade Slicer and Kitchen Finks over Evan. Now with Evan, E-Witness.
Yeah, Ketsi is really
Kinda more.
smart here, taking the specific cards
Okay.
that her deck wants that Evan also wants, with Evan being one of the few people who's actually fighting her for anything at all.
Yeah.
Vanguard
okay.
there clearly making sure Teddy doesn't get it.
Okay, so Ketsi also really I love oh god, I love it so much. I have to call attention to it. So she wants a Danto Vanguard and Blade Splicer. She takes Blade Splicer before it goes to Evan, and then takes a Danto Vanguard before it goes to Teddy, because
Yeah, it's
Teddy's the
just
Sacred Foundry.
it's
It's
such tight
really
drafting.
it's this is the next level of Roto that I love to see. This
Yeah.
is what I love to
Cass,
see.
I want to take a moment to note Cass is now solidly three color, with Elish Norn and Elspeth Conquers Death in particular. So Cass is Esper Reanimator.
So moving
Very,
into blue white when there's two solidly other blue white
yeah,
drafters is
it's
very
questionable.
interesting.
Like I understand wanting to get Unburial Rites going. I could even see splashing for Lingering Souls, but I think going full Elspeth Conquers Death is loose there. I think
Yeah.
you want to pick up like one blue white duel, maybe two, and then call it a
Yeah.
day.
Okay. So here's one thing really interesting. Looking at Teddy's deck, this is the first pick I don't really love.
Yeah, you can get Lightning Strike way later.
Yeah, you can get it later. There's a lot of stuff. I get that like Marshall's starting to take like Fire Prophecy is better in combo decks because it helps you find your pieces. Burst Lightning's pretty good. Ooh, love this Inquisition.
Yeah,
Dread
that's a
turn
late Inquisition.
two.
I wouldn't have been surprised. Like, I think there's an argument that Evan should have picked it up, or Cass. Cass
Yeah.
especially, because it disrupts their ability to disrupt you.
Yeah. So really quick with Teddy, I think the Lightning Strike pick right there, that is the moment, at least in my mind, because I've been in this a very similar situation before, obviously not the exact same deck. I think right there, you have to decide, do I want to fight Ketsi on white, or do I just want to take the gold cards and go? Do I want to take, and specifically, where is my deck going? Do I want to take, because the gold card, if you're controlling, you want a Johnny Vengeance and you want Lightning Helix, and then you can go.
Yeah,
And you can be done. And just have
maybe
that be your
Nahiri
splash.
too.
Yeah, and then, well, you can pick up certain things that, Ketsi, the more aggressive white deck,
Yeah.
might not want. But
Yeah,
like right here,
they're taking aggressive red cards that they really no one's fighting them over. Like, there's
Yeah.
no chance Marshall takes Phoenix of Ash.
yeah,
Um,
I don't think Val's probably taking Phoenix of Ash.
No.
Especially now Val has showed his hand with Fires of Invention.
yeah.
Yeah.
If I were
Crypt
Teddy, I
with
think I would
three
have
colors.
taken Wooded Foothills instead of Sacred Foundry. I'd probably have just taken a handful of lands in these last few picks. Like, I like the Torch of Defiance pick. I like that.
Yeah,
But
I
instead of
do like
Lightning
that.
Strike and Phoenix of Ash and Sacred Foundry, I would have just taken 3 red-green lands, and given myself a really, really good chance to just take, like, the aggressive red-green gold cards. And,
I
like,
agree. And
you're just
also,
not going to fight Val for that, really. Although
Wolf
I
Run.
might have, I'll say I would have taken Wolf Run. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Because Val does want Wolf Run. Wolf Run would be very good in Val's deck
Val
since
has
he's
yeah.
sort of planning on not tapping mana for stuff.
I mean, he has a prime time too.
Yeah.
So Teddy
yeah.
might just be like the prime time might have been enough for Teddy to be like, I don't want to fight over red green.
I guess.
I think maybe in that place is a
I think
kind
it's
of
the wrong decision, but I understand the logic.
First
Sort of
sword.
Fire and Ice is weird from Ketsi with 2 equipment already. You just can't afford to put that much equipment in your deck.
Yeah.
In the cube these days.
You already have IMO, the best equipment in the cube,
Yeah.
which is 2K.
I mean, sort of Fire and Ice. It's a nice metagame pick because it sort of counterplays Marshall and Val, and to some extent Jules and Cass. All right, Evan finally takes 5 mana Vivian.
Love this card. I talked this card up a lot. I really love it. I'm very happy that Evan is able to have it in his deck.
One thing I'm curious about from Evan's deck is if he's going to go like Cass did in the last Redo for the Anafenza combo. That the pod deck
don't
is
think
well positioned to play that, and he's in
Yeah.
the colors for it.
He's in the colors for it, but Ketsi has Kitchen Finks. I think Kitchen Finks is just exactly what that deck wants to
Yeah,
have
without
for
Kitchen
that.
Finks, it does get a lot harder. That's for
And
sure.
especially if you're 4 colors, the double white of Anafenza is just so difficult. I
Ketsi taking figure
This-
away from Teddy.
yeah,
Wait,
doesn't
and-
surprise me.
Yeah, and not figure is another one that I think Teddy would have been smart for Teddy to pick up, just because, like, again, they're not fighting for these other cards. Like Lightning Strike maybe, but it's just not that tragic if you lose out on a Lightning Strike.
Yeah.
There are a lot of good burn spells.
Yeah, they already have most of
And
them.
like Lightning Strike is among the worst burn spells for Marshall because Marshall just doesn't care that much about stuff that goes to the face, and Teddy
Yeah,
really, really does.
exactly. Like Marshall taking Flame Slash here, which is really good. Just a 1 mana answer that can kill a lot of things.
Cass taking
Uh,
Heartless Act, which is again just a really, really strong answer card. Probably the best 2 mana black removal spell in the cube.
I'm gonna go out on a limb. I think there's too many. I think most decks at this table are in one too many colors.
I agree. I really generally think that going 3 colors in Roto is a really dangerous proposition because it's so hard to get the specific lands you want. Although no one has taken a Triome yet. Several people
Yeah,
are in. Um,
it's
well,
yeah,
I guess Val and Evan are in decks that could use Triomes.
three
No one
color.
else really
Yes.
is. But
Yeah, exactly. But yeah,
but
there's
yeah,
no
I
extra
think
triumph.
generally speaking, going 3 colors in Roto is something you should only do if you already know those 3 colors are open and you'll be able to get lands, at least for like 2 edges of the triangle, right? Where you're only
Yeah,
fighting for lands on one edge. And that's just not true for most of these. Like Val is fighting for lands on the blue green and the blue red edges.
yeah. Really like this tank from Teddy. This is a very pivotal decision right now. I
Taking
think
3 mana Thalia, which I don't like. I think going 2 colors is just making their deck needlessly inconsistent
yeah,
when
it's
they have.
interesting because if they wanted to do it, I think they should have done it earlier. I think
Yeah,
if they really wanted to be red white, the Lightning Strike and Phoenix of Ash picks should have been something else.
a Danto
Should have
Vanguard and Selfless Spirit or something like that.
yeah, yeah, something like that. Ooh, nice. Whoa. Love
Oh,
this move.
Daniel!
Okay, Daniel,
So
I love this move.
yeah, this is really good because Daniel's reading the table, seeing no one's fighting for red black. He can pick
Yeah.
up those gold lands, the dual lands, as late as he wants. And
Yeah.
Luca just makes his deck. Luca plus Emrakul just makes his deck
Oh.
so much more uh, like powerful in the good case scenarios. You know.
It's another
Also,
access to win
he has
on.
Pack
Like,
Rat Makeshift Mannequin, so he can just end of turn make an Emrakul if he wants
okay.
to.
So Teddy now, interesting. I think Teddy, as they have said to me,
Someone just
or
let out a horrible yell at Glenalendra being taken. I think it might have been Marshall.
God, yeah, Glenn Alendra is really good in Marshall's deck. Um, what was I gonna say? Uh, Teddy, like with Robber of the Rich, like who else wants that? Like Daniel doesn't want it, probably. And
Yeah,
if
Val
Daniel
doesn't
does
want it.
want it, then you can take it before it gets back to Daniel.
Yeah, yeah.
So
I think Teddy benefits very much from being in a super open seat, and like they position themselves really well to get in that open seat and to like play whatever red deck was available. But
Yeah,
they're spewing off some value. Like
I think.
I think it's reasonably likely that they still manage to pull a 4-0, and
Oh yeah, yeah,
I would
yeah.
be surprised if they didn't 3-1 just because this seat is so open and so powerful. But
Yeah.
I think their drafting has gone off the rails a little bit in the past 6 picks.
Yeah, I see. I think they're staying too open, where they're
Yeah,
like, I guess I'm just gonna take the red cards that I kind of want. But then it's like you take the Thalia, so it's like, well, then if you want to be red white, you really need to get in there and like,
I think it's worth noting, by the way, Jules is taking a lot of cheap interaction that no one is fighting over, and people should be. Mana Leak
yeah,
should not go 11th pick.
yeah. Spell Pierce also very good.
Yeah, especially against all of these combo decks.
Who got the Val got the Condescend. Okay.
Yeah, Val took Condescend, also 11th pick. Like, these are just very late for the really cheap interactive blue cards, which I think are premium cards in the blue decks because you just need to be able to interact early. They're going really late, even though the field is full of blue decks, which suggests to me that no one is totally on top of things right now.
I mean, to be fair, I think Marshall, I think his deck, he really needs to get mana. He got 2 dual lands. He needs to steal the rest of them right
Yeah,
now.
I mean, that's certainly true, but he hasn't been taking dual lands either. Um,
Yeah. What was I gonna say? He
Has anyone
needs
taken Pact of Negation?
I no, there's a Force of Negation,
Yeah,
but
Force of Negation's gone, but
yeah, Marshall definitely wants Pact.
yeah. Again,
What was
given
the
how many um
don't
there's
love this pick from Ketsy. Who else wants that card?
yeah.
There's Pact from Marshall. Very good pick.
Oh, Evan.
Um,
Evan really wants Windbrisk Kites actually. Oh
really
no, sorry.
cool.
I was thinking Windswept Heath. Yeah, Windbrisk
Yeah,
Kites great in
yeah,
Ketsy's deck. Ketsy
yeah.
really hasn't spent the picks taking the aggressive white cards, but she doesn't really need to. I mean,
Yeah.
Teddy maybe could snipe them from her, but even if Teddy ends up fairly white, it looks like they're not going to be a deck that's
Yeah.
playing like white one drops or whatever.
So one thing really interesting here, I don't know if Teddy is like aggro. I think red white mid range might be going, but
That's just so
red
much
aggro is
worse.
so is yeah, it's so free. Like no one else is taking those cards, and it's better. It's more consistent. You just want to have cards that impact the board. Um, yeah, I love Daniel's pick because honestly, K Command and now Duretti are two of the best gold cards in specifically in Roto because of their ability to kill artifacts and stuff.
Yeah.
I because now Daniel can just be like, all right, I'm taking the red cards, the red, black, gold cards, and then like later on, say if they want like a 6 mana Chandra, they can just be like, yeah, whatever, I'll take it. Because like,
Grim Lavamancer from Teddy, and again a strange one. Like they're not fighting for the cards that are likely to be taken. Prismatic Vista and Through the Reach. Prismatic Vista
nope,
is an, I guess that's a decent one.
yeah,
Just given that almost certainly Daniel is ending up with all of the red black lands. Although
yeah,
Teddy could easily just take two red black lands here. Uh,
yeah. I don't love the Through the Breach. I guess you do have Grave Titan. I like Emrakul just being. I like that Luca gets Emrakul out of your deck, and if you draw it, you have ways to discard it or whatever, like
yeah,
Packrat, Liliana of the Veil, stuff like that.
yeah. I mean,
Um,
Through the Breach just it gives you more hands that just get free wins. I think it's reasonable. I
that's fair.
I think a lot of
But
decks, if they just had access to Through the Breach plus Emrakul, should play both of those cards, even if they aren't really doing the thing otherwise.
yeah,
Um,
but it's like Cass isn't gonna take it, so like, why take it now?
yeah, that's true. I would have taken either the gold cards or the dual lands over that, just to make sure no one gets cute and
Yeah.
snaps stuff up.
So let me
All right,
just say,
Teddy just taking the red aggro cards now.
I think we're seeing a little bit of mom's spaghetti. Knees weak, arms are heavy. I think people are getting a little nervous. At least that's what I'm seeing from Teddy. That's what that Grim Lavamancer pick shows to
Yeah,
me. Because I think they are like, I don't want Marshall to take this. I think it's the fear of like these cards that other decks want, like Grim Lavamancer, but that they don't want Goblin Guide.
yeah,
But like, yeah, now that they're going full red aggro, I I think what they need to do is they need to take their red white cards and leave.
yeah.
But no
Yeah,
one
it's
else.
it's just there's
Wait,
no
wait.
reason not to be taking a Johnny Vengeance at this point.
Actually,
If
wait. No, sorry, Ketsy. So Ketsy has Sunbit Canyon, but she's blue white. I don't think she's taking red cards. So this is actually kind of okay because Teddy's like, who else is taking the red white cards?
yeah,
And now
it's
that I
just
think about it, no one. Oh, that Triome that lets Jules be potentially red though. Um,
and it's yeah. I mean, it's the last fetchable blue white card, so it's like
yeah,
um
yeah. So
not
Teddy.
inherently a signal that Jules is going to be red, but yeah, it's a possibility. And
Oh, you know what? I think
no,
I know what Teddy is doing. I
what?
think Teddy might just go like Resto Angel, Kiki Jiki, and then pick up Zealous Conscripts later. I would actually really like that.
That
I
would be
think that might be
sweet.
what
That
they're
would be
doing.
really sweet.
Honestly, that makes the white make sense to me. That makes it make a lot of sense to me. Because
Although,
Thalia Heretic Cathar, as a pick, it is aggressive and it is also both defensive. So I like right there, I think that was their last kind of flip flop. And then like with the Robber of the Rich, that's just a good card. You can play it in aggro, you can play it in mid
I
lane.
I mean, if
But
I
yeah.
were drafting, I would and that plan occurred to me. Jules taking Factor Fiction, which is something Cass really, really wants.
Yeah, Foph.
Although,
is
you know,
huge.
Cass has taken one reanimation spell so far.
Yeah, I
So
don't
maybe Cass is just not. Maybe Cass is just S for control, going for the gifts package, and that's it.
maybe.
Um,
I like
Marshall finally takes Cascade Bluffs. Oh my gosh.
he took Cascade's Bluff. He also took Royal Scions. I really
Yeah,
like
which
that
is really
card.
good.
It's the secret really good card. So Teddy right here, I think taking like Kiki Jiki and then taking Resto on the
Yeah,
wheel would be
I
so
still
sick.
think that a bunch of these picks have been sketchy. Yep, you called it, Sarah. You absolutely called it. Um,
Oh my god, I'm so happy right now. This okay, I love Teddy's deck. This just
yeah,
makes your deck so much more consistent.
yeah, and
And I, I
I think they still go aggro here. Like I think they
ooh,
just go aggro with
yes,
outs
I
to
agree.
just win the game.
Yes. So basically, as I said to Teddy, when I drafted my red black deck that had Luca Emrakul, I said if Luca and Emrakul were Kiki Jiki Zealous conscripts, I think my deck would have been better. And I was just like, but you just need to have a two card combo that can potentially just win you the game on the spot. And
Exactly.
like
It's
like this, where it's just like now Teddy, like no one takes the cards they care about that are like I don't know Stromkirk Noble or whatever.
right.
Like nobody takes that. Like Daniel has Inferno Titan, which could be good in Teddy's deck, but they don't need it. Like
Yeah,
it's just,
I still think
I
that
love this.
Teddy should have done the prestige a lot earlier instead of
Yeah.
Lightning Strike Phoenix of Ash, for example. Because like if Marshall were more experienced with roto drafting, I think it's very possible that he would have just cottoned on as soon as Teddy took Sacred Foundry and just slammed Kiki Jiki. You know?
Honestly, yeah, I think I'm gonna be real. I think taking Kiki Jiki from Marshall might be a blessing in disguise. Because I think Marshall now can maybe go, I'm just gonna be like blue. Like he's got Brazen Borrow, he's got V Click. I would love to see Marshall take like Kefnet and just really go like blue flyer, blue red. Like take Young Pyromancer, be like blue red beats flyers,
Yeah,
and you just happen to
maybe even
have
a Delver of
Pester.
Secrets.
Yeah, yeah, you just happen to have Pestermite and Splinter Twin in your deck. Like
Yeah, I really like that strategy. I mean, like we keep talking about we talk about this with relation to Teddy's deck and your deck a couple rotos ago. Uh,
every Roto.
the aggressive decks that have outs to just combo, but are not doing that as their plan A, are so strong. They just have
Yeah,
so much flexibility, and your opponent has to play so scared of two different things that require different responses, right? Like
yeah,
the especially like Kiki combo really demands that your opponent sandbag removal spells and instant speed answers. But aggro decks really want you to
yeah.
trade one for one as often and early as you can, and those
It
are just
forces them to play scared. Yeah.
yeah,
We didn't talk about this at all. I really hate this Caretaker from Evan. I think he's a little bit lost in the sauce, but you know
yeah.
that is
It's such a
brand.
cute pick. That is,
It's
I mean,
something I
like
warned him about earlier on in this, like right before we started drafting. I said I think the way most Roto decks lose or have bad decks is they get too cute. They try to be too cute, and I really love Ketsu's Skull Clamp pick because she's not trying to be too cute with it.
yeah, she's not
Literally,
drafting a Jesse Mason Skull Clamp deck.
yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
it's also like Hell's Caretaker is especially rough in Roto, partly because people have so much good removal. It's just like, you know, in table draft, sometimes you can just have a 4 drop that lives even though it has 1 toughness. And, you know, if Hell's Caretaker lives to your upkeep, it's probably doing something sick.
Well, not always, because like if you're just like casting it on curve and there's like nothing in the graveyard, it's just
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
suck.
that's
Like,
true.
yeah, like how does Evan get stuff in the graveyard? Like that's my
Well,
question.
odd.
Well, yeah, there is pod. That is true.
But it's
Um,
going to be like Evan's deck is very strong if it draws pod and needs to ways to be strong if it doesn't.
yeah, I think Evan really needs to take before Valdez. Really needs to take Whisperwood Elemental. That is a card that I
Yeah.
think is just so powerful because you can pod into it and like end of turn. It protects your other creatures. It just runs away with the game. It's kind of the same thing that I argued with Vivian, where it's a run away with the game card, where it's like if you get to have this card for 2 or more turns, you're probably winning the game.
I also want to point out about Evan's deck. He has 6 creature cards right now that are not 1-drop mana accelerants. Um, like 6 creature cards that are actually any value to pod into or whatever. The
Yeah, I
pod
mean,
deck, one of the difficulties of the pod deck is that it works best if your deck is just full of creatures with really sick enters the battlefield effects, but those
yeah,
creatures are all good in general, and you do need to prioritize them or else other people are going to take them, like Blade Splicer or Kitchen Finks.
yeah. I really think that Evan, uh,
Or
as I told
Whisperwood.
him, yeah, or stuff that impacts the board on the turn it comes down, i.e., this is a card that I know Evan's going to pick because he asked if he should pick it early, and I said no. Marin of Clan Meltoth, that's a really good one in pod deck because
Yeah,
you
oh
pod
yeah.
into it and then you just get something back
Yeah.
immediately. I think Teddy needs to take.
But it,
Ooh, interesting. I think Teddy needs to take Zealous.
yeah. Oh,
Oh
absolutely.
wow, Legion Warboss. Holy shit! So Daniel's contesting.
Yeah. I mean,
I mean, so
if you
hold on.
get
It is mid-rangey. Yeah.
if you have like enough red mana to cast Luca, you have enough red mana to cast Legion War
Yeah,
Boss.
if you can play War Boss, you should play War Boss basically.
Okay,
And
there's
I
the
think
Zealous as predicted.
okay, I like that. So I think what Daniel has noted is nobody's taking these really strong red mid-range slash aggro cards, i.e. War Boss. There's some other ones like it's less good for them. The what's it called? Shoot.
Val finally takes his on-color Triumph. Cass
Yeah.
takes Teferi, unsurprisingly. I'm surprised
Wow.
Ketsi didn't try to go for that earlier,
Same.
although, Ketsi can't sustain that many 5-drops in her
Ooh,
deck.
I'm
Yeah,
starting to like
Kefnet's a
Marshall's
great
deck.
pick for Marshall.
I think Marshall, he took Seasoned Pyromancer. Don't know if that was supposed to be a young Pyromancer.
Yeah, I don't know.
Seasoned Pyromancer is also okay. It just puts
Not as
spells
good as
in the graveyard.
Young
It's not as good
Pyro.
as young Pyromancer, but
Also, Marshall does not have a lot of spells that are great with God Eternal Kefnet yet. He has
I mean,
some, but
even just like if you can do like a Flame Slash, like
yeah, no, it's good.
yeah,
It's just like you want some big
yeah,
juicy ones, right?
yeah.
Um,
There's like what is it? Compulsive.
Jules takes Spell Queller from Ketsi. Ketsi really not prioritizing those gold cards beyond.
Yeah, I think she just wanted Fractured Identity, and I don't
I
blame her.
I
Like
mean, I
literally
get it. Fractured
doing it
Identity
for
is that
one
strong
color.
for sure, but
Yeah.
once you have she has a fair amount of blue, right? She has Flooded
What is
Strand, Windswept Heath,
Skyclave?
Hallowed Fountain, Prairie Stream. She could easily play Spell Queller, and that card's great in aggressive decks.
That's true. What is
So is
Skyclave? That's a new one, right?
Yeah, so
Skyclave.
that's 1 white 2/2. ETB exile a non-land permanent an opponent controls with converted mana cost 4 or more.
Uh-oh.
When it leaves the battlefield, that permanent's owner makes an XX token where X is its converted mana cost.
Wow, I think that would have been great in Evan's deck. Can I just say, I
Yeah.
think we're having what's this called in psychology? The recency effect, where I think Evan saw Cloud Goat Ranger in my deck. Which, to be fair, Cloud Goat Ranger is not the worst in Pod, but it's
It's not
maybe
the
not as
pickup
high
you
of a
want
pick
here.
that you should. Yes.
Especially if you're also green and you just can take a Whisperwood Elemental, which is
Yeah, I think
one of
he
the best
really
5-drops in Cube.
it's of the 5-drop creatures. I mean, like Zealous is probably number one. I'm trying to think, but it's pretty up there. So right now,
All right,
Marshall.
Evan finally taking some goddamn lands.
Okay, I like it. Now kind of Mana Tithe.
Jules
Sick.
steals Mana Tithe from Ketsi. Ketsi shouts, "Oh, come on!"
Mana Tithe with the Lutri, very sweet.
Yeah.
You can make them pay too. So
Oh,
sick.
That's the value you want to get off Lutri for sure.
Okay, so now Marshall, I think he needs to start picking up lands because Val has been picking up lands like the Triome. I think Marshall.
How many blue-red lands are even left? Let's take a look.
I don't know.
There are 0 blue-red lands left.
Oh, really? Well, then he needs to take like Ash Barrens.
Yeah, yeah. Myriad Landscape,
wait,
Ash
scroll down.
Barrens,
Reflecting Pool. Yeah,
Reflecting Pool, and Vivid Grove are all
Yeah,
reasonable
I think he needs to
pickups
take
here.
those. I think Ash Barrens and Reflecting Pool you need to take. Especially Ash Barrens just thins your deck a little bit. I know it's
Indoth the
hard.
Triome is good for Evan, right? That's the black, white, green one?
I think so, yes.
Not that Evan has taken a single black card, but he does have this Godless
He
Shrine
has. He
and
has
Overburn.
he has Maelstrom Pulse.
Oh, right. What a weird one. Like, I really,
I like
in
that.
Evans, I mean, it's a good card. In Evans deck, I don't like prioritizing spells over creatures. When you're trying to build a deck that's so focused on like rebuying and sort of activating multiple times ETB effects on creatures, you again really, really need to prioritize those creatures.
Yeah.
And Evan
Right.
isn't doing it.
So now Teddy is in a. This spot just got really interesting because Teddy used to not have to fight over anything with Daniel, and now Teddy really has to think. Okay, Daniel gets 2 picks. What card can I not live without in my deck? And in
Yeah,
my opinion, it's probably like a really good 3-drop mid-range creature, or like one of the 2 drops that does a lot. Maybe trying to
running
think.
low on really good 3 drops. Also, one thing I think is really relevant when you're drafting mono red in this cube, or close to mono red, is like watching your curve. Partly because like
Yeah,
if you just rank the sort of objective quality of red cards, you're gonna get like a lot of 1 drops and a lot of 3 drops at the top, not a lot of 2 or 4 drops. And but you can't just build a deck with 1 and 3 drops.
yeah.
Young Pyromancer. Wow, I don't love
Wow.
that there.
I mean, they have a lot of burn. They have a lot of spells, and Marshall probably wants it, and Daniel probably wants it. So I don't
Yeah,
hate it, but
but
I
like,
also it's not the best aggressive creature.
yeah, it
But
it's
now that they have,
okay in Teddy's deck. It's not amazing. I would
yeah,
much rather have like the new red 3/1
Targan. Yeah, I was just gonna say
Targan Intimidator or
I would want what's the 3-drop? The Menace 3-drop dinosaur.
yeah, that's really good. Although, it's worth
Rampaging Prowl.
noting Teddy has Bone Crusher Giant, Goblin Rabblemaster, and Phoenix of Ash, and Thalia Heretic Cathar, so it's very possible they just don't want any more 3 drops. Or they should be
That's
prioritizing 2 drops over 3 drops, is really what
Yes,
I'm
I
saying.
agree. I think what I
And
think. Sorry, go ahead.
they obviously need 1 drops too, but there's the Kargan Intimidator. The one
Okay,
drops are
very nice.
definitely less contested here.
Yeah.
Like like you keep saying, no one's going to steal Stormkirk Noble from them.
Yeah.
Val
Really,
takes
what I
Urza, which is a sweet one.
Ooh, that is pretty
It's
nice.
a
Gives you
really good way
something
to
to do
use
with
your
your
mana
mana. Yeah.
if you have a Fires out.
Aztec's
Val's deck
Reflecting Pool.
has got to be incredible if Fires is on the battlefield. My question is, will it do anything if Fires is not on the battlefield?
Yeah. Cast taking Reflecting Pool, really a card that Evan would have wanted. Narset, Harder of Veils. So Marshall's taking a lot of double blue cards, and that kind of scares me a little bit.
Yeah,
So
I would
he
say
might be
Marshall
doing.
wants Reflecting Pool more than Evan.
So now, looking at it at this point, I really hope this is on Marshall's mind. I might just ditch Twin, just not play it, and just try to be more focused. I think you can play it pretty free. Actually, yeah, because Twin's only double red, so it's not
Yeah,
that hard.
I would certainly
Yeah,
still play Twin
I would
here.
still play it, and probably no one's taking Pastermite except for
Yeah,
Patsy. She's absolutely nuts, like she might be.
just a
Um,
spite draft.
I mean, it's a
It's
flyer.
it's in her
Flyer
range for
free.
sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean it's not a good card in blue white aggro. I mean it's
I
like
think,
it's fine. You'd play it in
yeah,
table drafts sometimes, but you just never roto pick it.
yeah. I'm just
Narset's a
Marshall.
weird one also because like
Oh, hello.
Ketsi had to deal with cats, but it seems like she's back now. Narset also like how many people are actually playing cards that say draw a card on them?
A number of people. Jules.
Val, Cass, Jules, I guess has all the cantrips. So yeah, it's okay. It's just not great. Like it's a sideboard card, right?
Yeah. Uh, yeah, I like Mu Yanling more than Narset because it helps you deal with aggressive
Oh
decks
yeah.
better.
Oh yeah.
And you know those are going to be a thing because you. That's the thing about Roto. You're playing it kind of face up. History of Benalia, I like it. It's a good card. I don't think Evan would have been taking it. Ooh, the Ash Barons from Jules. That sucks. So now Marshall's, other than Myriad Landscape, which Val really wants, there's like no more.
Also, I want to point out Evan really hasn't been
Oh.
prioritizing the 5 color mana fixers, even though in his deck they would be really good.
Yeah.
Like any 3 color deck really wants Ash Barrens, and the fact that it's gone late enough for Jules's 2 color deck to pick it up means
Yeah.
that the 3 color drafters are not on top of their game. So
Yeah.
Evan,
So
Cass, Val, if you're watching this after the fact, tisk.
Evan has Bop, has Noble Hierarch,
Yeah,
and
Evan's green, so
Rotifer.
it's a little bit easier.
Oh,
But
this animation is Wow. In a creature deck. It's
Oh, I don't like that. Damnation over like has Chupacabra been taken?
no. I don't think
Like
so.
Chupacabra is so good. This is what I'm saying. Like Evan's drafting spells over creatures in a deck that's like it's got Birthing Pod, it's got Metamorph, it's got Vivian. He clearly wants a Marin. Like
Yeah.
all he should be doing is like he
Yeah.
should be playing like a 20 creature deck or something.
Yeah. He can get the Marin for free, but yeah, he needs to be
But
taking like Ravi Choops and
Chupacabra could easily like I'm shocked Cass or Daniel hasn't taken it yet. It's so good for them.
yeah, it really is, especially Daniel because the Blood for Bones. Ooh, Daniel got Worm Coil Engine, which is
Like
really nice. I just saw
yeah,
that
yeah,
now.
yeah. I thought the reason that Jules takes Seasoned Hallowblade away from Ketsi. Looks like Jules is actually planning to be a little more aggressive than it looked like in the past.
Okay.
Um,
I don't know how much I like it, but
yeah, it he's
go
already
off.
given up so much value against Ketsi. Um,
Yeah, honestly, okay, this is one thing that I like the Thalia from Ketsi. There's a lot of
yes,
spell decks out here,
yeah,
and it's going to slow them down a lot. So
and her deck
here's
is not playing that many spells, so she's not punishing herself too bad,
yeah.
which is a risk. I mean, obviously you don't want to go Thalia into History of Benalia. Anyway, what were you saying?
So we're a little past halfway, so I want to kind of do a general recap of like what's going on right now. There's a really big thing that Ketsi complimented me on, and I never thought about it this way until someone like talked about me like Sarah drafts decks that have a game plan, and the plan A is always kill you. And I look at Jules and I'm like, how are you planning to win? You just
Yeah,
have a bunch of spells. You have like, are you? This isn't modern. You can't win with a colonnade. Colonnade cannot be your win con. And like Season Hollowblade, of all of the blue white cards to pick, or sorry, of all of the white like 2 drops to pick, I'm just like, why not like Charming Prince? Like, why not a lot of other things? Like, and
I
it's
mean,
like with
Hollowblade
Ketsu,
does transform card advantage into a resilient threat.
yeah. And it's like with Evan's deck, it's like, yeah, you have Pod and you have Caretaker and you can do all these cool things, but how do you win? Like,
Yeah,
how do you win before the aggro decks kill you? I think
yeah.
it's kind of like how modern used
Or
to be
just
with
before
win.
Daniel starts attacking with a worm coil engine that he can
Yeah,
rebuy 3 times.
exactly. It is literally like in modern it used to be like how's your twin matchup? How do you beat twin? Because if you can't beat twin, then you shouldn't be playing.
I like that shield
Or not
breaker
you
from
shouldn't.
Teddy. People do need to prioritize artifact removal here,
Yeah.
especially because, like, how could Teddy ever beat Ketsy's deck without a couple artifact removal spells to side in?
Can I just say something?
Daniel finally started to take black red gold cards to ready. Probably a Kolaghan's command here, I'm guessing, if he's
Has
taking to ready.
no one taken Mind Stone or Burrow Signet yet?
Oh my god, you're right.
Because Cass took what's it called, Cold Steel Heart, as well as Coalition Relic.
Right, Cold Steel Heart
Um,
is excellent in Cass's deck, by the way.
yes,
Late Cold Steel Heart for a deck for a cube with a bunch of people doing controlling things that have high color demands. Marshall should have taken that
ooh,
card.
Teddy, sick pickup there. Um,
You know, I don't actually like that. I think Teddy's deck is too aggressive to really want Boros Signet.
I agree. I think there is a world where Teddy can be slightly more mid-rangey, like pick up the 6 mana uncounterable Chandra. I
I
don't
just,
like it as much. Yeah, I agree.
yeah.
For
I
Signet,
mean,
I really don't like playing it in aggressive decks because it's just like a dead draw.
yeah, it's just not a good 2 drop. You have way better 2 drops. Although, maybe what Teddy's thinking is a sideboard, like a somewhat transformative sideboard, which I don't hate.
Yeah.
I don't love it, because I
Ooh.
don't know which of these decks you'd actually do that against, you know?
Yeah. Terramander, I think that's a card that Marshall would have wanted.
Yeah.
But it's really good. It like Jules, that is the deck to play Terramander
Right,
in. 'Cause
Evan does take a couple win conditions here with Hornet Queen and Craterhoof, although I'm not sure his ramp is big enough
yeah,
to make those super consistent,
yeah,
and he doesn't have a 6 drop to pod into them, so and like
yeah.
a
At
lot of
least
the really
probably
good six
Sun
drops
Titan.
in that deck, yeah, like Sun Titan's okay, but again, you want those cheap creatures with ETB effects, and he just doesn't have them. Like he has
Yeah,
Noble Hierarch and nothing else that's good to Sun Titan back.
yeah. I really am surprised. Ooh, I love this Pyroclasm from Marshall because he didn't get
Jules
the.
takes Delver from Marshall as well.
That's I think that's kind of okay. I think so. Jules now has a way to win, basically.
um, yeah, yeah. Cass takes Null Priest, and Daniel goes, ah!
God, yeah. No Priest is pretty sick.
Yeah,
Um,
Null Priest. New card from Battle for Zendikar. That it's a 2-drop that kicks for 4 to reanimate a creature.
yeah, and it's Lifelink Menace, which is no
Yeah.
joke.
No, it is not.
So is it Charm from Val? Very interesting because it's just like, how much do you really want that? Like,
Yeah. I mean, one thing. Oh wait, no.
uh,
So one thing to note about Val's deck, if he has Fires of Invention in play, he can't play counter spells. They just don't
yeah,
work.
exactly.
Um,
That's one
So,
thing I
like,
really
this
don't like.
Condescend and this Is It Charm, like, he has to be careful about when he uses. Like, Is It Charm, it's a shock in the worst case. That's fine,
It,
but it's just, like,
yeah,
there are a lot of really good cards left in the cube. I can't
yeah.
believe that Is It Charm is the best one he could pick up here.
I agree. So Teddy, I think, is kind of being more mid-rangey with this magmatic
Yeah,
channeler. I,
that frankly disappoints me. He has such an sorry, they have such an open road to the aggro deck here, and the table's so weak to it.
yeah,
Okay,
and
there's
I
strong
but
perk. So I mean, maybe they are doing what I was saying and just trying to do a transformative sideboard, or maybe they're getting a
yeah.
bit lost in the sauce.
Well, honestly,
Mindstone
I'm good.
finally from Val,
Okay,
even though it's not even great in Val's deck because
yeah.
they want ramp that gets lands and not ramp that gets
Surprised they haven't taken. Yeah. So what is it? Steve, Secure
Steve's.
Tribuilder.
Yeah, Search for Tomorrow. He took late
Yeah.
Gearhulk from Cass with, I guess, Cryptic Command, Heartless
Yeah.
Act, Fatal
Okay.
Push. That's a pretty good Gearhulk.
So Deceiver from Marshall, I would have
Over
liked to see
Pester, right?
Pester. Yeah, I was gonna say I would have liked to, but Deceiver
Oof.
is better on the defense, which
Yeah, yeah,
honestly is
and
not the worst.
it does seem like Marshall is basically pushing for a dedicated control deck here, where uh, even though I, personally would
Yeah.
probably be go leaning a little bit more aggro.
So
Um,
I want to talk about the Magmatic Channeler from Teddy really quick.
go for it.
Teddy does have a lot of spells, so it's possible, not consistent. They will get it up to being a 4/4. I feel the way about Magmatic Channeler. It's not as good as Grim Lavamancer, but it's kind of the same thing where it's just like a little bit of flood insurance and something to do with your mana, because it's not a good aggressive creature. But say like you have like you multi 6 and your hand is like 4 land bolts magmatic channeler, then all of a sudden those lands turn into potential spells
Yeah,
or
yeah,
whatever,
it's not
and
the
it's
worst.
like it's okay. I don't like taking it this early. I think the reason they took it is because they thought Marshall was going to take it, and it would have
Yeah,
been sick in Marshall's deck.
yeah.
um
Marshall certainly has had a lot of cards other people took that would have been sick in his deck.
just everybody is fighting with each other except for Ketsi and yeah, Ketsi. Well, now they're fighting over aggressive white. See, what Evan really needs to be jamming on is just getting the green cards that he needs.
Yeah,
Because,
Elves of Deep Shadow is not one of them, by the way.
I mean,
He has,
Avacyn's Pilgrim, it fixes your mana a little bit. Like,
yeah, it's just like Woe Strider's all right.
okay, yeah.
I,
So
I,
they
I don't
might be,
dislike Woe Strider,
yeah,
but it's
test
just
that out.
it's still not as good as like Chupacabra, and Evan still doesn't have a 6-drop to pod through to Hornet Queen. Um, Also, no one Evan has not taken uh, Fiend Artisan, which like
Oh yeah,
no one's super competing for that, but Daniel could take it, and it would not be bad in his deck.
yeah.
So,
I think it's a good card. I think it should be higher on people's radar.
especially because it's exactly sort of the thing Evan's deck wants to do. Although again, it would be a lot better if he had 20% more creatures.
Okay, Firebolt from Val, whatever.
Yeah, Teddy says you motherfucker. Even though, like, honestly, Teddy's deck
Fine.
has plenty of burn it can pick up still.
Who has a? Did Marshall take Burst Lightning?
Yeah, he took Burst
or...
Lightning really early.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, pick 11.
Yeah, that's reasonably early, and I like that from Marshall because you just want cheap interaction.
Did Cass take Hero's Downfall before Murderous Rider went off the board?
I believe so. Yes.
Woof.
Yeah. I don't believe anyone has taken Murderous Rider.
That can't be right.
So there's some cards that I am very surprised that they're still on the table. Looter Ilkor, Search for
Yeah.
Escanta, especially in Jules' deck. I think Search for Escanta is kind of like exactly what they want to be doing.
Yeah.
Okay, love this pick from Teddy. I don't think anyone else is probably taking it, but it's a card
No,
that
but
you
like
absolutely want.
we're getting late enough into the draft that Teddy actually does need to start prioritizing the cards that no one else is fighting
So
over,
who's
or they
so,
just aren't gonna have the deck they want, you know?
so here's my question. Who's getting Choker? Is it Teddy or is it Ketsy?
Ooh.
I know Teddy really likes Choker. I wouldn't be
It's
surprised if
it's
Teddy takes
probably
Choker right
Teddy.
here.
Yeah. Yeah, like I think Teddy is finally signaling like, okay, I've done the fighting I want to do. I'm just gonna
Yeah.
take the cards that are just like meat and potatoes, good mono red aggro cards.
Can you look at the remaining cards really quick? I don't
Yeah,
have
yeah,
the thing
yeah.
open. I want to look at the red white lands, see what's
Well, I
open.
wanna point out for anyone watching, there's this URL up here, tinyurl.com/Moddy-Roto-12 that you can go and look at the spreadsheet on your own if you want. Sarah, that applies to you too. Teddy just said Jinx Choker, by the way. So,
Yep.
um,
All right. I
yeah,
almost was gonna put Funbuck bet on that. So I'm trying to look
I
at the
would not
dual
have
class.
taken that bet.
So
Um,
people need to be taking. Cass can still get Creeping Tar Pit.
Char is the next best removal spell, or like burn spell Teddy doesn't have, by the way. I'm surprised it's still here.
I don't even
Um,
think Teddy needs it though. Is the thing. I think Teddy would rather have cheaper creatures, like one drop creatures.
yeah, but
Like
there's enough picks that Teddy can still pick up both of those.
Flame Caller from Marshall.
That's a good
Really like.
one.
So the interesting. So both of the 6-mana Chandras are incredibly good, but there's an interesting distinction between them, where Flamecaller is technically faster at killing your opponent and the better defensive
Yeah,
Chandra, but the other one is more inevitability because
yeah,
it can't be countered, and you can give them an emblem, which almost assuredly wins the game.
right.
Ooh, Turn
And
Cyber Symbiosis from Evan. Love that pick.
what the fuck does that do? I know
It's
this is
the
my cube, but oh,
it's the
it's
new
the
Griffin.
land.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, that's
yeah.
sick.
I think that's a sick one. Yeah,
And Bolliged recovery. Both of those are really good.
yeah. I
I'm still mad at Evan for not taking creatures, but I can't fault those two picks.
yeah. I think Evans, because Evans still needs lands.
Monastery
And
Mentor out
so,
of Jules. That is another answer for how does he win the game.
okay, yeah. There you go. That's how you win. That's a really good thing.
Dauntless
Okay.
Bodyguard.
So
Just
Jules' deck is really weird because it has like Charmander, Delver, Secrets, Mon Men, and also has Day of Judgment. So it's kind of this like,
yeah, but like the thing is, each of those cards is good enough to just sort of close the game out on its own. So what Jules
yeah,
can do is just like Jules doesn't have to produce a wide board. He just has to produce like one really good threat, and then if that threat
wow.
gets answered, he can wrath.
That
All right.
Chandra
Oh,
pick.
that's a sickeningly late Chandra Awakened Inferno, by the way.
I agree.
I
That's one thing I talked to Teddy. I was like, even if you're aggro, I like that, even just as a sideboard card, even potentially
yeah,
main
it's
board. Because it's
it
just kind of
actually
flooding.
Chandra Awakened Inferno would make Teddy's Boros Signet pick much more justifiable
Yeah.
as a way of just sideboarding into a little bit bigger of a thing. Daniel finally takes Murderous Rider. My God. Also,
There's
if I were
Ravage
Daniel, I'd
right
probably have
there.
taken Awakened Inferno over Inferno Titan. Although I think he probably wants both of those cards in his deck, actually.
Yeah. So Cass took Looter and Command the Dreadhorde. Command the Dreadhorde's a really interesting one. Um,
I
so
guess it's also worth noting that in Daniel's deck, Inferno Titan is extra nice in a way because he wants Wormcoil Engine. He already has Grave Titan. Once you have a couple 6-drops, you want more 6-drops so that there are more
ooh,
chances for Luca to pop you straight into Emrakul. And
yeah.
you'll notice Daniel does not have anything between 6 and 15, so
Yeah. So Kessig Wolfrun from Val, that was inevitable. Very, very good pick.
yeah,
Searing Blaze from Teddy, one
really
of
good
the
one.
most powerful red cards, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
Yeah, no,
It just
it's
it wins you games. Like almost like it is the card whenever you see it, you are just like, oh thank God. Like
yeah.
it's just the best. Baral, really nice steal from Jules. I
Yeah.
don't know how good it is for Cass. It's also pretty good for Marshall, not the
Yeah,
best.
Cass has like
Hate this pick from Marshall. I think that's a
wait,
card
wait.
that
Oh, shit. Okay, I think Marshall fixed it.
yeah.
Marshall dragged a cell down, which will just fuck up the spreadsheet logic like
Yeah.
something fierce.
So
Um,
Marshall taking Cough here, really don't like it. I think he
yeah,
just
it's just not.
that's the card that Teddy really wanted.
Yeah, and it's Koth because he doesn't defend himself. It's just not like not a great pick in a control deck. Like if you can
Yeah.
really reliably defend Koth with removal spells, then maybe like in a black red deck or something with a bunch of wraths. Because like if Koth ultimates, you're very very happy. You probably win the game, and
Yeah.
he does ultimate in 3 turns. But
I mean, he ultimates, but like in Marshall's deck, it's like you ultimate, but like how many mountains do you have out? 2 to 3?
yeah, I've
I mean,
ultimated Koth a
very
lot
good.
in my day,
Yeah.
and you don't need that many mountains to win the game with a
Yeah,
Koth
that's
emblem.
true. But
Um,
I feel like ultimately Marshall probably has better things that he could
yeah,
be
yeah,
picking
I
up.
still don't super love this pick.
So,
Rot
so
Farm from Evan. Evan, I mean, Rot Farm plus those spell lands is obviously amazing. And Devoted Druid. Evan really, really just not prioritizing cards that are good with Birthing Pod. Is he just not planning on playing the Birthing Pod, maybe? Maybe he's
maybe
just like
I
being
wouldn't
a
be
red,
surprised.
green ramp deck at this point, like green
Yeah,
black
I
ramp.
wouldn't be surprised if Ketsi, when she took Blade
Splicer?
Slicer and Finks, was just
Yeah.
like, all right, fuck it, because
Yeah.
he has Vivian to really make the E-Witness and Rexade shine still. Um,
Yeah, it's just like I don't know. I those cards are all really good anyway. If he can play Damnation, he can play Chupacabra, and like it's
yeah,
such a good card.
I really okay. So Sauce, hear me out. I'm about to say some prophetic shit. Uh, Sauce is like a spectrum, and you know, it's kind of like one of those games where it's like you're trying to keep the thing in the middle. It's like Flappy Bird. You're kind of trying to
Hmm.
throttle it. Where if you have no sauce, you just or too little sauce, it's very bland. Your deck's very bland. You don't win very many games. If you
Hmm.
have too much sauce, it just overpowers everything. And I think we're seeing a little bit
Daniel finally
too.
takes Ravenous Chupacabra, by the way. Sorry,
Yeah,
continue.
I did see that. Ooh, Porcelain Legionnaire from Teddy. Love it.
Yeah, probably one of the better 2 drops in the cube.
Yeah. Technically a 2 drop.
No, it's technically a three
It is
drop, but
it
in
is, or so,
practice
yeah.
it's a 2 drop.
Yeah. Um, Evan and Val, way too much sauce, in my
Yeah.
opinion. Completely lost. And with Cass, I think we're also seeing just a little bit too much sauce because the land support isn't quite there. Like no one is taking lands. I see.
Marshall's notes, you all are the worst. But really, it's Marshall's own fault that he didn't prioritize those cards. Like, all of the cards
Wow.
that got stolen from him are cards he had ample opportunity to
Is
take.
Everflowing Chalice still there? Wow.
Oof. Um,
Yeah. Yeah,
yeah.
Val did post the sauce. Um,
Um, I want to take a moment to point out Cass took Ashen Rider, which is her second
yeah.
reanimation target. So,
Yeah.
say
No,
signaling
for
a little bit more of a reanimation deck, even though let's see, she has Null Priest of Oblivion, Command the Dreadhorde, which is a sweet
yeah.
one, and
And Unburial. No, she has 3. She has
yeah,
Elish Norn. She has
Jules
Elish
takes
Norn.
Approach of the Second Sun, which Ketsi wielded to 4-0 several drafts ago.
I don't think this is as good as Ketsi's deck, I will say.
No, lacking the Kefnet is really lacking Kefnet and Fractured Identity really puts a damper on the quality of Jules's deck. Although I still think it has potential,
Yeah,
but
I think Jules just really wants something like I don't know, you just want like even Tezzeret and Elspeth. You just want like cards that will help you win the game.
yeah.
Don't know about this Archangel Avacyn Ketsi. I know she really likes it. Not
Yeah,
my
I mean
favorite.
it's one of the best 5 drops in white aggro. It's just
It's
you could do white aggro without a 5 drop. Excuse me.
ooh, I
Also,
like
she
that.
hasn't taken Hero of Bladehold, I think, which is a really
Uh,
strong one.
yeah, I don't think anyone else is going to take it, so she
Yeah,
might be
but
running it
no
later.
one else is going to take Archangel Avacyn either.
Hate that Harmonize from Evan. That's a card that Val really wanted.
Also, like again, Evan's just taking spells over creatures, and even if he's not playing Pod, it's just not what his deck wants to do.
Yeah,
Um,
I think Val really wants Plow Under, something like that. By the way,
yeah, that would be
just
so good.
noting things. So Marshall takes Stolen by the Fae. I actually quite like that spell.
Yeah, it's
I know who took Perforos's intervention because
Val did.
Okay, yeah, that's another like those are some good spells that I'm happy that people took.
Yeah.
Of all the 2-drops to take, Zergo
Cass
Belt
finally
Striker.
takes Gift Sentiment. Zergo's a 1-drop. And there are not many 1-drops
Or
left. It
sorry,
was between
uh,
Zergo and the 2/1 vampire. And I like Zergo there.
oh, really? I thought there was another one.
No.
Okay, yes. Knew this was going to happen. Very excited to see this card. How
Yeah,
it plays
finally
out.
Daniel taking the mono black payoffs. Even though he's also playing red, you can easily play Obliterator in this deck.
Yeah.
It's
You can
totally
play it
reasonable.
on
He's gonna.
5.
We can
Like,
assume he's taking Grey Merchant in the next few picks.
yeah. Oh, I forgot to ask this. I was going to ask you to generate the teams but not post it so we could see how people's matchups were going to line up while
Oh
they were
my
drafting.
god,
But
I can do that now.
yeah. So we can see. It's going to be interesting. Here, I'll pull up the spreadsheet and I'll comment on anything interesting while you're generating teams. So, as I was saying about the sauce spectrum, I think the kind of deck you want to play is decks. This isn't just because they're aggro and or whatever. Ketsi and Teddy, where you have a plan A and you've got you got some sauce in there.
Yeah.
I.e., Teddy's got an infinite combo. Ketsi's got Skull Clamp, Jite, and also like the very light splash for Fractured Identity.
Yeah.
I love that. Like
Yeah.
you've got enough like, ooh, what's this flavor going on?
Yep.
And it's like with decks like Marshall, it's like Marshall and Jules, it's like, yeah, this is okay. Marshall a little bit more. It's got Twin. That's kind of the sweet and spicy, the tried and true flavor combination that you're like, all right, whatever. And Jules, it's kind of like blue white. I think they really need to get like the 6 mana Chandra, or it's not Chandra, Elspeth, like just as like a win con or whatever. Okay, so there were some really weird picks that happened. So Teddy took Hellrider, which is good. I like that as a 4-drop. I think that's the last expensive card they want to take, IMO. Val took Karn, Scion of Urza, the 4-mana one, which is interesting. Cass took Ugin, the Spirit Dragon, which signals to me they're probably going to take Arena Rector. Marshall took Imprisoned in the Moon, which I don't love, but it is a way to deal with like
I really am not into Imprison. All right. Evan finally takes a fucking creature, Biogenic Ooze, which is a much worse version of Whisperwood Elemental.
Yeah. And also, like, Val, if Val had this plan to do the Fires deck, like, with Farseek, I just don't understand why. Has no one taken Utopia's role yet? I can check. Don't worry.
I don't know why Val would take Mind Stone of all cards over Farseek. A ramp spell that doesn't even fix and doesn't work with fires. Like, yes, it's too late. Like, it shouldn't have been on the table yet, but that doesn't mean you have to take it,
Yeah, I think Val really wants something, if you're trying to do the fires thing, you want, like, Duskwatch Recruiter, like, creatures with abilities.
Yeah.
Biogenic Ooze is one of those things where it's like, wow, you can play it for 5, and you can... It's actually almost better than Whisperwood in Val's deck.
Yeah.
So I think there's just a lot, like, people are just really, really lost. Collective Defiance from Marshall.
This is always how it goes. This is always how it goes.
I don't even know. I feel like last time...
Collective Defiance would have been a really good pickup for Teddy. What the fuck is Nature's Chant?
It's the green or white naturalize. I don't like it.
Yeah.
It's a sideboard. It's a sideboard card.
Teddy does need sideboard action against Ketsi. Is that really the last... are we out of red artifact removal? We might be. There's not a ton in the cube.
Yeah, someone took Shieldbreaker. Yeah, Teddy took Embrace.
Teddy took Shieldbreaker.
I guess
Marshall
took
a Braid early, which was a good pick.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't hate it. We're kind of... This has been a weird one. And because now, like, I feel... Like, everyone now is... Yes. So this is what I'm going to say. Everyone now just has to take lands. Like, they just... Everyone's been putting off lands so far. So Teddy's like, okay, I'll finally take the red-white
I mean, Daniel hasn't. Daniel has all the lands that he needs.
Well, that's true.
But I think all of the red-black lands are actually off the board. Let's check.
Yeah, I think...
No, Canyon Slough and Lava Claw Reaches are still there. So Daniel could take those, and they'd be good in his deck.
I mean, I think he's going to.
Yeah, Cass has a ton of land, a ton of blue-black lands she could take, and Fetid Heath and Temple of Silence too.
Creeping Tar Pit, I think, is you really,
Yeah,
really
obviously
want.
the highest priority after
Okay,
Water
it
Regrade.
just got picked.
Yeah. Um,
Ooh,
Marshall lost his chance at lands, so he's just still taking spells. I like Essence
yeah,
Scatter, okay?
yeah. No,
Um,
I actually quite like Essence Scatter.
Although, again, like, prioritizing counter spells when you have a Kefnet is always a
Yeah,
little bit questionable.
yeah, it's weird.
Spectral Procession, just a great one. One thing Ketsi doesn't have any of, which is usually a pillar of the white aggro decks, is Anthems. Um, Ketsi
Yeah.
doesn't have like a Johnny Goldmane, or I guess she has. Does she even have 4 mana Gideon, or did someone else get that?
No, she took Elspeth Knight Errant, which I like.
Yeah.
Um,
Um, so like anthems aren't sexy. They aren't like flashy. All right, there's a 7 drop from Evan, so he can actually. No, he
no, he
needed a
doesn't have a
six
six
drop
drop.
to.
Yeah,
Ugh,
I don't think he's playing Pod.
my boy. Uh, Anthems aren't sexy, but they really, really do.
Okay, there's the drop.
Yeah, they really, really
But,
do. Um, uh, Catapult
wow.
a good white deck into being an amazing white deck.
I don't know why Valve floated cards like Farseek, Myriad Landscape so
Yeah,
late when that's really what they want. They told us before the draft they wanted to do.
yeah.
Especially because Myriad Landscape's so good. Also the Mutavault. I wonder if anyone's gonna take what's it called? Nykthos, Strength Nyx. So Dire Fleet from Marshall is great. I love it. It's really good against decks like Jules, where you just
Yeah.
get to cantrip for free, really defensive. It's
Yeah,
kind
I
of
think that's
in
a
the
really
same
strong
spot
pickup.
it's kind of in the same spot that Magmatic Channeler or Baral would have been for Marshall, where it's just like this 2-drop that defends you early that you can get some value out of.
Yeah, and sometimes it's a blowout.
Yeah, sometimes it's like
But
sometimes
have you ever Dire Fleet Daredevil into Fractured Identity? Because it
Oh
feels
yeah,
dirty.
yeah. I've hit some pretty nutty spells off of it.
Thrun from Val. I do like Thrun here.
Yeah,
There are a
something
lot
to
of
do.
decks pack and
Yeah, no.
removal.
I just Evan's mana is a mess.
Yeah.
Just nowhere near enough lands.
There's
So
no way
many.
he's playing Oko, right? It's just impossible.
I think.
I mean, I guess he
I
can.
mean,
No, he
yeah.
probably splashes it off of his spells, right? But he has no blue-green fixing. He has
Did
no
he even
blue
take the
fixing of any
Triumph?
kind.
Yeah. He didn't even take the Triumph. Is it still there? Hang on, I'll check. Don't worry, I'll check.
Daniel takes Knight of the Ebon Legion, which I love, and Grey Merchant, which is just an obvious pickup. Teddy takes Phyrexian Revoker, a card that could easily go into any deck at the table and be powerful, and is going
Yeah.
37th pick.
So the Abzan Triumph is still there.
Oh my god. Evan, what you doing?
I mean, it might just be lost in the sauce. So Knight of the Ebon Legion, love that card.
Yeah. I've really come around on that card. I didn't like it much at first, but
It is incredible. It's so powerful. The fact that it gets Death Touch is just so great. Okay,
Excuse me.
Falcon Rat Gorger. Don't hate the Revoker from Teddy too. Kind of
Yeah,
helps deal with
Teddy-
Planeswalkers.
Teddy is prioritizing their curve right now, and I really, really like that. Val
Yeah,
finally takes the Kuro-Tribe Elder, my god.
I really have liked how Teddy's deck
Also,
comes together.
I just
Or-
want to point out the fact that Evan took Farseek over Sakura Tribe Elder is completely indefensible. Like, even if he's not playing Pod, and I suspect he still might be playing Pod, like,
I don't know.
he
His team might talk him
he
off
was
of
going
it.
for Marin of Clan Neltoth. Like, all you want is a creature that puts itself into your graveyard. Farseek is nothing to him.
Yeah. Really, really interesting. All right, let's see if there's going to be any spicy.
Chrome Mox is a
double-
spicy one from Ketsi.
I don't. She's really high on that card. I really do not like it, especially in white where you don't have a ton of card draw. It's just like
I've become more
this
fond of
speed-
it with the new Mulligan rule because
I guess that's
like
true.
one of the downsides of Chrome Mox is like you mulligan to 6 and there's a Chrome Mox and you're just like, well, I guess I mulligan to 5. But
Yeah.
in the new Mulligan rules, you never ever have a Chrome Mox unless you have 7 cards in hand, or you draw it off the top sometimes. But like the set of situations where you have a Chrome Mox and not the full 7 is a lot lower, so you get much more of the
Yeah.
upside without as much of the downside.
All right. Who do we want to interview? I really want to interview Teddy and Daniel. I think their drafts have been really interesting.
Yeah, let's start out with
Teddy-
Daniel.
I think. Okay, 4 mana Nissa.
Yeah,
Evan's deck.
that would be a great one if Evan had a bunch of creatures in his deck.
Yeah. Uh, it just you need that Triome. Okay, Mana War from Jules. Yeah, I think Teddy Daniel. I've liked Ketsy's draft. It's
I
been
just don't know how
interesting.
much interesting there is to talk about with Ketsy.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe Cass. Um,
Yeah, I'd like to know where Cass's head was at.
ooh, Saheeli from Marshall. Very interesting. It's kind of like a little baby young pyromancer.
All right, let's do Daniel, Teddy, Cass, and then see if we still have time. We can also interview Jules. I think that would be interesting.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah. Especially because it's someone who hasn't really seen the changes
all
that
right, so the teams, as a reminder, are Teddy, Ketsy, Cass, Daniel. Um,
Eddie, Ketsy. Oh wow! So both the aggro decks are on one
yeah,
side of the table.
versus Evan, Val, Jules, Marshall.
Evan, Val, Jules, and Marshall. Okay.
A lot of those are decks that I think might get punished by aggro too, which is going to be really interesting.
I think Marshall can hold
Oh my
their
god,
own. I
Cass
think.
just moved a cell. Hold on a sec. Cass, press Control Z several times, please.
There you go. It's fixed.
No, it's not. It's not fixed.
Oh, is it
Um,
not?
nope. There's no drop down in this one. Cass, can you hear me? All right. Did someone else drag Cass's bottom cell up? Okay, I think it got fixed now. Um, all right. Don't worry about that. There are 2 picks left. All right. Sorry, spreadsheet mishap.
I think this is about to be. Hang on, is everything fixed? I don't.
Yeah, it's fixed.
Okay, are you deafened again?
Yeah, or I'm muted.
39th pick once upon a time. I love it.
It's
You love to
it
see
is
it.
so disrespectful that that's going 39th. Evan should have grabbed that a million turns ago. But here we are. Here we are.
Here we are in the future, baby.
Um, which one's Exquisite Firecraft? Why am I forgetting these cards?
It is the uncounterable spell mastery 4 damage.
Oh yeah, that's just a good solid burn spell.
Yeah, I mean Teddy, you're kind of at this point they're kind of just picking up like,
Yeah. I mean,
floating
you
around.
do need a certain amount of burn, especially if you're going to be playing that magmatic channeler. But even otherwise, like part of the benefits of a mono red deck are you can burn them out, which is something mono white doesn't have access to. And you do need to take the burn spells to take advantage of that benefit. Otherwise, the deck is just doesn't operate on one of the axes it's trying to.
Yeah. Um,
Lightning
yeah,
Helix is a reasonable one, although I think Teddy would have taken a different card if they knew they were on Ketsy's team.
ooh, nice lightning helix. How many lands did Teddy end up taking? Only 2? Sparring Vantage.
Scalding Tarn,
they have
Wooded
2,
Foothills. They have 4.
they have 2 fetch lands with it. How many white cards do they have? 1, 2, 3, 4? Like 4?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's totally reasonable. And they
Yeah,
can
I
easily
like
play a
that.
handful of planes too.
Yeah, you can play a couple. Like the only
Um,
thing you would really get punished on is if you have like a 2-land keep and one of them is a plains and you have like Searing Blaze. Like that's
yeah, but
really the only situation you get punished. But
yeah,
that's
Bloodbraid from
unlikely.
Val is a nice one.
Yeah. Ooh. Marshall, I like this pick when you have not taken many lands. I actually really love it.
Yeah, I see the logic.
It's actually it makes your mistake of not drafting lands look like a next level play.
But it's still a mistake, to be clear.
So
Anafenza is a nice one from Ketsy. That's a
yeah,
really strong one in mono white.
I was gonna say if Evan doesn't take a triome, I'm crying.
Yeah.
IRL. So interesting. So I'm gonna look at did Search for Escanta not even get taken? It
I
didn't.
think that card is not as good as you think it is. Like,
I
obviously, it
think
would be
it's
like
good in
playable in
Jules'
Jules' deck, but I don't think it
Yeah.
would be amazing. Especially because he's going more creature focused at this point.
Ketsy did
There's
not.
that triumph from Evan. Thank God.
Ketsy did not take Crystal Shard, by the way.
Yeah, no, she went in a different direction for sure.
Yeah.
All
Okay,
right,
so
I'm
really quick.
gonna
Oh,
hold
go
on.
ahead.
I'm gonna unmute, talk to the drafters for a sec. All right, pals, friends. accomplices. Um,
Yeah, it was weird in some very strange ways.
We'll talk about this during the interviews.
all right, friends.
Oh,
Um, I have pairings for you, or I have teams for all y'all.
Table. Sorry to interrupt. But
Uh,
table.
we have Teddy, Ketsi, Cass, and Daniel versus Evan, Val, Jules, and Marshall. And I am going to need you to come up with team names, or
Color.
you will be disqualified. Or I'll come up with a goofy team name for you, and you won't like it.
that's even worse.
Yeah, it's way worse. I'm typing up the teams, and I guess Team Cass has table.
I don't remember which team was which. Okay.
It's in the chat.
Yeah, I always type it up. I promise I always do.
I'm on.
Why is our team name Team Cass?
It doesn't have to be if you come up with a better team name.
It's temporary.
No,
Okay.
it was just Cass had table, and I needed to know if I was on team table. So therefore, team Cass just meant team table.
Someone else said table. That wasn't us.
Oh, who
Yeah,
said?
that was
I said
Daniel.
Dan S. called table.
Oh, well then Team
So
Daniel
we
has
still
table.
have table, but
Teamwork.
through a
Same
whole other
table.
angle.
Team Reanimate.
All right. Daniel,
Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
will you please join me and Sarah in Wowie It's Another Match to conduct an interview?
Sure, I would love to.
Howdy. So,
How do you feel
I
your
guess-
draft went?
Okay. Like, I think it went pretty well. So, I had come in planning on not drafting green. I had sort of expected. I actually was expecting I'd be able to snag twin because it hadn't come in the last couple. Like, it hadn't been first picked in the last couple of go rounds. So I was like, sort of float that. And then it didn't. And so I had put together a pick order of like a mono black reanimator sort of thing, because of the inclusion of some of the like good aggressive and or discard outlet creatures. So the new inclusion of Rotting Register, the new inclusion of the Null Priest of Oblivion. I'm like, okay, I think there are enough discard outlets that I could do something goofy here. So I started out that way, and I got a lot of the picks. And then, like, part of the way through the draft, I realized no one was in red, and, like, Emrakul, like, the whole Emrakul cheat thing was viable and still there.
So
And
that was a
because-
reaction to the draft as it was happening. It was not a plan you had coming in.
No, I didn't have a plan to, like, go, like, to, like, pivot into that. But, like, I looked, like, as I was getting close there and as I was fighting... I had a couple of thoughts. One, I thought when Val picked up Faithless Looting, I thought that was going to be like the next pick was going to be something like Through the Breach or Cheaty, and so I kind of wanted to get out and like I'm like, okay, that's interesting. Maybe I can get out in front of that, but there just was no one there, and like I was able to pick up a pretty solid fixing base like at the midway through the draft after everyone else had done other things. I've landed at a place where I think I'm gonna not play any creatures after 2 CMC, to be able to like ramp into one of the crazy sixes. And
So
then
nothing between no 3s, 4s, or 5s.
no 3/4s or 5s on the creature side.
Even
Yeah.
Obliterator.
So yeah, the mono black, like the Black Devotion deck, I had been I'd been thinking about this as like a Black Devotion aggro with kind of a Reanimator shell in it. One of the things that I've done very poorly in this cube is draft a sideboard plan. And so I liked the mono black kind of mid-range thing as an kind of like anti-aggro plan, just because like so many of those creatures are like so obnoxious for them, and it would actually be a pretty like easy transformative sideboard.
Yeah.
As it has worked out, the two kind of like premier aggro decks in the format are on my team.
Yeah.
So my big brain play did not end up like yielding anything.
Still, smart drafting.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And, like I'm gonna probably still focus more on the combo going forward. But yeah, once I took Luca Emrakul, I felt like things were pretty easy. Like I would just take a card from my deck and a good land, a card from my deck and a good land, a card from my deck and a good land. I thought the Null Priest was going to go forever. Like I was very excited to pick up the Null Priest because it was a 2-drop that could also be a late game reanimations. But like there's a lot of fun stuff to do there.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
That was my thinking.
I just want to say I loved this draft from you. It's actually really funny because I was talking with Teddy before the draft. So like what Teddy did where they took Scalding Tarn and Wooded Foothills and kind of waited and were just mono red. They eventually took a Sacred Foundry even though Ketsi was in white, and I was like, I'm really surprised. I feel like Teddy could have just taken like Blood Crypt or whatever, because I don't know if Blood Crypt was still available. But
Yeah, it
It
was.
was very late. I picked it up 17th.
Blood Crypt went something like what?
17th.
Yeah. Well, that was part of my pivot. Like when I
Almost.
thought about
It was like
Luca
8 picks
Emrakul,
after Sacred Foundry.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
when I looked
and-
at Luca Emrakul, I looked at all the lands, and the only red-black land that had been taken was the
Fetch.
Bloodstained Mire.
Yeah, one of the things I really like in as a roto strategy is taking the looking at which color pairs are open, and if one of them is a color you are, is like half a color you are, just go into that other color. One thing I'll say that Sarah and I were talking about during the draft portion is I don't really like when people decide to go 3 colors really early, because it puts you very often into a situation where you're competing for a lot of the fixing and powerful gold cards with other people. I like when people decide to go an extra color late based on what things are actually open, because then you just get to snap up those really strong cards and the fixing you need to play them.
Yeah. I don't think I could have done it as effectively if I wasn't in the 8 seat. Like I think that I played into that very, very hard.
Yeah, I think seats 1 and 8 are really set up to do stuff like this, and so I was really happy when you did it, because specifically I said to Nat, if your only red cards are Luca, K Command, and Duretti, that's like those are 3 incredible cards. Like you can just take those, and because like no one else is in red black, so you get all of the like the red black creature land, all of the like non-fetchable red blacks for free. Like no one else wants them.
Daniel, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
What was your thought process when you took Blood for Bones after Cass had already taken Grizzlebrand? What was your thought process there on like whether it was a good idea or not to try to compete for the Reanimator strategy?
I wanted to do it, and I think it's also good in the like. I think it's good in just like black mid range. Like, I think it's just a very very strong card. Like it just does a lot, and with no one else kind of in early black things, right? Like no one had picked up like Thoughtseize or Dark Confidant. Like no one was gonna fight me on those, it seemed. So I was confident I'd be able to pick up like the Pack Rats and other things. Where like even if the worst thing I did was just like sack a Bitter Blossom token to rebuy, a creature into hand and reanimate like like something like the
anything really.
The Chupacabra is the thing that I'm trying to say. Like the Chupacabra, right? That to me felt strong enough that it was just kind of like a draw 2 that felt strong.
Sure.
Yeah.
So given that Chupacabra is probably not going to be in your deck, what are you still planning on playing Blood for Bones? Do you think it's just good enough with your 6 drops?
Yeah. I think I have like 4 reanimation spells. Like I have Blood for Bones, I have Makeshift Mannequin, I have Whip, and I have Dread Return. So like I have a full reanimation package. And then for discard outlets, I have Lily, I have Packrat, I have
Regisaur. Although I guess you're not playing Regisaur either.
I'm not going to play the Regisaur. I have the
2-mana black sorcery.
Yeah, I love that card. I'm so impressed with it every time I play with it in this cube. Collective Brutality.
I do. I like it. I do like it more than most people.
I can K command myself, like if that's, if we're in that sort of thing. Like I have Crypt Breaker is gonna make it So Crypt Breaker is also a strong discard outlet.
I'll
So
tell ya.
I feel like Blood for Bones has absolutely a place. And then I have like Duretti to make tokens and Bitter Blossom to make tokens.
Yeah.
So
And
I'm not-
Hangerback Walker too.
yeah.
Did you get the you didn't, it looks like, the zombie army card? Forget what it's called.
I
Makes
didn't pick it up.
Dreadhorde.
I
Yeah.
realized at the end
Card
like,
is-
I could have doubled up on it.
So I'll tell you, I played Crypt Breaker for the first time in this cube a couple drafts ago, and I was impressed by it. But the thing that's really, really backbreaking with Crypt Breaker is when you have another zombie you can just play out of your hand and just get to 3 zombies really quickly. And the Dreadhorde
Me and
Invasion's
Grave-
really good for that.
Me and Grave Titan will have a conversation about it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I guess
see.
Grave Titan
We'll
just
see if we
comes out
can't
and
get
taps for a card on its own, huh?
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.
Have good luck and have fun in this draft.
I will. I love these.
right.
Yeah, I'll have to fire up Moto and get back to it.
Yeah.
Is there anyone from table you would like to speak to?
I
Yeah,
already
Teddy.
summoned Teddy.
Oh, okay.
Okay, great. I'll hop back.
Yeah, I really, really like their drafting. It's interesting to see that they might not be playing some of their creatures. I think that's up to them, depending on how the games go. Because, like, when they say, I don't want to play 3-drops, they're giving up, like, Ravi-Choops and Nighthawk Scavenger, Regisaur, stuff like that. Anyways, Teddy's here.
Teddy, welcome. How do you feel your draft went?
I think it went really well. There are not many cards I wish I could have gotten, and while I have a couple of picks that I think are probably questionable, I think overall I'm really happy with my deck.
You certainly ended up in a spot where you were you kept yourself really admirably open for the first 5 picks or so. I guess let's see, counting
No, it was like
8
8
picks.
picks, yeah.
8 picks. You kept yourself really open, and you are certainly rewarded by being the only person anywhere near red aggro. I did have a question about your 9th pick, though. Why did you choose to go for Sacred Foundry over? There were several red X colors. Basically, every red X color other than red-blue was uncontested at that point. Why'd you choose white?
red-black, you mean? Sorry.
No, red-blue was contested. Red-black was uncontested. Red-green was uncontested. Red-white was uncontested.
Oh, sorry. I got it mixed up, yeah.
Honestly, that was probably a mistake. My thought was, because I talked to Sarah a bunch about this yesterday, and with the Rotos, I usually just try and do something that I've never done before, and I've never had a deck that had the incidental Kiki-Jiki Resto. So red-white was kind of where I was leaning, but I should have gone red-black, honestly. Like
I was expecting red-green from
white
you.
cards. Red-green also would have been an option. Like Bloodbraid Elf would have been really good in my deck.
The sort of logic I was operating under was that you're probably not playing a lot of monocolor cards of your splash color just because you're alone in your red aggro lane, so you just don't need them very much.
Right.
But red green has the most aggressive gold package.
Yeah. I will say, by pick 8, Val had taken Stomping Ground and Sudden Demise, so red-green was essentially kind of contested.
That's true.
So,
I hadn't remembered that Stomping Ground was off the table.
I don't blame you for not going red-green, and especially because Marshall is guaranteed red-blue, and so it's kind of like the choice between red-white when Ketsy's pretty clearly probably going to be white with Stoneforge Mystic, taking like Fractured Identity.
Here, let me open up your
Yeah,
deck photo.
I should have gone red-black because I knew at that point white was going to, at the very least, be more fought over than black was. Because,
Yeah.
like, by the time I took Sacred Foundry, Jules and Ketsy had both committed at least a few cards to white.
Yeah.
I had 2 fetch lands, so, like, I can do whatever I want as far as mana goes. And
Yeah.
thus far, Daniel wasn't looking to be taking the same kinds of, like, he and I would not have been fighting over black cards basically at all.
Yeah, exactly.
So I probably should, in hindsight, I should have gone white-red, or black-red. I kind of just flipped a coin almost.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't hate where you ended up. It's because There was only one pick I really didn't like. So like if you look at your draft, it's like the area from like Lightning Strike to Thalia, or those three where I was like, because no one else is really red aggro, and like you had enough good burn. I was very confused, and then as soon as I started thinking about it more, I was like, oh, I think Teddy's gonna do Kiki Jiki Resto, and if that is the case, I am in love with this deck. And then as soon
Yeah,
as you did
I
it,
think
I was like, this deck is so good. I love this deck.
I think given that you went red white, prioritizing Restoration Angel and Kiki Jiki is really really smart. I think having you know me, I love having a combo backup plan for an aggro deck.
Yeah.
I don't like the Thalia pick. I don't like the Lightning Strike pick either. I think you could have floated that later.
Yeah.
And I think Thalia's
Yeah.
fine but not amazing in this deck, and kind of puts
No, Thalia's bad. Thalia's
I was gonna say
I
those
don't
are
think
the
Thalia's
most.
good in this deck.
Those are just the most questionable, and that's really saying something. Where
Yeah,
there
the-
are very many questionable picks from a lot of people in
yeah.
this draft.
I think
Yeah.
you Daniel and Ketsi I think have the most unimpeachable drafts of this.
Yeah.
First time for everything. I think
Yeah.
Thalia
And you're all on the
should
same
have been
team,
Porcelain
so
Legionnaire.
Yeah,
Just
I can see
in
that.
spot. And
Maybe.
because, like, I don't know why Porcelain Legionnaire went that late, but like by that point, it already looks like Ketsi is trying to fight with me over white a little bit and is looking to be in aggro. Thalia's fine, but not amazing, whereas Legionnaire is more likely to be fought over both with Ketsi and with anyone else that does end up pivoting towards a more aggro bend.
Yeah.
And whereas Thalia is just like, okay. Lightning
I will
Strike
say,
was, honestly, I just
Copter-
kind of picked a burn spell off of the dartboard. It was probably wrong.
Yeah.
Copter is. I really like Copter as a
I
pick.
love
I
that
think
pick.
it's better than
Yeah.
Legionnaire, honestly. I think like because Ketsi could easily want Copter as well. So could Cass for the discard or Daniel.
Yeah.
I think Copter was more likely to be contested than Legionnaire.
If Ketsi had not taken Flooded Strand and Cass hadn't taken or like if the Land Rush hadn't started where it did, I would have taken Smuggler's Copter where I took Skulking Tarn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like my first 4 picks would have been Bolt, Giant, Rabblemaster, Smuggler's Copter. But when it became obvious that the Land Rush is starting,
Yeah.
like okay, well I'm just gonna grab 2 red fetch lands, get in, get
Yeah.
out.
I like that.
So I want to give you props on another pick.
Oh, I know what it is.
Yeah, Sarah knows what it is. Shatter Skull Smashing. I am
I'm really
super
excited to
high
see
on
how
this
that
card.
Yeah, like
I think
you've been
having
talking up the
having
spell
a
lands.
yeah, having a land that is also like sickeningly good flood protection is just so strong. I think it should, in a perfectly drafted roto, go in the first 3 picks maybe. I think where you took it, pick what was that? 7 was really smart because it wasn't on people's radar in the same way, but you also didn't let it just get snapped up by Val or even Daniel potentially.
Marshall could take it.
Yeah,
Honestly,
Marshall easily.
I think Arc Trail is better in your deck because it can go to face, because Shatter Skull Smashing can't go to face. Obviously, it's just a mountain that bolts you, and you don't really have to worry about your life total against a lot of these other decks. I really am excited to see how it turns out.
So am I. And that was actually the same reason I took Magmatic Channeler. Channeler is just there as some flood protection, but it's like, these are new cards. Like, I kind of wanted to give them a try. Smashing, like, Natalie, you've been talking up the dual face land spell the whole time since the set's been out, and I mean, I haven't played it at all, but like conceptually they seem really strong.
Yeah,
For
they're
much the same reason that Bone Crusher Giant is strong. Like
it's hard
just
to
the option.
Yeah, it's hard to overestimate the power of having a good spell attached to a land.
Especially in mono red. Mono
yeah.
red does not usually get very many spells with options on them.
Yeah, or
Which is part
very
of why
much
Bone
flood
Crusher Giant
protection.
is so good, because it can be either both of its halves, and so the same kind of logic applies. And
Yeah.
sometimes you just need to kill a big fucking creature, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, especially I really am. I loved this draft from you. In total, obviously, like I think every deck including like my best decks, have questionable picks that I will look at and be like the Thalia one, be like, oh, why did I do this? Why did I pick this? But
Yeah.
like those first 8 picks with Copter, where I was like, this is so perfect because you can be aggro or you can be like controlling mid range that just has Rabble Master as a win con or whatever. And then
And you could have
I
gone
think
into any color at that point.
yeah, and then you read the table like no one is red really except for Marshall, but Marshall's red because it's a twin deck red, and
Yeah.
it's like so you just get to be the red aggro. You're just like, okay,
Yeah.
I guess I'll do this because no one wants to fight over this. And then I think Daniel also correctly read the table. Was like, wow, there's only 2 people in red, and Marshall's primarily blue. I guess I'll move into red. Like,
Yeah,
it was
I
very,
also
very good.
I want to compliment you on the discipline to do the obvious thing, which sounds a little paradoxical, but I think a lot of people in your situation, they get to like, okay, I have 2 fetch lands, I have some good red cards, I can just easily do a second color and go a 2-color red deck and have it be a little bit more mid-rangey, and that just would not have been as good as a mono red deck splashing a color.
Yeah,
And
I played enough red decks to know that if you're playing a second color and you're trying to be red aggro, it's a splash at most. Like
Yeah.
1, maybe 2 card.
Yeah, and you got Shrine and Jinx Choker. Love it. A lot of great picks. It's just,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh yeah, I had one question. What's up with that Boros Signet?
Yeah.
How
The
you
Boros
feeling about
Signet
that?
was. I'm not feeling great about it. It was mostly this hasn't been taken yet. I have some things that are on the higher end, like Kiki Jiki Resto and Ajani Vengeance and Zealous Conscripts at least want me to have more than 3 mana. And it was mostly oh, this is still on the table.
yeah.
Yeah.
More than anything.
Yeah,
I wasn't even sure at the time if I was going to end up playing it. I was probably like 40% chance tops, and
Yeah.
as can be told when Natalie asked me to post a screenshot of my deck, Boros Signet was already in my sideboard. So
Yeah. So
I was expecting it. The most sense I could make out of it, I'll say, is that maybe you wanted to have a sideboard plan into a more mid-rangey version. But if you had wanted that, I would have expected you to take a 6-mana Chandra, which were bafflingly still on the table until
Yeah.
very late.
yeah, I'm actually Chandra was the one time in this draft I got
yeah.
because literally the pick that both of them, or like the pick that Val took Chandra Awakened Inferno, that
Yeah.
was my plan. Like,
Yeah.
my plan was to take Chandra and Char, and
Yeah.
then he took Chandra right ahead of me, and it's like, well, fuck, alright.
Yeah. So I was gonna ask about that. I was gonna say so Marshall took Chandra Flame Caller, which is good also in your deck, but you know, I
Yeah,
think
but-
Awakened Inferno is better for the mono red because you want to have a game against control, really. What about the Cough? How do you feel about not having Cough? Because Marshall took that, which I was a little surprised by.
Not having Cough kind of sucks, for sure, but since I have Chandra, and Hellrider and a Johnny Vengeance, like, I have stuff I can do
That's
with
true.
4 mana that
Yeah.
is still
I mean, the
aggressive
fact
enough.
is, you
and I
you can't
don't
play
wanna
all
be
of
too
these
cluttered.
cards
Yeah.
anyway, and you probably don't want 5 4-drops. So, like,
Exactly.
it's possible Koth would be an upgrade on, like, Hellrider, but the 4-drops you have are very strong.
Yeah.
And
That's fair.
Hellrider, like, could even be better. Like, if I had managed to get Legion War Boss 2,
Yeah.
like,
that
it's already
snipe was
really good with
interesting.
Rabble Master, but if I had
All right.
gotten War Boss 2, it would obviously be amazing.
Well, Teddy,
All right.
thank you for joining us. Good luck in the drafts. We will be interested in seeing how you do.
Thanks much.
Yeah. I think every new card. No, there's no Inscription of Ruin, no Luminarch Aspirant, no Blood Chief's Thirst. I'm trying to
Luminarch
see-
Aspirant is one I really would have expected Ketsi to go for.
No Valakut Exploration. Sorry, I'm just looking at what
Hello,
new
Jules.
cards weren't taken.
Jules, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
You're pretty quiet, but
I'm gonna yeah.
I've amped you up to 200% on Discord. Can you try saying something?
Speaking for testing purposes.
You're still super quiet.
Alright, I'm
Yeah.
trying to figure out gain on my end, but I think it already thinks it's max. Try a different mic that'll probably be echoey.
Okay, yeah, that might be better. I've Discord pumped up as high as it goes, and everything. It's a little echoey, but it's fine.
Alright. We'll take it.
I don't know. Sarah deafened. I'm not sure what's up with that. But how do you feel like your draft went?
Pretty well. Definitely had a few missteps on cards I thought other people were gonna let slip by, but
Let me bring up your deck list here on my stream. Yeah, go on.
So, I ended up with a bunch of easy little bits of red fixing I didn't actually end up using. 'Cause,
Yeah, you ended up with the steam vents, which is something a lot of other people could have used.
yeah, I figured it was more likely to end up not on my team than on mine, and I wanted to guarantee some good level of fixing. I already didn't have the option to go down the flooded strand route, so decided on the arid mesa and screw some people approach.
Yeah, exactly.
So your only fetchable blue-white land is the Rogren Triumph, correct?
Right.
But Arid Mesa can also get blue through steam vent. Get your second blue through steam vents.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Right, naturally.
Yeah, this is a really, really good Monastery Mentor deck, especially because you got all of the cantrips and stuff. Looking at it more, when you were drafting, I was kind of like, what's the plan to win other than like Colonnade or whatever? And then it's like Monastery Mentor and Approach are really, really interesting picks. I think, yeah, those like push this deck's value through the roof, as well as like, I don't know, there's other cards that are really good too, obviously.
Yeah, I'm curious. You ended up on the opposite team from both of the dedicated aggro decks. What's your plan against them?
Yeah, so I've been trying to figure this out a little bit. Early in the draft, I was trying to leave myself kind of open to either go down this tempo-y Delver of Secrets route or a more traditional blue-white control deck. And now against both the aggro decks, I'm wondering if I want to be somewhere in the middle, like play Condemn and Day of Judgment, even though I'm trying to attack people with creatures.
One of the nice things about your creatures, though, at least like Monastery Mentor, Delver of Secrets, if that does end up in your main deck, Terramander, are that they're powerful enough that they can just sort of be a one creature win condition, and then if that creature gets answered, you have a window to Wrath without destroying yourself.
Exactly. Yeah, and I was also hoping, if I am sliced a little bit thin, I have the Approach of the Second Sun route to go.
Yep.
Yeah. So you mentioned some of the picks you wanted got sniped. Were there any like plans, like full-on game plans, whether it be like 2-card combos or like what cards specifically were you hoping to be able to grab?
Yeah, I wouldn't say any full game plans that fell through, but I kept thinking I was going to have more time than I actually did to take some Horizon Canopy lands that would go into my deck and let me more easily have a high land count for my companion without flooding out if I go down the Delver approach.
The Horizon lands, they went pretty late in the rotos so far, and I feel like they got snapped up a lot earlier this time.
Yeah, Ketsi took a lot of them. She has 3 of them.
Yeah, which is interesting because Val's the one who has the Ren and 6.
Yeah, which isn't. Yeah, we'll see.
But
yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna ask, what was your logic behind taking Ponder Preordained and Serum Visions so high priority over cards that like affect the board more?
Yeah, mostly I feel like there are a lot of really powerful cards in this cube, and I would much rather be able to make a really consistent version of some good deck than just jamming a bunch of powerful cards that don't fit together in strategy. So even though they're going to end up a little under replacement level, I feel like
for sure,
more cohesive thing.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this turns out. This is definitely there were a couple decks like Evans and Val's that are kind of just like really all over the place, really kind of, I don't know how to describe them, crazy, trying to be synergy. This
Lost
one is
in the
very
sauce
interesting.
is how you typically describe this.
Well, yeah, but I want to be generous. This is very consistent, like you said. Like this is, I think, I mean, other than probably like Ketsi, and these are the top 3 consistent decks. Like your deck, and then the 2 aggro decks. They're just really, really, really solid.
I think the main question
how they
is,
match up.
does when the deck operates as it's supposed to, which it's going to do most of the time,
Yes.
is that enough power to break through?
Yeah,
And
definitely a good question.
I'll be really interested to see.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Jules, thank you for the interview. Good luck in the matches. Don't forget to come up with a team name.
Thank you.
We will let you go back and build your deck now.
All right.
Hello, Val.
What's up?
Rotisserie draft deck. That's what's up.
Yeah.
This deck is what's up.
All right, let me bring up your deck on the stream screen. All right, so
this is a spicy one.
Yeah, you've got a lot of stuff going on here, a lot of colors, a lot of powerful cards. How do you feel like your deck ended up?
It ended up really close to what I wanted. So let me talk through my strategy. I really wanted to give Fires of Invention a shot, especially after seeing it's like, okay, well, it's amazing with Ancestral Vision. The thing that really sold me is that it kind of gives you a free spell the turn you play it. Like if you play it, you can then pay a 4-mana spell, and then after that you can start getting 2 spells per turn. So, but it's also not that like expensive or restrictive in mana. It's it's splashable. So I started looking, what other colors do I want to play with this? Well, I probably want to ramp with lands, so that red-green seems good. And red-green's just already good on its own. So red-green-blue is good. Obviously, at the beginning of the Rotisserie draft, there was a lot of contention for blue, so I missed out on a lot of cantrips that I would have liked to have gotten. But I kind of knew blue was going to be my splash.
Yeah.
So.
So I had there are a couple cards I have questions about, but I think the biggest baffling pick to me, to my mind, Sarah may have a different one, is pick 26, Mindstone.
Yeah.
It's a ramp spell that doesn't fix you, that doesn't find you extra lands to use with Fires of Invention, and you took it over Farseek, which was still available, and also a 2-mana ramp spell that seems like it would work better with your deck.
Yeah, so one thing with again going to the Fires of Invention like core plan is I need, like, if Fires of Invention gets on the board, I'm gonna be able to cast 2 spells for free each turn. And that can also leave up my lands for abilities, and I'm gonna want to be drawing cards. So that was kind of the mindset behind Mindstone.
Yeah.
I probably should have taken Farseek.
I don't hate it though, because especially like sacking it late game, where it's like you use it to ramp when you need it, because also you're not always having Fires of Invention. This is the thing about the Fires deck that is so interesting to me, is it is a combo deck, and it's not like Luca Emrakul where like you have no way to tutor for Fires, and it's like so it's like it is just a ramp spell. Obviously Farseek gets a land onto the battlefield. It does fix you. It is interesting.
Yeah, looking back, that was probably Farseek was probably a mistake. I should have picked up Farseek and let I forget who was playing Pod pick up Steve.
Evan, yeah.
Yep.
It was shocking to me that Evan did not take Sakura Tribe Elder.
Yeah, that was the whole Farseek, Sakura Tribe Elder, Mindstone, that like bubble of cards was just kind of weird.
Yeah, it seems like Evan wanted Sakura Tribe Elder. Marshall wanted Mindstone, and you wanted Farseek.
We were talking about this in our team chat. That,
Yeah.
we wish we could just all trade round robin.
Yeah. Can I just say, very happy for you pushing the Hex Drinker meta forward, picking it 6th, because it's really, really good with fires. Because you just, you get to cast it for free and then just spend all your mana
It's
making
just a great card anyway.
Yeah,
It's just so good.
It's so good. So I had my notes section, and in the top tier bombs, it was actually top. A 1 mana creature is like one of my favorite bombs.
Yeah, it's incredible. Yeah.
Another card I'm surprised didn't end up in your deck was Harmonize, picked 32nd by Evan.
Yeah, it was in my. Again, this is where I. You can't get everything. In my 4-drop, I was already having so many cards in the 4-drop slot.
Mm-hmm.
That. Yeah, I wanted Harmonize because it is one of those cards that you can't play when you're playing Fair Magic, but if you got fires out, it gets real sick real fast.
Mm-hmm.
I probably should have picked it. I was also floating green really late. Early draft was blue was fought over, midway red started getting fought over, and then later green started getting fought over.
Yeah.
Are you
interested? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, are you psyched to have been able to pick up Chandra Awakened Inferno? An absolutely top-tier Planeswalker. When did you get that? 29th pick?
I know. I was thinking, okay, was it Teddy playing red?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, they probably don't want it. They might pick it up late. And so, yeah, the fact that whoever picked the other 6-mana Chandra kind of, mispicked.
Marshall, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I hate to do it to you, but I had to grab it.
Yeah.
Kind of the same thing with Izzet-Charm. It was like, I hate to do it to you, but it's too late. I gotta grab it.
Izzet-Charm's an interesting one for this deck, because counter spells in general are rough with Fires of Invention.
Yes, but I figure with 2 mana, I can get some utility out of it. That's the thing I love about Izzet-Charm, is that its utility is whenever you want it.
Yeah, it's really flexible. The Batter Skull is really the pick that interests me a lot.
Oh, yeah!
Yeah,
talk to us about Batter Skull, Val.
Again, going back to the Fires plan, if your spells are free, then you want to use your mana for abilities. So, and you want to have some options on your opponent's turn. Because otherwise, you're just passing the turn like you're playing Hearthstone. So you want to have some things to do on your opponent's turn.
Yeah.
I need a plan for really aggressive decks. Because my creatures they're not great. In terms of keeping me alive.
Yeah, it's like Courser is kind of your 3-drop creature that can hold the fort of all of them. Everything else is kind of it's like Oracle, stuff that you want to live, you don't really want to be blocking with.
Yeah, exactly. And Batter, when I was making my list for top bombs, Batter Skull was just there, and the fact that it hadn't been picked was so, kind of absurd.
Yeah. I think Ketsy thought it was going to go later.
Yeah. I mean, I usually don't think of it as an especially playable card if you don't have Stoneforge Mystic in your deck. But you did end up on the opposite team from the 2 aggro decks, so maybe I'll be proven wrong.
Also, just good if I'm. I think Nat mentioned that I'm all over the place with colors. I'm playing 3 colors, so just having colorless spells are helpful in that regard.
That's true. Yeah. Also, the X spells with fires is really interesting.
Yeah, that was the other thing. It's I want a certain amount of X spells, but not too many, because I can't do 2 in a turn. Because you do have to, if you can't cheat out X spells.
Yeah.
But having 1 as one of your 2 spells is super sweet.
Yeah, for sure.
That's also why this is friend.
Yeah, this is a very interesting deck. I'm excited to see how this goes, especially you have one of my favorite packages, Primetime Kessig Wolfrun.
Oh, it's so
really
good.
Excited about it. Also, Primetime, where you can search Sheldock Isle and Kessig Wolfrun. Is so sick. I'm really excited.
I have lots of plans with my lands. I almost wish I wanted to draft more lands, but I was like, I need to make sure I have playables.
Yeah.
You end up with a fair amount in your sideboard, all things considered.
Yeah, and even if
Yeah.
fires doesn't happen, like ramping into these pretty good 6-drops is also a solid plan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here. All right.
Yeah. Thank you for talking to us. Good luck in the matches. We'll let you go finish your deck building.
So
It looks like you're pretty close at this point.
Yep.
All right. We'll let you get back to it.
Yeah. I've called in Cass to join us.
Oh, okay, interesting. I was gonna say I kind of want to do like a really quick like recap of where everyone is at after this one.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to interview everybody.
I mean, I'm sort of planning to keep interviews going until matches
until
start.
they're ready. Okay. I guess I can talk about it right now. There's just like really interesting stuff that went on at this table. And Cass is here.
Hello.
Hey, Cass. How do you feel like your draft went?
I'm not sure, honestly.
Okay.
I think my deck can do powerful things. I think I didn't focus on like the low end of the curve enough, and I'm a little concerned about playing against the other blue decks because
The
my
blue
curve
decks,
is so high.
interesting. Because they have counter magic.
Yeah, because they took the cheap counter magic. I have Censor and Cryptic
Yeah.
Command.
I was thinking, usually when I think of the low end of the curve being a problem, I think of it as a risk against aggressive decks, but I suppose you have all the aggressive decks on your team, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty
so-
nice.
Yeah, I was kind of aggressively taking removal early-ish on, and I guess I did end up playing most of it, at least in the main deck, but I definitely felt very silly getting paired with the aggro decks.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, Heartless Act, Hero's Downfall, those are just really good cards, you know?
Yeah.
You can kill a Primeval Titan with those just as easily as you can kill a Rabble Master or whatever. Blood Chief's Thirst maybe a little bit less so, but you still do need answers to, like, Val has Hex Drinker, that sort of thing.
Yeah. I think this deck is so there are multiple decks like Evan and Val that are 3 colors or more, because Evan's is technically 4. And this, of all of them, I love the mana base. I feel like you really, really got what you wanted out of... we were talking as stuff was going around. It's like Reflecting Pool is just like huge in your deck. And it would have been like huge in like Evan's, stuff like that. And you have Cold Steel and Coalition Relic, which is really nice.
Yeah,
I feel like I got away with murder with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Cold Steel... what pick did you get that? It was
It's
like...
really
like 1,000. Honestly, I forgot that
14?
Mindstone was in the cube. But I would have taken it
My
too.
God. Yeah. Those are the early drops I tend to really like in these decks. Especially because, in Roto, you say you're afraid of the cheap counter magic, and that's reasonable because those cards are extremely powerful. But they're well prioritized. I mean, actually, they went pretty late in this cube. And that's maybe somewhere that I would nitpick your drafting is not taking those higher. But they're spread out, right? No one has a ton of cheap counter magic, so you can probably just land multiple huge fuck off threats, and even if the first 2 get countered, the third one's still going to be great.
Yeah.
Oh, and I do feel like a complete dipshit for not taking Condescend over Censor because I just forgot about Condescend
that was not a good pick.
I mean, I think every draft has those like, oh god, why did I pick this one versus the other one?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I like that all of your Reanimator payoffs are castable in your deck. I personally often don't do that, but given that you have the Coalition Relic and the Cold Steel Heart as ramp, it's not unreasonable that you could cast a Elesh Nord or even an Ashen Rider.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not outside of the realm of possibility.
Especially because presumably you're already trying to play enough lands to hit Ugin on 8.
Yeah. So one thing really interesting was, so you took Grizzlebrand second or first? I can't remember.
Second.
Second. Yeah. So obviously there's something there where it's like this is probably going to be some way of cheating out. And because your first pick was Jace, it's probably the blue-black reanimator rather than like the green-red cheated onto the battlefield. And then Daniel kind of started taking reanimation spells. Did you ever think to just be like, well, maybe I just don't play this Gristlebrand? Or were you just kind of like, all right, I'm just going to keep it cool, do Unburial Rites, Gift Ungiven, not like make Reanimator my, like, have like 5 Reanimator spells or whatever? Like,
Yeah, so my draft was one of, okay, there's already 2 or 3 people in blue. I take Jace, the next person takes Ancestral, and then the next go around after I take Grizzlebrand to try to like divest from blue a little bit, then another person gets into the Reanimator deck that I pretty clearly signaled by taking Grizzlebrand.
Yeah.
So it was a weird, it just like felt very strange from that because it felt like other people were trying to get in on the thing that I was doing after I signaled like, hey, I'm going to be fighting over these cards if you go into this deck.
yeah, it was very interesting to see.
And then after that happened, it felt like you weren't really prioritizing Reanimator. You ended up with only 3 reanimation spells, the same number as you have reanimation targets. I guess you have 4. I was missing Liliana Death's Majesty.
I do like the ones you have, I will say. I like them a lot.
Yeah, they're all solid like value plays. But what's behind your decision to, assuming that this is roughly what your final deck looks like, what's behind your decision to play 3 8-drops when it's not going to be super consistent that you'll be able to reanimate them early?
So, first of all, I'm hoping that I have enough discard, just like ways of getting them into the graveyard. I am assuming that that is the case. I think it's the case, and I've got Jace to like shuffle things back if I have to. But part of it is just that, where I can do that, and also the reanimation spells themselves are decent. Like, I don't know if Liliana is my favorite reanimator spell. Like, I feel like probably Dread Return, Makeshift Mannequin, maybe Unburial Rites are above her at the very least.
Yeah.
But she is a reanimation spell and an enabler. And
Yeah.
I'm really happy about that.
That's certainly true. Oh, I also forgot Elspeth Conqueror's deck. I actually take it back.
Yeah.
You have 6 reanimation spells. That's a totally reasonable number.
Yeah, I was gonna say I do like the way it works where it's like Concoct protects you from like aggro decks. You can also just steal like some creatures or whatever. Null Priest of Oblivion, really excited to see how that performs because I think that card is really good.
Yeah, I prioritized that one just when I realized that I did not have that much of an early game. I was like, okay, here is a thing that I can put on the board on turn 2 that also can gain me some life against the aggro decks that ended up being on my team, and that also is just another way to reanimate stuff in the late game.
Yeah.
Speaking
I
of
love the idea of it, at least.
Speaking of cards that enable Reanimator, obviously, like, you didn't really have a chance to pick up Pack Rat, but, like, there are a couple cards, like Search for Azcanta, I don't think got taken.
It did.
It did in the end?
relatively early.
Really? Did we just miss it, Sarah?
Oh, might be.
I'm reasonably sure. It's one of the people to my left.
No, Search for Azcanta never got taken.
Yeah.
What did I mistake for Search for Azcanta?
Search for Tomorrow got taken by Val, but that was pick 21. Search for Azcanta is still in the remaining cards sheet.
Well, that's
and then
wild.
Factor Fiction, Jules snapped up quite late. I guess it's not that late, 17th pick, but you had a chance to get it and you didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What
I like the. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, like, was that intentional? Were you like not too worried about getting the discard, or do you feel like you got sort of picks stolen from you in that way?
It's definitely like partly a matter of getting some of the picks taken. Like, I did have Factor Fiction on the list, but like if you look at the stuff that I was taking before that, right, it's lands, reanimation spells, reanimation targets, and like some of the important stuff like Sensor and Cryptic Command that I think are a little bit more important in that sort of thing. So like I think I guess like I don't know necessarily about Cryptic over Foff. That might have been a mistake.
But you like Sensor over Foff?
I like I like Condescend over Fall.
Yeah.
Having like some cheapish removal spell, right? I think that's important, and
Yeah.
Sensor was basically my panic pick when I realized that the other stuff that I wanted to take was already taken.
Yeah. I think there were some really nice pickups that went really late. Like Literal Core was 28th. That's like a perfect card for your deck.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so nobody else was in Blue Reanimator, and nobody at all was in Blue Black.
Caps. Oh, actually, I do have one more question. But then I want to let you go because there are some matches beginning.
Okay. Well, I have a couple questions for you after that. That'll be quick though.
Okay. You, as you mentioned just now, you were the only person in Blue Black. Blue Black is sort of renowned as having the best gold section in the cube, except maybe Black Red.
One of the best.
You have no Blue Black gold cards unless you count Connive Concoct, which is really kind of a hybrid card in Spirit. What was behind not taking like a Hostage Taker or a Thief of Sanity, Ashiok? Yeah.
So part of it is that they just weren't on my radar, and I was trying to take just synergy pieces for a lot of the time, especially like near the end. It was just like some necessary stuff and some synergy pieces, whereas a lot of the Dimir cards are just like value, and I wouldn't necessarily take them as high as like Teferi or something. Though maybe I should take Ashiok over Teferi, I'm not sure. And then some of it is just that they don't necessarily fit in the deck. Like I did have Hostage Taker on my plan of picks to take for a little while, and I eventually took her off of it. I don't remember why, but I did have a reason for it, and that's what matters. But like Ashiok would have been really good. Thief of Sanity also would have been good, but I was trying to play like a less like creature focused deck, and I wasn't sure if that would necessarily fit.
Yeah.
Garuda could have actually been a decent main deck card, but I think no, I guess 2 of my reanimation payoffs are in fact even, so that might have been decent. But I just like I don't have like this critical mass of even creatures, and I don't want to rely on luck with my opponent's library. Fallen Shinobi I had on my list until I realized it would just be god awful in the deck.
Yeah, Fallen Shinobi is not for this.
Yeah, because you really only have Looter Ilkor for it.
Real quick, what were the questions you had for us, and then we will let you go and go to a match.
First, were y'all screaming at us about not taking like Watery Grave and the blue-black duels earlier, or did you kind of figure we were just going to float them to the end?
Yeah, no one was fighting for them.
Okay, sweet.
No, I think. Yeah.
Good?
Yeah, I think because I was like, I know you're going to take Creeping Tar Pit, because you kind of did the same thing last draft where you draft a lot differently than I think a lot of people do, which is where you're just like, no one's going to fight over these lands, so I'll just take these lands last. Whereas a lot of people use their final picks for like, I don't know, like Teddy, where it's like, I'm just going to take the red 1-drops that no one else wants, like stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same strategy though, right?
Yeah,
it's just like, I take the cards that nobody else wants last.
Yeah.
I was waiting for somebody to get into blue, or into blue-black, and then I was going to snap them up. The other question real quick is, I left, at the time of my 40th pick, 2 dual lands that were in my deck's colors on the table. How does that make you feel?
At the time of your 30th pick?
Or 40th pick.
Oh, I mean, you have plenty of lands. Like,
yeah, I think it's not that egregious.
Yeah, you can't play infinite lands. You do need some sideboard cards and some
I was gonna
spells.
say, you have 5 sideboard cards, like, as compared to some 4-color decks that have, like, 10. Like, yeah.
All right, well...
Alright, thank you, Cass.
Yeah, thank you.
Sarah, let's pop over to see... let's see, what do we want to watch? Maybe Dan versus Jules.
Yeah,
and then let's deafen so we can just do full match commentary. But
okay.
Hello, Jules. Would you mind streaming your screen for us?
Alright, who was that? Person? Me.
Yes, you, Jules.
Okay, great. Yes, will do. figure out how I can be so bad at navigating Discord.
So it's in the channel, the column with all of the channels. At the bottom, there's like a little screen button above your avatar.
I mean, I've got that part. I'm trying to even like find the channel because I was in a message. All right, we're good.
And you have to share the entire screen. You can't just share the window because Magic Online doesn't like that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right.
Deafened.
All right. So this is a matchup I'm actually really interested in seeing.
Well, these cards are hard to read. I don't understand why the resolution is so bad, but
Yeah.
oh well, I guess.
Yeah. So if I'm going to be completely honest, I don't very much like Jules' deck.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a rough one.
It's just a ton of 1-for-1s, and I don't know if you can quite. I mean, like right now we're gonna see Treasure Cruise do what Treasure Cruise do. Right now it's looking pretty good for Jules because they're about to refuel with Treasure Cruise, and they have a Colonnade on the board. They've Mana Tithe is probably dead at this point, but really, really interested to see how these games are gonna go, because even if this Thoughtseize is huge.
Oh boy!
Wow.
Oh boy!
This I was wondering why they didn't fire off the Treasure Cruise last turn just for 4.
Yeah.
And really getting punished for it right here.
Oh, and this
yeah.
already.
It's all falling apart.
It seems like this game is basically over at this point. Like, Jules can...
Not exactly, but yeah. It's
going to be really hard for him to come back here. Like, he can attack with Colonnade, but that just gets blocked by a Fairy Rogue.
Yeah.
He's 2 mana away from attacking with Colonnade and Mutavault, plus Dan now has a Construct to block. Like, what in Jules' deck is powerful enough to just come back from this board even with nothing else?
I think Jules really just needs to find a Venser to get rid of, but even then...
Where did that Fairy Rogue come from?
I think something got exiled via... if you look at...
So hard to see what's in Jules' graveyard.
It is a...
Looks like a Monastery Mentor, something Serum Visions.
Cast out Serum Visions.
It's under a Vanishing Light.
It's under the light. So now you just have to bottom both of these. See, this is where it's Seasoned Hollowblade is just so weird.
Yeah.
And right here where it's just all right.
I mean,
now
to be fair, Duretti is the most punishing card for 1 toughness creatures in the cube, I think. Now that Liliana, the Last Hope is out.
Yeah. And this is just this is really where I think, kind of the blue-white, I'm gonna, Foff is really good. Ooh, okay.
Looking like Jules is not going for the Foff. Looks like he's sort of forcing...
Trying to pressure this Duretti, which I think is the correct play, because there's no cards in graveyard for Whip to really do anything with.
Yeah.
Because I think Duretti it's a -1, so...
I like this block from Dan.
Yeah.
Just putting pressure on Jules' mana, which is so important with this Colonnade out.
Yeah. Duretti goes to 1. Dan really needs to hit something here to protect this Duretti, because I
guess Dan has 0 cards in hand. Jules is not in as bad a situation as I made it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and now there's a Colonnade, and they got rid of the flyer. I really didn't like that block from Dan, to be honest.
Mana Tithe!
But there is a whip, and so this is 12 damage. This Mana Tithe, I didn't think was going to see any action.
I don't know. I like the block from Dan because it means that Jules needs to rip an untapped land to be able to attack with Colonnade here. Duretti still dies, but Jules blocking the well, okay.
The Hollow Blade.
Yeah, the Hollow
But
Blade
even
is
now,
good.
it's like if Jules attacks with Colonnade, it's just like, okay, these creatures still. Because if you play the land, are you going to discard Foff to?
Yeah,
make
it's an
your thing
awkward
a
situation
disruptor?
for Jules for sure. I
Yeah,
mean,
I think attacking with both here to kill the Duretti, because you know Inferno Titan's probably just going to kill them anyways, and then Foffing end of turn is probably the better play.
yeah,
So right here, yeah, you just kind of get a free where it's like, I might even pitch the land. Actually, no, sorry, it's
no,
just
because
gonna
it's just
die.
going to get
Never
Inferno
mind. Yeah,
Titaned.
yeah,
Um,
that's right.
yeah, I mean, so Jules is in an okay position here. Obviously, there's going to be a huge life swing from this Inferno Titan, but Dan does need to have something good.
This is the window. This is the window right here.
Yeah, like this Foff could put Jules back in the game if it can find something powerful enough. The question, as always, that I have with Jules' deck is what is in there that's powerful enough to really seal the game away before Dan
Yeah,
draws another 6-drop bomb.
Yeah, I was gonna say because Dan just really needs to rip something interesting. I'm trying to think of what they could be trying to hit.
Ooh, Winds of Abandon is great here against Dan's deck, as is Sinister Sabotage, actually.
Yeah, it exiles, which is nice.
It's an answer to Wormcoil, which is one of the biggest threats that Dan could have off the top.
Yeah, I kind of like this split because Sinister Sabotage isn't even the biggest deal for your creature spells. So putting the 3-card pile being the one, because Delver it's not nothing, but it's not very impactful.
Yeah, I might have put the island in the other pile, but
So wait,
I
hang
think
on.
you have to split the Sinister Sabotage and the Winds of Abandon
Hold on
for
a second.
sure.
So, oh, they were one short. I was gonna say if they went pure face with that, Jules is at 17. Could have put them down to 14, attacked for 6, and then so that would have put them down to what 8, and then dealt 3 with the attack 5, and then pumped twice. No, so it puts them to 3. So they would still be pretty short. This is still pretty good, putting them to 5. I guess there is what's it called? The alternate win card. Win con white card. Manowar looking absolutely terrible here.
Yeah.
No legal
It's
targets,
just-
Manowar.
Yeah, and just awful against Dan's deck in general.
So Venser is probably good enough to keep.
Yeah, for
especially
sure.
because with Whip.
And Terramander's good here. Terramander is a very real threat that can start ending
That's
this
true.
game.
I actually like taking Terramander, putting Venser on top.
Yeah,
then
because
you get to
Jules
play
has
the
Sinister Sabotage anyway.
Yeah, then you get to play the Terramander, hold up counterspell.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, this is actually
I mean,
kind of exactly where Terramander shines.
The fact that Dan is at 31 though is really rough.
Yeah.
Because it means that Jules can put a fair amount of pressure on at this point, but it's it's 4 attacks with both Terramander and Colonnade before Dan is dead, and it's gonna be rough for Jules to have enough ways to fade damage, especially with everything Dan has gaining him more life.
Yeah. Wonder what's in Dan's hand. Because they started tapping mana. And then this is just a 1 mana Terramander activation.
Yeah.
This is exactly the deck. Okay, and Venser, you know the next draw is a brick. Actually, I guess suppose not, because Sinister Sabotage can put it in the graveyard.
Yeah. Interesting.
Really do not like an attack with Colonnade.
Yeah. I mean, it keeps up Sinister Sabotage, but if Dan just kills the Colonnade somehow, it's
it's 1 mana short of Sinister Sabotage.
No, because Colonnade has Vigilance.
Yeah, but you have to tap 5, so they would only have 2 mana left.
Oh, Dan would? Yeah.
Yeah. Flooding out a little bit here. I wonder... Okay, so now you can attack with Colonnade. It increases your clock to 3 turns.
Yeah.
But
And-
also, the interesting thing is you can't really Sinister Sabotage it because that makes it liable, like any creature.
Yeah, I mean, it buys a turn at least. Like,
Yeah,
ooh, that's a good one.
that's
Because
really
this
good.
basically forces a sabotage
Yeah.
on Dan's part, which means that something like a Grave Titan is just much more of a threat.
I think that's correct to put the Mana Leak in the graveyard.
Oh, for
it's
sure.
just very unlikely to be relevant at this point. You're trying to find like your second sunrise to gain you life, just put you out of the range of like potentially dying.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because, Dan's deck is so built around 6 drops, and Mana Leak is technically active against 6 drops, but you just can't bet that it will continue to be.
Sting Vents with no red cards is not very good, but it is a flex, so I do appreciate it.
Well, it's there so that Arid Mesa can get the second blue source if necessary. I'm not sure that's actually more valuable than the 2 life you gain from it not being a basic island, but that 2 life is pretty painful here.
Shocking here, absolutely. What a flex! Wow.
I mean, so you saw him pause before he played the Steam Vents. I'm 100% certain that was consulting the Roto spreadsheet to see if Dan had any burn spells.
Yeah, because Dan has Collective Brutality, which is not 3; it is only 2.
Yep.
But it is very good.
Dark Confidant with Dan at 8. Top
Tapping
of
for
flexes.
red. Ooh, what is this?
Some 6 drop. Oh, he tapped for. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's obviously finding
Oh,
a
wow.
Luca. So this Dark Confidant will become an Emrakul, except this is actually lethal from Jules. So he managed to claw his way back out. I'm really impressed. I was
Dan bricked on a couple draws. He had
Yeah.
a window.
he did, but he only had 1 or 2 draws before Venser and Sinister Sabotage would lock him out. Jules really showing off the power of the lizard here, Terramander.
Yeah, I really think that the turn where Jules, where the Mutavault attacked Duretti, the Mutavault and the Lutri attacked Duretti. The way the blocks happened, where it was a double block, getting rid of your flyer, which can block, which could have blocked the what's it called?
Colonnade.
Yeah, the Colonnade was really, really interesting. I think that is a pivotal turn.
I don't hate that block on Dan's part still. I think
I don't hate it.
that because otherwise you're like, if you just chump the Lutri, which is sort of the other play you could make there, then Duretti goes to 2. Definitely attacks with Colonnade next turn. And if you attack with Colonnade plus Lutri, you have to chump the Colonnade. I guess Lutri gets chumped by the next construct token, and it's not that bad, except that Jules did have the Hollow Blade. So any other block would still have led to the death of Duretti next turn. And so in practice it didn't matter. But I think Dan playing towards Jules not ripping an untapped land there makes a lot of sense, because I think if Jules hadn't had that land to kill Duretti, it would have been a very different game.
Yeah.
Or I guess actually Jules didn't attack with the colony, but if Jules hadn't had a land or another creature there, which is very reasonable, Jules' deck is creature light. I think the game would have gone differently.
Yeah, we'll see. This is really interesting. This is a pretty bad 7. All right, decided to keep it. Whew, boy, that's a powerhouse right there. Delver does not match up the best. Potentially, if it flips, can be really, really good.
Sorry, trying to get people to fill out the records when they finish matches. Looks like Teddy and Marshall have finished theirs. I don't know who won, but we will learn soon.
Wouldn't
Are we
be
going to see
surprised
the
if Teddy-
natural Delver? No, that's an island.
No. This is a really, really good start, and this is why I didn't like keeping this 7. You're just really, really banking on, because now Dan, he gets to attack with what's it called, with Knight after like playing a land or whatever, and just be like, do something, and it's a free. Oh wow, that
Oof.
too.
And like Dan could easily just attack with Dark Confidant here. It's not like a great trade for Delver, but I guess he probably doesn't.
Yeah, I don't. I think Dark Confidant, because you're playing against this deck that's 1-for-1ing, just any card that generates you card advantage is going to be so good.
Oh,
yeah.
I also want to point out, Dan is playing the gutsiest game of all, Dark Confidant plus Emrakul. Just no fear, Shakespeare.
Yeah, you can't be a baby. You gotta. You're playing with the big boys in the Roto, you know?
Yeah.
You got to play, and also with Thoughtseize. So going down to 16. So like here, it's just like, you just take Condemn. Oh, or okay, interesting. Crypt Breaker. Wow, yeah, this is just a super aggressive start from Dan, and it's just like, oh, because he took 4 damage. Wow, because it's any player. So he drew a 1-mana spell, fetched with Prismatic Vista, and then Thoughtseize for 4 damage to self.
Oh, damn. That's sick.
Okay. See,
also, worth noting, Knight of Ebon Legion is a zombie, so it can tap for Crypt Keeper.
So this is why I kind of didn't like pushing... I mean, I don't know what Dan has in hand. Maybe Dan has like a Planeswalker that Condemn doesn't line up very well against. But it's like... Interesting. Just getting... Okay. I think people a lot of times don't get Lutri out aggressive enough. All right. Let's roll these dice.
So Marshall took the match off Teddy, by the way.
It happened.
Oh, damn! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! That's beautiful.
So now Delver and Mutavault are lethal.
Yeah.
And now Dark Confidant has to die. Like, you have to attack with Dark... Okay.
Not attacking with Bob there is a sketchy one. Yeah, hard mode indeed, Kat. This is...
Wow.
I mean, live by the sword, die by the damn sword.
Like, he has to be able to kill Confidant. Like...
Yeah. I mean, there's no remote chance that Jules is attacking here, so... Wow! Oh, I'm on the edge of my seat.
Wow.
What'll it be? What'll it be?
Oh.
And that's
right.
game. No. The client froze for a second, so I thought it was the Magic Online freeze before death. But no, there's... If this is like
Whip of Erebos here is sick. I mean,
really
not
good.
actually, because... So Dan knows about Condemn.
Yeah.
Which is almost certainly going to be cast.
Wait, why does Dan know about Condemn?
Thoughtseize.
Oh, Thoughtseize, right. I miss Arena's little highlighted icons for what cards in your hand people have seen.
So...
No whip.
So I think Condemn...
on
Knight, and then you can even Lutri if you want. Wow, just take it.
I mean, the Condemning the Knight gains damn life, right?
No. That's Oust. Condemn does not gain life.
Yeah, gain life equal to typeness. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
So just playing the Lutri, yeah, and now there's only 2 blockers. Wow. That was sick.
All right.
That's variance. Like, that'll happen. Wow, that was gross.
All right, let's hop over to Dan and Teddy since they just started. Or, yeah, let's do Dan and Teddy.
All right. Let's get Teddy's perspective, because I can comment on mono red pretty well.
Yeah. All right, Teddy, can you stream your screen for us, please?
He's not playing a game.
Oh,
not-
I thought you
not
two
a
were
match.
back. No, you're on the same team. That's right.
Yeah.
You want to hop over to?
We came back to commiserate about unfortunate things that have happened.
That was a brutal one, Dan. That was really, really brutal.
I felt like I was really coming back into it. Like I'm like, okay, I got like my sideboard plan of getting real low to the ground and aggro was coming together, and then, boy, if that game had I swapped the Emrakul and the
That was game 2, right?
that was
Yeah,
game 2.
that
game
was
1
brutal.
I just kind of flooded out.
Yeah, you flooded on pivotal turns, so that kind of
Yeah.
sucked.
Yeah.
But we were just talking about that. It was like, well, this could happen, and then when it did happen, I was like, this is a whole different game now.
All right, Teddy, you can battle Jules, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I can.
All right. And then, Sarah, do you want to follow Teddy or do you want to follow
Let's follow
Dan?
Teddy.
All right.
All right.
right.
Which account are you on?
What's the underscore Jules are?
Teddy, can you stream your screen this time?
Yeah, give me one.
Thank you. Cool beans.
All right.
Teddy, you have to stream the entire screen, not just the window.
All right.
There we go.
So Teddy lost to Marshall.
Yes.
Turns out. Very surprised by that.
That
But-
I did mention that.
Oh, might be. This is a great.
Oh
7.
boy, yeah, I love
This
this.
is a 6-7.
This matchup seems basically unwinnable for Jules, but
How does Jules beat Jinx Joker?
I mean, counters it, I guess.
Not even better. Just fetch your Sacred Foundry right now. Oh,
I like this. Well, I don't know.
I didn't see the Sacred Foundry in their list. Are they not playing white?
Is Teddy not playing white?
They might have cut it and just because they still have Kiki Zealous, which is
Yeah,
fine.
that's true. That's true. Yeah, that's possible.
Wow, Mutavault is so interesting. Well, there's Zealous, so they're definitely playing Zealous.
Yeah,
so-
I mean, the awkward thing about Mutavault is you really don't want to trade it on defense.
Yeah. So now Copter is where you want to be.
I don't know. I might Intimidator just because you want to play Choker on 3, and
Guess that's
Copter
true. It's more
does
damage.
less.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's true.
yeah. It seems like Teddy makes the same decision.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Of those two, because for me, I was like, you can still play Choker and Gorger. Ooh, missed land here. So interesting to see if Teddy, because there's a lot of counter spells in Jules's deck. Interesting to see if they go.
Yeah, because Jules has the
Yeah.
Condescend, right?
Yeah. No.
No, Val has the Condescend. Jules
Val
has
has-
Mana Leak left. What else does Jules have left that just counters
think-
this?
I think Teddy correctly has the read on this matchup, which is they can beat Smuggler's Copter, they cannot beat Jinx Choker.
Yeah, I think that's a. I do. Yeah, I like that play. And if they just keep attacking with Falcon Wrathgorger, he can't. He has to do something proactive to stop that.
And if this is like Manowar right here or something, it's just like, okay. Another card? Yeah. Wow. And
okay,
so now-
yeah, so this game is basically over now.
So now it's just Jinx Choker.
It's gotta be. I mean, Teddy's considering this Phoenix of Ash, but I don't.
I
Jinx
don't
Choker's
like it
just-
because
It just
if it gets
ends.
countered, you don't care.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty skeptical of that play. I mean, obviously Phoenix of Ash is an excellent card, but Jules is going to try not to tap down very much in this game. And,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess Teddy might be afraid of Delver flipping and Jules actually being able to clock them more than...
But they have Bone Crusher Giant. They can, and they have Zealous Conscripts, which is just so
Ooh,
good. Okay,
Banishing
so they
Light.
did have an answer. They did have an answer.
Yeah, answers would have answered Jinx Choker pretty effectively.
Yeah. So now, if there's a land here, I think it's just
It's got to be Choker plus Giant. It's just
Yeah.
got to be.
because Choker just effectively deals with their like Jules' mana is just so pressed. Like they aren't going to be able.
Well,
and
I mean,
Teddy's mana,
Yeah, it's just never a good play to remove a counter from Choker with mana.
it is the desperation play.
Yeah, it's like if you're doing that, the
Mar-
times I've seen someone do that and then go on to win are like minuscule.
Yeah. I like not attacking with Falcon Wrath Gorger because you can kind of get one over on them with
Yeah.
Zealous. Like if they try to
Yeah,
like say that, yeah, so like the Delver flips and say they try to start attacking.
I
Unfortunately,
don't
Falcon Wrath Gorger.
eagerly bone crush the abomination here. I wait to see if Jules taps mana first, just because having Bone Crusher get countered is so bad.
Yeah,
I think you can take the 3,
yeah, I agree.
but looks like Teddy disagrees.
This is an interesting play because if Jules counters this, Zealous almost assuredly resolves, and you can Zealous the Aberration, and then yeah, okay, so it resolved, which is very good. And now Jules has cast out as an answer.
But he does need to find a land if he's casting it out.
So Mon Men is a clock, but
Yeah, but
Zealous Conscripts is about to be real good.
yeah. I
Zealous
mean, it feels
Conscripts
like
attack with Mon Men, or even
just
you can
kill
revoke
the other
Bone
Gorger.
Crusher.
But yeah, I would have attacked with Mon Men there just to present more damage. But actually, does that even present? No, this is just better. This is just better.
Yeah, it kills it. So yeah, now because now they're at 4. There's a Bone Crusher still there.
Jules is at 4.
Yeah, sorry, Jules is at 4.
Yeah, and Jules just doesn't have any life gain, so he's going to have to
Yeah, he does, but it's
take a
at 7
counter.
mana.
Yeah. And so like if Teddy just adds a counter to Jinx Choker here, I don't think Jules has an out. I think Jules is just dead on board.
And Teddy can actually revoke her naming Jinx Choker.
You're right. That's amazing. That is not a play I've ever seen before in Cube. And both of those cards have been in the Cube for, since Mirrodin Besieged
Teddy
came
just
out.
doesn't even need to do anything. It's just like, doesn't even need to add a counter. Now you can just play Phyrexian Revoker, naming Jinx Choker. Yeah, and you get to attack with your creatures. I mean, they trade pretty favorably on Falcon Wrath Gorger, but like, they have to chump your Zealous. I mean, they're just
It just
dead.
doesn't matter. Like,
Yeah, they're just dead.
Yeah.
Wait, can
Teddy
you also-
Teddy could pump Jinx Choker twice. They could revoke Jinx Choker. Like
you could revoke Mutavault. Like, yeah, it does not matter.
revoking Mutavault. You can't revoke Mutavault. It's non-land.
No, it's non-land card name?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
not Pithing Needle. It's a different card. Teddy just does not add the counter. Teddy gives Jules a draw step that they don't need to here. But
yeah, I was gonna say
Jules
it's
concedes
because
anyway.
it happens on upkeep, so they couldn't.
You can remove a counter in response to the trigger and take less damage.
I was worried about cast out, but
Oh, yeah.
if they untap and cast out, then yeah. Okay, so
Does that work, or does cast out use last known information? I don't remember the details of this. I think it might.
or does Choker use last? known
Yeah, it does
information?
Choker's trigger.
I'm not sure. I don't remember. Okay.
Looks like there are a
so
few more
Teddy
results.
here,
Cass beat
considering-
Evan, Ketsi beat Val. No one has had a match that's gone to 3 games so far.
Okay. I mean, they've been interesting games. Okay, so Teddy here, they're not even playing the Kiki. Wow, they took the combos out. That's so interesting.
I don't like that. I think if you're playing Zealous Conscripts, Kiki is just free wins.
Yeah, I think you just take out like Char.
Yeah,
and just play
something
Kiki.
like that.
Wow, and no changes too. I really, honestly, in this matchup, I feel like bringing in your white sources and playing your combo pieces, and also just a Johnny, because you just want cards that like your opponent who has a hard time like sticking they're not a super heavy creature deck. Like a Johnny can just like put your opponent a mana behind while you work towards ultimate. It can Lightning Helix their only creature, like, and then they have no way to pressure it. They just have a hard time with it.
Yeah.
I'm really interested by some of these decisions in deck building.
Yeah, I often sort of get the sense in these rotos or anything I do coverage of, sometimes I have this feeling that like someone in deck building gave them bad advice.
Yeah.
Shatterskull Smashing makes this hand very keepable.
I was going to say really pulling its weight here, like really showing how powerful it is. And I think this is a keep. Even though there's a 5-drop in it, I think you're on the draw and you just need a critical mass of spells to win games against decks like these. There's no 1-drop, so I can see mulliganing it.
Excuse me.
But Bone Crusher Giant is essentially 2 cards.
Yeah,
you know,
no, I like this keep a lot. Even like you can't just always mulligan to a 1-drop. That's not how this deck works. Even though they have a fair number, they just not enough.
Yeah. So Mana Tithe on the table.
Yeah, which is fine. Like
Kargan
whatever.
Intimidator, baby.
Something's getting Mana Tithe. Teddy's deck plays on curve. Mana Tithe is going to be good, but it's going to get like a 2-drop and whatever.
All right, looking over what
Teddy's
what
considering just playing out the Revoker eagerly. I don't like that. I like if you have other 2-drops, I like holding the Revoker for something that actually does something. Like
yeah,
for a card that they have in play. Unless there's one specific card that is like way better than all the others.
So I'm gonna say something here. This isn't a knock against Teddy. Like obviously Magic's hard to play or whatever, and I don't play it perfectly either. I'm not trying to like talk up myself. But I think the mistake a lot of people make, like where Teddy said, you know, oh, I'm not very comfortable playing the type of decks where they just have a combo, so they just didn't. And also, people a lot of times worry too much about what their opponent could have and talk themselves into making incorrect plays that ultimately can have like a really big... Okay, so Shrine is really huge here. Obviously, there's, what's it called? Banishing Light and Cast Out.
Yeah.
But I think you just need to get Shrine down.
God, I'm so sad about the lack of Kiki Jiki, because otherwise, like, this hand is perfect to just make Jules spend tons of resources just like grinding out Shrine and Bone Crusher and Intimidator and like Searing Blaze and Exquisite Firecraft, put Jules off so many of the things they could do, or he could do, and then then you just Conscripts plus Kiki Jiki after all of that dust has settled. But
yeah, okay, and now this is a really interesting card that comes down.
Yeah. If Teddy draws a land, I could definitely see them going Searing Blaze plus Kargan Intimidator. Like, the problem with Seasoned Hallowblade is, yeah, it can protect itself, but discarding cards is a real cost.
Wow, this is so wild. That's really bad, because it can't even become indestructible.
Yeah, it's just a vanilla 3-1. Although, you know, vanilla 3-1 against an aggressive deck, not the worst. Alright, not drawing a land...
I think Bone Crushing... Oh, that's only 1 damage. I think Bone Crushing there is kind of what you want to do, because it guarantees that you will be able to cast the creature. You know, even if... what's it called? Even though... Because, like, Bone Crusher is 2 damage.
Bone Crusher, the one that's a real creature?
What do you mean?
Not Bone Crushering the illusion.
Oh, no, I like Bone Crushing the illusion. Just
If you
to...
Bone Crusher the illusion, Bone Crusher gets countered,
Oh,
and
it
you don't get
does?
it back. Yeah.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Okay, my bad.
And like, as much as Teddy is notionally the beatdown deck, they can't afford to just sit here and take 6 over and over and over again.
Yeah, that's why I like getting rid of it.
Yeah.
And also, they're going to have an uncounterable 4 damage, as well as Shrine. So I think playing towards that is going to be really important here.
Yeah.
So I
Exquisite
think, like,
Firecraft not being an instant, pretty awkward against Colonnade, but...
Yeah. So I think leading out on Bone Crusher Giant, potentially, to try and kill this.
If Teddy's going to Bone Crusher, I think they should do it on Jules' turn, just to force it to get tapped down.
I guess that's true. It makes it a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean,
playing...
Jules' upkeep, probably.
I could also see Teddy just passing and lightning striking face, Bone Crusher Gianting face, and just really trying to maybe hit a 5th land for Zealous to kind of like flip the momentum of the game.
Yeah, that's...
I mean, but this play also works because you can still strike face. If
I like this.
This is probably Venser. Oh, fuck.
Ooh. The risk of doing a bunch of burn to face is that if Jules does land a spell, an enchantment that answers this shrine, then that it's unlikely Teddy actually has the burn to fully burn Jules out.
Yeah, I don't like that split very much. Putting the 3 cards with the Serum Visions, which is the only spell which they're almost assuredly taking.
Yeah, I would have put.
I would have put Steam Vents and Serum Visions, because then it's like the land that
the worst land and the Serum Visions. Yeah.
Yeah.
Although it's worth noting, lands are good for Jules with 2 creature lands in play, but
yeah. But also, like, Kargan Intimidator can just make Celestial Colonnade a block. Like a coward. Okay, so this is a really good play. Yeah. So here I think Teddy really needs to start hammering things to face. Strike. I was gonna say I think you definitely striking this. Okay.
Striking the Manowar, huh? Yeah. I don't know how I feel about that. It doesn't even like clear the way for attack. Well, now it does. That was a sick rip.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably gonna get countered.
But if it doesn't, man.
Yeah, this is one of those ones where you just have to play it out, because it's like if it doesn't get countered, then you're just like, all right. So now you're just really praying there's no Banishing Light or Cast Out for this shrine. Because
this is where it's pretty awkward that Teddy doesn't have a little bit more mana. Because what they really want to do here is start playing 2-drops and holding up Shrine in case it does get cast out or whatever. Oh, that probably seals the game for Jules, honestly.
Yeah, Teddy's draw was just a little awkward.
Yeah, and Jules really showing off the value of that early disruption from the blue-white deck.
Jules also, like I said, is aware of the value of like putting a clock on the red players.
Yeah.
Because now Teddy's just almost dead in the air, basically.
Yeah. Honestly, the Phantasmal Image play there, I think, on Jules's part, was part of what really sealed that game. Teddy going for the tilt extra land.
Well, I wonder if
going up from 16 to 17 lands.
Young Pyro.
I don't love the. Well, I don't know. With Shatter Skull Smashing, I think it's very reasonable to think that Teddy should be playing 17 lands just because the punishment for Flood is so much lower.
Honestly, I think you just want like cheaper cards. I think getting rid of the Char and still playing the Searing Blaze is just so powerful.
Yeah.
And I think honestly, I just really think having a combo to put in is just like...
I'm also surprised to see Falcon Wrathgorger in the sideboard.
I get it. You're kind of trying to board up a little bit. I don't know. I would push like I don't know, maybe Magmatic Channeler to the sideboard. This, if you draw land, this hand is pretty good.
Magmatic Channeler was in the sideboard, I thought.
Oh, is it?
I thought so, yeah.
I could be wrong.
Yeah, this hand puts a lot of pressure.
So no Mana Tithe, probably a cantrip, yeah.
With this Ponder, I think it's fairly reasonable to assume that Jules has a some sort of counter spell that can deal with a 3-drop. So I think it's likely that if Teddy, hits 3 on curve, which is up in the air still.
Yeah.
I think it's likely that they lead with Ferocidon, which is weaker than Rabblemaster.
Nice name on that.
Yeah.
Really heads up.
I mean, it would have been more heads up if they hadn't lost to that card last game, but yeah. No, I agree.
Yeah, they're keeping it in mind. So this is really a variance one. Man, if Teddy goes down to 0-2 like already, I don't know. That's so weird. I mean, to be fair, Jules' deck, it's 1-for-1s, but it is very consistent because of the cantrips. Like, that is the thing. They can churn through so much of their deck.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the window.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we talked about when we were interviewing him, right?
Land right here. Okay, that's not
that's
the worst card.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
Card to see, but it's...
Although, like, Shrine... Jules' deck is well positioned against a Shrine. I'm not a huge fan of, like, Oblivion Ring effects in general. I think they're a little more expensive than what you get out of them a lot of the time. But they do punish Shrine of Burning Rage a lot, because you have to go shields down on that card sometimes. And you can just wait until it's a real threat, and then bam.
Yeah. Manowar? Yeah. It's a pretty good one. It's not the best.
Bouncing the Revoker is interesting. Because whatever Jules doesn't bounce is more likely to trade with the Manowar. And
here I
Revoker's
like
a lot better than Zerko.
I kind of like playing Ferocidon here because I'm worried about a board wipe.
Yeah, I like Ferocidon too.
Yeah, I like leading on Ferocidon and kind of trying to see what happens. Because as a red deck, when you get to this point, you want your creatures to apply enough pressure that your opponent has to act on their, wow, Monastery Mentor is going to deal them a lot of damage.
Yeah, that is true.
Going
to deal Jules a lot of damage.
Yeah, Rampaging Ferocidon, because it has Menace, like, they have to double block here. And then Rabblemaster token, it's like, you're either taking 3 and trading or eating the Rabblemaster token with Monmen, but...
Rabblemaster, of course, going to deal Teddy some damage.
Okay,
ooh, actually, Chandra might just kill Mentor.
Chandra, if you kill Monmen,
then
the monk kills Chandra. I might even... I don't know. This is a really interesting play, especially with Zealous Conscripts. I kind of like playing the Chandra and just really forcing... Like...
Yeah,
okay.
I think this is reasonable.
Yeah, I don't...
No attacks. I don't like that.
Yeah.
You just have to be more aggressive with Zealous Conscripts in hand. Like,
now just Venser just like punishes you so bad.
Any removal for Ferocidon is just terrible. Yeah, like
this.
Just
where Jules could have been at 9 with a Shrine going up to 5.
Yeah, like sometimes. Like, Planeswalkers are good, but sometimes you do just have to understand these are cards that gain you life.
Sometimes it's just a removal spell.
Yeah, they're just cards that gain you life and tap your opponent's creatures, right? Like,
really love this line from Jules of just like, I need to put enough pressure to kill my opponent, especially with the Shrine.
Yeah.
So yes, this here is really, really nice.
What do you think Revoker's naming now?
Gideon.
Yeah, I think Gideon's nice because it could very plausibly be in Jules' hand waiting for double white.
They don't have the double white.
And like Hollow Blade is clearly not in Jules's hand, right? Like that's no Revoker, just leaving 2 mana open.
Trying to play around a potential Wrath. Unfortunately, Shrine of Burning Rage does cost 3 to activate.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like that. Like
Preordain, okay.
Wrath isn't even great for Jules here with 2, not great, but okay creatures on the battlefield.
Jules is just digging for an answer to Shrine.
Right, very,
100%.
very much so.
That is the only thing that is happening.
And the thing is, like, if Jules Wraths, then he doesn't have an answer to Shrine. And if he answers Shrine, then he doesn't Wrath. Although, I mean, maybe part of the thought process for Teddy was Jules has 2 1/1s in play, and so Revoker's just not trading usefully anyway. Interesting Monk attack. I guess Jules has Mutavault back to block the Rabblemaster, which isn't bad.
Yeah, potentially Venser.
Oh, right. That's how Oust works.
Yeah.
So
here...
I think Jules
like
still attacks with Rabblemaster, though. Or, sorry, Teddy. I think Teddy attacks with Rabblemaster.
Yeah...
I think just getting rid of the Mutavault, putting pressure on Jules's mana.
Yeah, I think that is
like
probably...
this. It also makes the Goblin get through, which it's not now.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing
you play Revoker, hold up
Shrine. Yeah, I
just
like that.
Cannot let your Shrine.
No, at this point, Shrine, like with Jules dead to Shrine plus any burn spell.
And Zealous is basically going to deal a lot of damage if it resolves, which I think Teddy is hoping for. Path to Exile on Rabblemaster. Okay.
That's
fine. Actually okay, because also Rampaging Ferocidon, like when it enters the battlefield, because also Teddy doesn't have to activate Shrine. It's just like you need to have it up. And so Shrine can now tick up to 9 after playing the Ferocidon next turn, and then just be like, okay, do something.
Yeah, and Jules knows Teddy has the Ferocidon, at least in principle.
Jules is also 1 mana away from Approach of the Second Sun, which could be really, really impactful.
Yeah, that's true. Teddy does
is,
need to win the game before that comes down.
This is it right here.
Yeah.
So I think Teddy has it because Teddy's going to take this. I think they're probably going to Shrine end of turn and then
Zealous Conscript for the win. Yeah, I think that's enough. Yeah, that's definitely enough.
Oh my god.
Teddy, what?
They didn't activate it. Okay, so they need to play Zealous first. They need to play Zealous first to play around Mana Tithe. Actually, wait, is this enough? Oh, yeah. Because they're going to take 1, and then Shrine is going to hit.
No.
Okay, yeah. So this technically can work. So they block. So they're probably getting condemned here. Okay. Happens. Now their token lives. And see, now it's so awkward because they're giving themselves a window to lose the game.
Yeah.
And you can't do that with red. Like when you're red aggro, you have to play as close to perfect as you can.
Yeah, it's a really hard game.
Okay. Wow. That was so gross.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna
I think more than anything, that game showed discomfort in playing that type of deck.
Oh, for sure.
And it's like I said, like aggro. Everyone's like, oh, aggro's so easy. Like Ketsy's like, oh, it's boring. It's easy, but like those games are where I love aggro.
It
like,
is
those
not
really,
easy. And
those really interesting decision navigations and like, yeah.
All right. Let's hop over to
You want to see Evan Ketsy?
Yeah, let's see what game they're on. If they're on like game 3 or something, then we'll find someone else. But
all right.
Hey folks, what game are you on?
Game 2.
Going into game 2.
Okay, cool. Who's up?
I am.
Hornet Queen got potted into Crater Hoof, and I was
Alright.
sad, and I didn't contemplate it.
All right.
Evan's still playing pod.
Yeah. So Evan did end up with Pod in his deck, which I do like. I also think if you're gonna take Pod that early, you should be playing Pod. Evan is not playing Ball Agad Recovery, or Turn Timber Symbiosis, which is a colossal mistake. Both of those are huge mistakes.
Yeah, I agree. I like his decision to de-incentivize white. He's not playing the Sun Titan, Cloud Ranger, or Cloud Goat Ranger, or Revelark. Or the Broodmoth even, and I really
He's not
like
playing
that.
a single white card, but he has a Plains? What's going on?
No, he has Siege Rhino.
Siege Rhino. Okay, got it.
He's still playing the Oko, which I agree is a correct read on the power of Oko versus like other cards.
But no island. Oh, I guess he has Breeding Pool. He can't.
Right.
Oh, and Farseek is his only spell that finds a land, so that makes sense.
And he has Bop and Hierarch and Lotus Cobra.
I like Oko here a lot. Not playing those spell lands though. Whoever talked him out of those needs to be
in prison. I do believe in abolishment. I believe that they should be in prison.
Yeah, I
like literally just take out. Wait,
release everyone from prison except for whoever talked Evan out of those.
Excuse me, is he only playing 16 lands? I guess he has Farseek. And
it's not unreasonable, but
okay.
He could easily play 17 if those were two of them because it's just so much less risk of screw.
Oh, this is a great hand. Holy shit. This is why I told Evan, you take Oko first.
Yeah.
This is a sneep and a half.
You're not wrong.
Ketsi with no 1-drop too. Oh my. You play Hierarch.
It's too table talky of us to just yell at Evan to play those spell lands, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's his decision. I don't. That's why even during the interviews, I was trying not to be like, "Have you thought about not playing the X spells?" Like to Val.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't want to push people in too much. All right, and Oko's about to just run away with this game.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. Evan correctly, just like me, figured out that the Lotus Cobra math does not quite get there.
Very relevant and standard right now,
and
whether
now
you can
plus
Lotus
Oko.
Cobra into an Oko on turn 2.
Now you just plus Oko up to a 6 toughness, and
that was a joke. Oko's banned in standard.
Llama, get owned. And now, Evan next turn, if he draws a land, he can play Lotus Cobra, play the land. Ooh, Skull Clamp, interesting.
Yeah, that's a good one. I'm surprised Lotus Cobra didn't end up in Val's deck, by the way, incidentally. Since Val's deck is so focused on getting extra lands into play in particular, whereas, look at all this ramp in Evan's hand that just doesn't interact with Lotus Cobra at all.
So Evan can steal Skull Clamp is the thing.
Oh, that's so sick! And clamp up a Devoted Druid or a Birds?
I would probably do it.
Yeah, I agree, Liz. Liz in chat says 2 years dungeon for Evan and 1,000 years dungeon for whoever gave bad advice, which, yeah.
So stealing
and Turn Timber Symbiosis doesn't even pay light. It doesn't even always enter tapped. It's just. Yeah. I mean, I get that you want turn 1 untapped green sources for all your mana dorks, but Jesus.
So Evan here takes the Lunark, which I do like because Ketsi is, you don't want to spend removal spells. I hate this play. It's not the worst. You get to play Devo Druid, so whatever.
But
I
you
just
could also
like
play Devo Druid plus
playing...
Birds. Ketsi doesn't have Wraths. What's
the one mana? The one damage is very unlikely to be relevant, especially when you already have an Oko on the board. You just really want to do all you can to push your advantage.
Yeah.
This is an example of when you're ahead, you want to get more ahead. Sometimes you want to win the game, but right now is not that time. This is one of those you just want to push your advantage even more. And what I could see Evan doing, honestly, is tapping Devoted Druid, untapping it, tapping it again, and making it a 3/3. So it just becomes like a 2/2.
Yeah. Yeah, it's possible. I could also just see making more food.
Because Evan has a let's see. Because I really hate not playing the Birds of Paradise. Because an untapped land would have been a Hornet Queen or an Avenger of Zendikar.
Yeah.
Sublime Archangel, soon to be Elk.
Wait, is that true? No, Evan. An untapped land would put Evan at 6 mana, not 7. Oh wait, with birds. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Yeah, so this would have been a Hornet Queen in play.
So he needs to play Lotus Cobra before he plays this land, if that's what he's going to do, so that he can also play Woe Strider.
Yeah, and this Oko's just dying. There's just nothing about
Ooh, he can still do it because he can tap Mikaeus.
Oh, that's
a counter.
Oh, Evan just not seeing the Lotus Cobra thing, I guess, or no, maybe he's going for the Mikaeus play. I mean, that does draw Ketsi 2 cards, which is pretty awkward.
But the Lotus Cobra...
Nope, he's just casting the Birds of Paradise.
On mana. Doesn't it? Yeah. Really, like, this
no,
is...
No, it's net -1 mana, because you only gain 1 mana off of it from the land.
But then you also put a land into play... Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so he just gave up the opportunity to have a Woe Strider in play right now. He plays the Lotus Cobra after the land.
It's like little things like this where Evan, he talks about like getting lost in the sauce with his draft decks, which he does, but it's also just like very little plays like that. Like that you give up so much value.
Yeah, because Woe Strider could trade with Archangel here, and instead he has to chump. Ooh!
So this is huge, yeah.
What?
There's no reason to do this right now.
Just giving Ketsi 2 cards?
Yeah, there's no reason to do that right now.
I think Evan thought he would draw the 2 cards, but that's not how Skullclamp works.
Yeah, and because it's like, I guess if Ketsi, he might be saved, because like if Ketsi would have gotten a Fractured Identity to a Hornet Queen, this is a whole different game.
Yeah, although Evan still has 4 green Hornets, right? Like,
yeah,
it's not. Plus, Evan has the Mikaeus, so like, I don't know. It's not that bad.
Yeah,
losing Mikaeus here with Hornet Queen and Avenger of Zendikar in hand is so rough. Especially because once Ketsi has Oko, it just doesn't really matter that Evan's creatures are bigger on defense. He could have plussed Mikaeus and then minused Mikaeus this turn and just had a way better board position.
Yeah, I think Evan's just... I don't know how to put it. It's just a very questionable place.
Yeah. He can at least land Avenger of Zendikar plus a land here, which is pretty good.
Tap. And then...
Evan! Oh, why did he even do the Devoted Druid? Why would you even put a -1/- counter on it? Oh my god. Sarah, I'm dying here.
I mean, this is why Marshall and I, last time when he was playing for the tiebreak, we had to just not watch. Like with Cube, I think like a lot of times, you just get in the mindset of like, I want to do the sick play or whatever. And so now he's just like, yeah, this trades because it's a 4/3.
This is stuff I expect to see at like 6 p.m., not 4:30. Like when everyone's just fucking exhausted.
I don't know what to say. TBH.
I'm sorry, Evan, if you're watching this after the fact. I'm sorry. But this is rough. And just like keeping the sideboard open to specifically taunt me every time I look over there and see Balaged Recovery and Turn Timber Symbiosis. Like, I specifically am dying in my heart. One thing I want to mention that's like on a much lower priority level than all of these things, but like a thing I see happen a bunch in Roto is people will end up doing some stuff, taking some like mid to late picks and ending up just like cutting all of those cards from their deck, like Evan's double white spells, for example.
Yeah.
And I think it's important, like, Yeah, the lands, yeah, God. But like I think it's important when you're drafting Roto to at least like have in your head the deck that you're building going on. Like you want to be able to sort of like loosely see the outline of the deck. You want to see your curve. You want to like be sort of like mentally cutting cards so that you get to your 23 playables. I think that really helps not take cards that are like this just is going to sit in my sideboard every game, every match, and never get sided in. It's just not. Or like
Yeah.
cards like this is a color that I'm ending up cutting. Like it's reasonable to get there in table draft. That happens a lot because you don't have as full information. But in roto draft, you really should be you should end up with relatively few sideboard cards
Like
and
Cats.
and exactly and have those sideboard cards each like have a purpose, have a reason you know you want to side these in sometimes.
I mean, sometimes, like Cass, you make a pick and you're like Command the Dreadhorde, where it's like, what was I thinking? I'm probably not going to play this. Like, that's fine. That happens to everybody, I think. But it's just like, when you have a sideboard and it's just like good cards, really good cards, like Luminous Broodmoth, and
Yeah.
you're just like, I can't play this. And it's just like, well then, yeah, it's just like, also, this line from Ketsi, where she just traded the Oko, I mean, she probably thought it's going to die to the Hornet Queen, but it's just like, Oko, like, then you have 2 5-mana Planeswalkers that Evan has to deal with. Like, I don't know how Ketsi comes back from this. Like, this shows the power of Oko. That a turn 2 Oko, even in a game, okay, Selfless Spirit's at least kind of interesting.
Even in a game where it gets stolen.
Even in a game where it gets stolen and there's like a lot of misplays, or like bad sequencing, it just doesn't even matter. Like,
yeah. I mean, if the Sublime Archangel had lived, I mean, if plays had been better, Sublime Archangel would have just eaten a Hornet and died. But
yeah. Green Sun Zenith, pretty good. You probably want to attack with Birds of Paradise to kill the Elspeth guaranteed this turn. Offering the Selfless Spirit.
trade, which is fine. Like
Trade with
Selfless
Hornet
Spirit.
Queen or Bop.
Why? What? Magic Online. What's the blue text on Selfless Spirit? I don't understand. Does it say Exalted? Because that card does not have Exalted right now.
Oh, yeah. What? That's weird.
You gotta,
it does.
You gotta
it's
attack
Sublime.
with the. No, it doesn't because Sublime Archangel has no abilities.
No, that's what I was saying. That's weird. Okay,
Yeah.
attacking with the soldier token is bad because it gets eaten.
Just
by
gets
Sublime
eaten by the
for free.
angel.
Yeah, not
just-
attacking with Bop.
Just
You
throwing
get,
away.
you get to get
Ugh.
well. Not attacking with Bop is bad because it doesn't kill Elspeth. Because now Ketsi gets to go like this, and she gets another Elspeth activation. It's not going to be very good. Actually, I mean, it is
Trip.
really good with Skull Clamp.
Yeah.
But now Evan gets to search out Biogenic Ooze with
that's
Green
pretty
Sun
good.
Zenith.
Avenger of Zendikar would be great if he could land a fucking land afterwards, but you know.
Yeah, I
guess he just doesn't have the mana for it at this point anyway.
Yeah, it's just like this is where I like to have a picture of my deck list in a deck where I'm playing like Vivian and Green Sun to just be like, what do I want? Honestly, I could even see Green Sun Zenithing just for Rexage, just to kill Skull Clamp, because it's how Ketsi gets back in the game.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's basically a Muldrifter because she's drawing 2 cards off it next turn, almost guaranteed.
It's a little bit off.
Like, I don't hate Green Sun for like Marin here, just to help grind out. Although I think I like Ooze or Rexage better. I think possible that Evan just is paying the full 5 here to look at his deck and figure out what he wants.
No. He looked at it on this. Yeah,
I guess that's
he looked
true.
at it.
Yeah.
So yeah, here it's either Marin, Rexage, or Ooze. I don't think Siege Rhino or E-Witness are. Yeah. Okay. I actually. So paying the full 6 mana, and ultimately deciding to go with Rexage, you know.
Yep.
But now Elspeth, I don't know how Ketsi.
I've done that before too.
I know. I don't know how Ketsi can deal with 4/1/1 Death Touch insects. Is is my real concern here. Because she has Avacyn, she has Archangel Avacyn. Okay. Oh, so...
Oh, Ketsi
yeah, it
does
has
have an anthem. I forgot about that. Sick.
Yeah, why does it say it has Exalted? It doesn't.
It does not have Exalted. Magic
Oh, is
Online.
it blue because it's like it doesn't actually have
No,
it?
it's the same. It's the same text as Archangel says. Sublime Archangel is
That's
green,
a bug.
So
That's like
yeah.
if this is 11 damage, that's a bug.
That's
like,
a huge bug. Jeepers.
Yeah.
No.
Wow.
Oh damn.
Wow.
I'm taking a screenshot of this.
Because that should not be the case unless somehow. Hang on, I'm gonna look at Oko. Yeah, because it loses all like abilities. It loses like text, right?
Yeah.
Loses all abilities and becomes a green. Yeah, like that's pretty fucked up. I mean, we're gonna get to the point where it's like Evan's gonna get to attack. Okay, that's really good.
I'm asking on Twitter what the result is. It's possible that it's like a layers thing because it's a layer that grants abilities and then another layer that removes abilities, but
but because it enters the battlefield with the ability and then it removes the ability. Like, yeah, I don't think so. Okay, so now Evan really needs here to attack with 2 insects and then play Garrick Relentless and just kill the Benelish Marshal.
Well, it's just going to kill Dauntless Bodyguard because it's currently protecting Marshal.
Interesting. Okay. In that case, I almost don't hate playing Woe Strider, just to kind of have a creature on the board to kind of like pressure or like creates a chump blocker. You start to
I mean the insects are pretty good at blocking here, but
well, yeah.
But yeah, I don't hate it. It's another thing that trades with either Benelish Marshal or Dauntless Bodyguard.
Does Ketsi have Path? Who has Path?
Jules has Path.
Yeah, Jules has it.
What is this? Oh, Exalted.
Hell yeah.
That's actually a good play.
I was gonna say that's actually better than
Evan outfought me in this one.
Yeah, damn. I always forget about Hierarch. So now Elspeth's down. Yeah, I don't even hate just making a wolf with Garrick. Just like...
Yeah. I like that a lot here.
Yeah, just starting to grind out advantage.
Mm-hmm.
You can even kill the Devo Druid just to flip the Garrick so that you can sack something to... You can like play Woe Strider and sack it with Garrick's ability to tutor out a big creature. I actually kind of like that line.
Yeah. Ketsi might even just sacrifice the Druid in response to stop it, which is also a good outcome.
Yeah.
Ketsi is... I think Ketsi's probably losing this game.
I agree.
I think she's going to watch this video after the fact and be like, how did I lose the game against so many misplays?
I think the only way she wins is if she draws Stoneforge Mystic Jite.
Yeah, that could do it. The Jite, good against insects.
Yeah, that deals with the insects.
Bees.
Yeah. Either one of these is fine. I don't love trading Garrick for Benelish Marshal. Just like... Bodyguard, like forcing them to pop the Bodyguard. I don't love that.
I wouldn't do that. I think if you're going to 0 Garrick for 3 damage, you do it to Devoted Druid.
He's tanking. He's thinking pretty hard. He's ghosting the stream, listening to what we're saying. Also, if he makes a wolf token, I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
as well.
I think either the wolf or the druid kill are totally respectable.
Honestly,
here.
Yeah, it's like even killing the Benelish Marshal isn't the best, but it's
silent clearing looking really strong for Ketsi.
It's defensive. Yeah, these Horizon lands have been great for her.
Lands are a lot better now than they have been in 2 years ago. Can you imagine? No one's done this yet, but can you imagine Primeval Titan finding like Ball Again Recovery plus Karoo?
It cannot do that. It cannot hit ball.
Oh, right, because it's not actually a land on the in
yeah.
the deck. That's too bad.
Yeah.
Still, finding a Karoo to bounce the Ball Again Recovery.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
you
I was
already
gonna
have
say
in
you.
play.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
I mean, Evan did take the one Karoo in the cube Golgari Rot Farm.
Don't understand this because of the exalted that shouldn't be there. Maybe this is the gentlewoman's agreement. Like, hey, I shouldn't have exalted.
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
haven't been
attack-
listening to their chat, but it's very possible that they that
I'm gonna
Ketsi-
attack like Garbo.
But even so, like the fact of the Death Touch insects means that this is like it's a lot less valuable than it could be.
I hate these blocks.
I mean, I like the insect blocks, but I would just block an insect on the other dude.
Where's Ketsi even attacking? Oh wow, if she has Archangel Avacyn, this is actually really sick.
Yeah, actually, given that, I'd probably
That's
try
what
to
this
trade
feels
off
like.
one insect, but then chump with the Rex Sage and the wolf or something.
I think you put an insect. I think you put an insect in front of Benelish Marshall, and then you put a wolf in front of the 3/2 Dauntless Bodyguard because it's probably sacking to save it anyways.
Yeah.
And then you put a 1/2 in front of the 1/3 Devoted Druid. Or
I hate that.
I mean, it's the same as putting a 1/2 in front of it.
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't think
so now-
Evan has cottoned on to the Avacyn. And he's just letting Garrick die? Or is Ketsi attacking his face? She could be attacking his face just because like he's at 7, and that's reasonable.
Not blocking the Benelish Marshal is very interesting to me.
Let's see, who are they attacking? Can we see in the log? Okay, yeah, so they're attacking his face. So not blocking the Marshal is something, I guess. It's putting an insect on the
That's pretty good.
bodyguard.
Wow,
Woof.
that's really good. That's
Yeah.
really good.
Putting an insect on the bodyguard rather than the Marshal. I understand the logic there, like it gives Ketsi fewer choices, but I don't know. I would probably have just let her misplay.
How does Evan win from here? Ketsi just has a flyer.
Evan has 2 insects?
Or sorry, the
Wait,
insect
the
tokens.
Skyclave Apparition A doesn't fly, and B, Evan has
It's
2
not a
insects.
flyer? What? It
Yeah,
looks
I know, it's a
flying.
weird one.
So
I mean, I'd
here
probably just play... You don't play the
He doesn't have
planes.
enough mana to...
I guess that's true. Wow, aggressive attacks with these insects, which are
I mean,
excellent.
he's playing Avenger, so it makes sense.
I guess so. But the
Also, you
insects
can
actually
attack with
kill
one.
Ketsi's attackers.
Also, you
so-
can attack with
yeah,
one because of
which he
Exalted.
did just last turn. Yeah, I don't.
Hopefully, this should shut the door.
I mean, Evan does need to draw another land for it to be really critical, but
Like I said, I'm hoping this will shut the door,
yeah.
and we can.
I mean, I guess that's also a 5/5.
It feels like. I mean, I get that you want to think out your plays. It feels like the pace of play from both people has been quite slow.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's something I've tried to
right.
not actually harp on, but complain about. I guess it's just complain about the pace of play from other people.
It's rough to watch. All right, we got a bunch of people are in this channel, so
Okay.
hey friends,
So-
who do we watch now?
I mean, you
Who's
can watch me
left?
play again. I don't know if you've already watched Evan play much.
No, this is our first for either of you, but we have a few people we've never watched. We've never watched Val or
Val?
Cass, but they're here. Let me pop into their channel, see how long they are going.
How's
Hey,
it going,
folks.
everybody?
How deep into your match are you?
We're in game 2, and
Hey,
it's kind of a grind fest.
who wants to be on a podcast about this roto?
I think Ass has it.
Okay. So Evan, Ketsi,
And
I'm
who's
trying to
up
make it
again?
like I'm trying to stamp out
I'm
like
okay.
an actual
So we're probably
group
going
in
into game
time.
3.
I'll ask again at the end. The
right.
people
Um,
who aren't.
let's see.
Oh,
So
Okay.
I'm gonna pop back into the other
Oh,
channel.
okay.
All right. Hey, friends.
Marshall, did you want to play?
Yeah, sure.
to
I need to
table
play Teddy and Daniel.
for another. We'll go to WoW 8's another match.
So far, only Cass is undefeated, interestingly. Everyone's just fucking 1-1ing all over the place.
I blame Emrakul.
Fair. Let's see. We have not seen Marshall. We have not seen Cass. We have not seen Val. And I believe we've seen everyone else. So I'm gonna go to. So we could watch Ketsi and Marshall. Yeah, let's do that, and then we'll catch one of Val or Cass's next 2 matches, and then the other one.
The Exalted.
All right, hello,
Is
friends.
that what it was?
Yeah, let them have Exalted. The Exalted.
So weird.
Yeah, we were noticing that. I posted on Twitter to see if there's a weird layers thing that makes that actually correct secretly, or if it's just a wild bug.
Well, it's like it used to be. I don't know how much they changed it. It used to be like the interaction between Urborg, Tomb of Yawgmoth, and Blood Moon was like the opposite of what you expect. I'm sneaking this. And it's kind of similar. It's about the timestamp order, but that was a long time ago, and they may have improved the rules since then.
Yeah.
Hello, I've returned.
All right. So we're sitting down with Ketsi and Marshall. Val and Cass might have another game going at some point, or might have another game in their match. But I figured just start from the beginning of a new match, and we'll catch up with them later.
So we can hear you in case you were planning on.
I will.
You're not.
I will deafen now. All right. So this is Ketsi versus Marshall. Mono white versus blue red twin.
Love Marshall's basics, by the way.
Yeah, those are nice ones.
Interested to see how Ketsi's deck turned out.
Liz, no, I don't deliberately not have stream chat on screen. Fuck. Let me fix that a millionth of the way through the thing.
There hasn't been a ton of chatting.
No, there hasn't.
Yeah.
And mostly what's been said I've reiterated, but still, sorry everyone.
Compulsive research from Marshall. This is kind of a good game for him because he's not really under a lot of pressure from Ketsi.
Yeah.
The Giver was killed.
He also took a lot of cheap burn spells, which are gonna work fairly well against Ketsi.
Yeah, it's gonna be really nice. I actually have come around on Marshall's deck. The only thing I don't like is his mana base.
Yeah,
we've talked about
rough,
that. But I kind of do like his deck. He is so typically when we talk about people like being like red can support multiple drafters.
Yeah.
Marshall's deck is really the epitome of that, where it's like it supported 3 drafters. Like Val isn't like super red, but it supported Dan, Teddy, and Marshall. And Marshall got a lot of really, really critical stuff like a Braid, Flame Slash, nice pickups.
Yeah, and those are...
And the gold cards. He got Royal Scions and Electrolyze, which is pretty good against Ketsi's deck.
Yeah, it sure is.
And like right now, like Ketsi doesn't have a way to deal with Twin. Like Marshall can just win.
Yeah.
Like, if he has it, obviously.
But he could, right?
He could
actually, Imposing Sovereign does stop Twin on its own. So he would need an answer to that.
That's true.
His Archangel's pretty good, though. Marshall's gonna need to kill that. I mean, hopefully he has it. Like, he has a lot of access to burn spells, but this is game 1. Some of them may be sitting in his sideboard. And it looks like he doesn't have it, at least right now.
Unless he's planning... Okay.
That's a weird one.
I mean, he might be trying to Twin.
But Ketsi's just going to play it again on her next turn. He doesn't have the...
I mean, Ketsi might just play Elspeth. Or, like, he might have Remand.
Yeah, Ketsi's a smart cookie. She knows to play around Twin combo if it's relatively cheap. Wow! So he doesn't have Twin. There's no way he drops Pact of Negation if he has Twin, right?
Ketsi doesn't have counter spells
I guess
or
that's
like
true. I guess that's
instant
true.
speed removal. Like, yeah.
And it's not like Pact of Negation's going to stop this imposing sovereign particularly effectively. But yeah,
Yeah.
now Ketsi drops Elspeth because there's no reason not to. I mean, I guess if Marshall has Pestermite, Twin, and a land in hand, he could still go
No,
off. Oh,
no,
because
because yeah.
Twin requires a unsummoning sick creature. Yeah, so
Yeah.
Elspeth is just great here.
Yeah, I think Elspeth.
Elspeth make a
costing
token,
to-
slam for 6.
Yeah, I like it. Equip Skull Clamp on Sublime Archangel even. I also don't hate this. This isn't the worst. It's like, but this is kind of the playing scared of Twin thing. I do like equipping the Skull Clamp to Sublime Archangel just to like get an extra point.
Yeah. By the way, it looks like Dan checked in a judge Discord, and the ruling is that those exalted triggers were not supposed to exist. That is a Magic Online bug. All right, Burst
Okay.
Lightning on the Sovereign, unsurprising.
All right, so this is where it gets a little bit scary because now Marshall is kind of in this like can attack can attack with this stuff and just like leave up mana, and it's just like, well, we'll see.
Yeah.
Because Marshall could have he could have held the burst lightning to kill the Sublime Archangel. So if you're Ketsi, you kind of start thinking, why didn't they do that?
Yeah.
Like, is it to save the 1 point of damage and, potentially down the line? And now
Or the Skull Clamp triggers, potentially.
this is one thing I didn't love about Ketsi's deck when I looked at it. It's like its curve is a little high.
Yeah.
Not
Ketsi-
too many 1-drops. And
Ketsi does
like,
not draft aggro very often, so...
Yeah.
I
mean, this
think
is a
she
lot
maybe...
of damage.
Yeah, it totally is. But it's fairly disruptible damage at this point.
But right here, Marshall can Pestermite.
Well, if Marshall
if he
Pestermite's
does,
here, then Council's
gonna-
Judgment gets him.
Unless he has a counterspell.
That's true, but he did just discard 2 counterspells.
Yeah.
As you said, on the theory that
I actually
Ketsi doesn't
kind of
have that much disruption.
I actually
if
kind
he-
of like taking the damage from Marshall. If you have
Yeah,
Twin in
if he
hand,
has the
might
twin,
not-
he
yeah.
has he absolutely should take the damage. This kind of signals he doesn't. Ketsi's still getting rid of the Pestermite to be, defensive about it, which I think is good. But
agree with that line. Oh, does he have another?
no, it's just a
It's just
Borrower.
Brazen. Brazen Borrower does block.
Brazen Borrower. Yeah, it does block. Well, no, it doesn't block Archangel with Exalted.
I mean, it chumps. Ooh, that's
Yeah, it
really
chumps.
good. Loses flying.
Oh,
Makes
right,
your-
loses flying. I always forget about that on Mu Yanling.
Yeah. And now I don't hate attacking with Brazen Borrower because it can't block anything anyways.
Yeah, that was just a missed attack.
Actually, no, because I mean it's gonna work out because Elspeth could give.
Yeah,
something
yeah,
free.
maybe that was just like super
No.
clever on Marshall's part.
It was a mistake. Now Marshall can crack his eyelet.
The other thing about Ketsi's high curve is that it does make these Horizon lands a little bit less valuable. Like normally in a mono white deck, you have 7 lands and a Sunbaked Candy, and you're just cracking that till the day is done. But Ketsi is not going to be able to play 2 spells this turn if she does that. So, and she has this Skull Clamp to sort of give her other ways of getting card advantage.
I like cracking the Sunbaked Canyon before playing Elspeth, just because you always want to like inform your decisions the most as possible. And even if she draws her 5-drop Avacyn, it's like still good.
Still pretty
obviously.
great, yeah. Do you think Marshall just crashes in with both creatures here?
Marshall or
Sorry, Ketsi.
potentially.
Because
So he's cracking to probably draw for Remand there.
yeah. Because
Yeah, I think this
the
is
Exalted
kind
is
of
just going to get blocked by the Borrower anyway.
Yeah.
Like whether it gets Exalted or whether it just gets jumped without Exalted, it's still getting chumped. So the Exalted trigger is doing that much, And if Marshall wants to trade Seasoned Pyromancer and an Elemental for Sublime Archangel and draw Ketsi 2 cards, she's not sad about that, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, so looks like she is attacking with both.
So she's going to face... Yeah.
Which makes sense. Like, when a Planeswalker's at 4 and your opponent's at 9, it's like, doesn't matter that much to kill the Planeswalker before you just get them dead. Especially if you aren't guaranteed to actually get the kill on the Planeswalker.
Yeah. So here, I do like trading with the Skull Clamped creature. I think you just... getting the Exalted off of the board when Elspeth is looking to run out of control eventually.
Yeah, I can see that, especially
to...
with Marshall having relatively little flying defense going on. Ketsi could easily just assemble 9 damage in the air.
Interesting. I think Marshall wants to pressure the Elspeth, which I don't hate.
Yeah, I guess so.
It depends on what he has in hand, because
Yeah.
his draw might have kind of, I don't know.
For all that he drafted a bunch of burn, we haven't seen that much of it. We've seen Burst Lightning and Dead Gone, but like we haven't seen anything that deals 3 damage. And I think he has Fire Prophecy, he has some stuff like that, which would have been good at many different points in this game. Like if he had Fire Prophesied in response to jumping the Benalish Marshal, that would have just...
this before, I mean, he's probably not attacking, but I think he's just digging.
He
pushes
should
away
be
a land.
attacking. Why wouldn't he attack with at least one thing to get an extra card in hand, you know?
I mean, if he has a land that he's probably... Like, if he had a land in hand and he's like... I don't hate not attacking, especially because if he has, like, the Twin in hand and he's just trying to dig for an answer and live, basically. Like, you don't want Ketsi to see more cards, and you do want to just, like, stay alive as long as you can.
Yeah. Yeah.
So now the Sublime Archangel has flying still because Moon Yanling did not plus.
Yeah, so Ketsi can attack with 2 flyers if she wants to.
Which will be good, obviously.
Yeah. Although if she does that... Okay, that was just a spew of a chart, of course, then.
I mean, it depends on what he drew. Like, honestly...
I guess, but... I feel like if there's any chance you're attacking first, you just... If there's any chance you're attacking this turn, getting the full extra card... Because, like, even with it being a land, just having an extra land in play is really strong here. Oh, that Spectral Procession is great for Ketsi.
It's going to be real good.
Anthems, I'm telling you, Anthems are great.
Yeah, I like Benalish Marshall a lot. I also, if you're in the mono white, I love Honor of the Pure.
Yeah. It's it's awkward with, like, Shrine of Loyal Legions in particular, but everything else, it's just terrific.
Whatever.
Yeah, Ketsi, I do generally like Ketsi's drafting in terms of, like I think Ketsi's strategy of Roto Draft is really, really strong. I think her prioritization of cards for a mono white deck, like, is not quite where it wants to be. I think if Ketsi built a constructed mono white deck out of cards in the cube, it would not be quite optimal, judging by what she's picked in this Roto.
So I like creating a soldier token and then attacking with Sublime Archangel, and because that is lethal, so Marshall has to block. And then you can draw 2 cards that way, and then if you want, you can Skull Clamp your token, and then still play Shrine and Spectral. Like, you have enough mana to do everything.
Sorry, what was the play you liked?
Making a soldier token, attacking with Sublime Archangel. Okay, this is also fine.
The problem is then it just gets chumped by the Elemental, and she's not pushing through as much damage as she wants to.
So straight to attack, so Marshall doesn't have a thingy.
Very curious if Marshall did have the twin
Marshall's
and just
really...
failed to play around the Council's Judgment. And
so he might just
game.
be playing around it right now. Like, here comes Shrine. And he didn't let her draw cards. Like, if you're playing to not lose, you kill the creature and kind of like.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
man.
that
Interesting.
taps him down. That's a weird remand.
I think he's just trying to draw. Like he's just trying to get to his combo.
I guess so, but like, how is he surviving this next turn?
Pyroclasm. Not as good. Oh, that's right. With Benelish Marshall, Skull Clamp doesn't even kill the 1/1s from
Yeah.
Elspeth.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised to see a concession here.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine. I mean, I guess Chandra could get him out of this because she does
Chandra's
free to
real
everything.
nice.
And
Yeah, this feels like a Chandra.
yeah,
Chandra -3. Holy shit, that's good.
it's pretty good here. I mean, it puts Ketsi in a pretty decent position. She still has Elspeth. She has, gonna have 4 cards in hand going into next turn. Marshall knows she has Shrine. But,
Yeah.
Marshall has,
Marshall also has Mu Yanling.
yeah.
And at that point, we'll have a Chandra who lives, by the way.
Yeah, that's true.
And then here she comes. Here comes Mom. Mom's home, baby. And now -3. Really, really, really powerful.
Yeah. If he -4s, I'm gonna cry into my cereal.
No, no,
Okay.
he Marshall's been to the Pro Tour. He knows what he's doing.
I don't know, some people, like, some really good Magic players sometimes come to Cube and just, like, the sheer number of interactions they haven't seen before or whatever is, it can be overwhelming.
Yeah. All right.
That, Windbrisk Heights is pretty sick for Ketsi here.
So you lead on
He just
Shrine.
easily
yeah.
gets 3 attackers with this Blade Splicer plus Dauntless Bodyguard.
Yeah. This is a lot.
Skull Clamp pulling its weight. As I have often said, Skull Clamp is a
mono-white.
really, really good card in aggressive decks.
Yeah.
It's just like the Jesse Mason strategy of trying to use it as a draw engine in controlling decks to go with like a Planeswalker that makes 1/1s. It's like, if you have a Planeswalker that's making 1/1s in a controlling deck, you're already happy. Interesting. Killing her 1/1 to get some cards, even though it turns off Windbrisk Heights. I guess she has enough lands that makes some sense. And she's, playing to some degree scared of,
Ooh, that's pretty nice.
yeah, Flame Flash.
Now Chandra
Great
gets to
card.
kill Elspeth. Chandra gets to kill Elspeth. Blade Splicer gets to eat one if it wants.
Yeah,
But it's Skull Clamp fuel, so probably not.
Ketsi is still has to play defensively for Deceiver Exarch and Splinter Twin. Like,
Yeah. This is when Val said Marshall took the wrong Chandra, I was like, I don't even know if I agree with that. Because it's kind of like, this Chandra is no joke. And it is a faster clock. Like,
yeah, no, I mean, they're both very good Chandras. I do agree that Awakened Inferno is objectively the better one, but I could see the point for this one being better in Marshall's deck in particular.
this is about to get so fucking gross.
Yeah.
Anafenza Kintry Spirit with Shrine up and Selfless Spirit backup is... I'm going to say
Anafenza
Marshall
does say
not have the-
non-token, I think.
Oh, yeah, whenever another non-token. But still, it's just Selfless Spirit against this Chandra.
Yeah. Selfless Spirit's sick here. And everywhere.
I mean, Skyclave Apparition can also get rid of a Planeswalker if she wants to press her advantage. I don't hate either line. You definitely play Selfless Spirit.
I mean, the thing about getting rid of Mu Yanling here is that it's probably just better to get rid of the token that Mu Yanling makes.
Ooh, snappy.
This is strong. What is this going to be? Burst Lightning.
Oh, to kill
Interesting.
Anafenza.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I like that.
I like this. It's still... Marshall's still in a little bit of a rough shape without being able to wrath away the Shrine tokens, although the Shrine tokens are happening at instant speed anyway, so it
No,
kind of...
he can kill them with Chandra.
Well, not if Ketsi activates at the end of Marshall's turn.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Like, Marshall's... Wow, Ketsi tapping down here, even with a lethal Shrine of Loyal Legions. I'm really surprised about that. This gives...
Sometimes you get tunnel vision a little bit, you know?
Yeah, this gives Marshall an out to just abrade the Shrine and kind of come back.
If interesting with Marshall, I wonder if you discard your hand to Chandra, or if you try to kill the board.
I mean, just trading Chandra for Selfless Spirit doesn't seem amazing. You trade Chandra and... Well, you'd -1 Chandra, because that just kills Selfless Spirit anyway.
But it doesn't kill Skyclave Apparition is the problem.
Skyclave Apparition isn't dying. Selfless Spirit sacrifices itself, no matter what.
Well, yeah. Unless Ketsi F6, which she has. I see the yield.
No, the yield, that's an F8 yield.
Oh, damn. Sorry, Ketsi doesn't F6. She's better than us plebeians.
Yeah, I don't hate discarding his hand if he doesn't have one of the combo pieces in there. Like, clearly comboing is his plan A for winning this game. And, like, Ketsi gave him a window here. Because he can tap down one of Ketsi's creatures if he finds a Pestermite. I would tap down Apparition, because Apparition can be lethal on its own. None of the others can.
How is Apparition? Oh, because it gets +X or whatever when you attack?
No, Skull Clamp plus Apparition makes it a 3/3.
You're right.
Whereas Selfless Spirit just dies if you clamp it. And, like, I mean, Ketsi gave him a 1-turn window. He can't possibly bet that she'll give him another window with this Shrine.
She also can attack with all 3 and History of Benalia off of the Wind Risk.
Yeah, and Marshall might be afraid of that.
He's really tanking. I think he's really considering discarding his hand.
Yeah.
Because he probably...
What? There's no way that was right. There are no...
if he had a combo piece...
If he has Splinter Twin and not Pestermite in hand... But then
he can't discard his hand because he's like, well, how do I win against the board? It's really the Selfless Spirit was the nail in the coffin. Like,
yeah, if he had Splinter Twin dead card, he can still, I mean, he could Splinter Twin Snapcaster Mage, which isn't great, but does at least buy him some turns. And if he has any bounce spell, he could potentially make it back, but...
Yeah. If Ketsi doesn't bring in the Sword of Fire and Ice, I'm going to cry. Like, literally the best matchup for it.
It's gotta be correct to bring it in.
Yeah. She brought in Archangel Avacyn, and I'm just like, why though? Like...
I mean, Marshall has some Wraths.
Okay,
wow, Fractured Identity is in her sideboard. I can't get behind that at all. I really I
agree. I like it.
That card's just too powerful to leave in this board.
So she takes out the Mox. I don't hate that. Oh no, she's playing 17 lands.
Was she playing 17 plus a Mox?
I think she was playing 16 plus a Mox.
I mean, I actually don't hate 17 plus a Mox with a bunch of Horizon lands, but yeah, this sword is fucking killing me here. I actually like Kitchen Finks in this matchup too, because it just matches up really well against Marshall's infinite burn spells.
Yeah, I agree. I don't hate that. There's a lot of burn.
Yeah.
It's likely to die. Because even if you make it a 4/4, it still dies to Flame Slash. Like, yeah. Don't hate that. So she's boarding up, obviously, because she brought in Avacyn and Fractured. So she's taking out Avacyn. She doesn't bring in the sword. It's 100% a mistake. And I'm willing to bet my life on that. She thinking of taking out Shrine? That seems like one of her better cards. against Marshall. I don't hate taking out like Blade Splicer.
All right, Cass is 2-0. Only XO in the draft so far.
Ketzi
Or
playing
still.
the 41 card special?
She did that just to make us react to it.
All right, this hand's great.
She's
hand's
playing
perfect.
to the crowd. Yeah, this is really
And
wonderful.
she didn't put in the sword, so Stoneforge Mystic will just be finding Jite.
Which is still good, although honestly, like
Might
Marshall's...
force a concession from Marshall because he fucking hates that card.
That's true. It's not great against his deck, but it is good against his personality.
Is Marshall up a match? What's going on? Let me check. Yeah, Marshall's 1-0 right now, or 1-1. So you just play Hollowed Fountain, Shock, play Stoneforge Mystic, get Jite. If she gets, what's it called? She gets Skull Clamp, it's too cute, IMO. Especially with Giver of Runes, just so nuts. This is the power of Stoneforge Mystic. I really disagree with getting Skull Clamp. Wow.
Sorry, chatting in the channel.
I really disagree with getting Skull
Oh
Clamp.
yeah, God. Oh jeez.
As I was saying, if she gets Skull Clamp over Jite, she's being too cute. And
Yep. She's being too
that's-
cute. I
that's
mean,
what
her
happens.
hand's still great, but
Pretty good. I think Marshall could have even waited one more turn.
yeah. I mean, he's afraid of the Skull Clamp. punishing
Leading
him for
on
that,
Dauntless
but-
Bodyguard. Is she just skull clamping?
Why? What?
That does not make sense to me. I mean, she probably just misplayed. It's fine. So end of turn figure is going to become a 2/2. Okay.
Mu Yanling, pretty good against aggressive starts,
Figure.
although
Yeah.
yeah,
You
it's
hit the
like
figure.
Dauntless Bodyguard still attacks it down to but you know,
And if
Ketsy's
she
gonna have
really
to...
wants to, she can turn it into a 4/4 and just kill the Mu Yanling.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
But Benelish Marshall's really gonna make this play bad
Mm.
because now it's just dead.
Yeah.
Now Mu Yanling is just dead. This is one of the reasons I don't love Mu Yanling, is because people are like, oh, she protects herself, and she does, but like
Minimally.
kind of. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like if they have a slow start with only one creature, she protects herself pretty well, but like, yeah, not a ton. Okay. All right, so land, and then having a combo piece here will be a path to victory for Marshall.
Yep. Yeah, Ketsy has nothing that can disrupt it.
So here, probably just playing like. So let's see how much. So she has 8 on board, so she can make figure a 5/5 attack for 10, which is a 2-turn clock, which I kind of like more than playing Shrine and Skull Clamp. Those
Yeah.
are like your inevitability packages, but you're really just trying to win.
Yeah. Yeah.
And also,
I
you
think...
you can attack and not do it, and just like wait to see what happens.
Yeah, because going to combat and attacking first means that if Marshall wants to pester
might
me, he
have
has
it.
to make that decision without Ketsy having mana tapped down.
Yeah.
Whereas if Ketsy taps down first, then Marshall can just freely Pestermite to tap something. I wonder in game 1 if Marshall... I mean, I'm assuming that Marshall didn't have Twin in hand when he cast Pestermite, because otherwise you just wait and do it at the end of turn.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if he was still supposed to just sandbag the Pestermite and try to stave off Ketsy's aggression a different way, or if like that was his best play. I could see it going either way.
All right, let's see it. Let's see if he has it. I'm gonna unmute, or I'm gonna undeafen. I'm not unmuting myself.
All right, we can do that too.
So petty theft, end of combat. Really, really don't like that.
Yeah, I don't understand why he would wait on that. Life total's so important against Ketsy.
Yeah.
So, this is a nice place. Snap.
Yeah, and this is
Pyro.
where we see
Wow.
the I'm deafening again. This is where we see the Dauntless Bodyguard badly sequencing, really punishing Ketsy.
Yeah, for sure. This game's not over by any stretch of the imagination.
I will say, like, one of the things we're sort of consistently seeing with Marshall's deck here is, like, at least against this super aggressive deck, his primary way of winning the game is looking like comboing off. And missing the Kiki Jiki really, really punishes his
Marshall
ability to do that
accidentally F6'd.
consistently. Oh, shit. That's brutal.
His dog jumped in his lap and automatically passed.
Oh, no!
So now it's kind of just like what happens.
Yeah.
Like, does Ketsy just... there's like no way to rewind.
Magic Online's rough that way.
Okay. That's still good.
Well, I mean, Ketsy gets to pump the Lunark.
Oh, yeah.
Ketsy saves one or the other of them. Looking like Kithian.
That really sucks. Because he could have done that main phase and, like, played a land.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just a really weird situation now. Because it's just like, what happens? Like, how do you resolve this? Is it like... Because obviously you don't... There has been, like, plays now. You can't just be... Ketsy and Shrine really makes it weird. You can't just be like, I guess just draw a card and, like, pass it back. Like...
Yeah.
Then also, it's like... it's just... I really wish Magic Online had a more casual way that you could, like, control games.
Yeah.
Yeah, just some take backsies. That's all I want. Because now Ketsy can just pass with Shrine up.
And
just
yeah,
make
it's
a bunch of stuff, and then Benelish or Sublime Archangel. Just doesn't even have to do anything.
impossible to imagine Marshall winning from here.
I mean, that's really unfortunate. Like,
yeah.
It just sucks. Where it's
I
like,
mean,
do you just play another game? Like,
no, I
because
don't
if
think so.
Marshall,
I think
yeah, because it's like if
I mean-
Marshall has the combo and a land in his hand, then he would have won. Like,
I think it's unlikely that he does, though, given how he played with the Electrolyze there.
I mean, if he had a land, it's just like, I don't know. Just pass.
Yeah, I
Okay,
mean,
so
I
he
don't
didn't
think
have
Marshall
a
was likely to
land.
beat this Shrine anyway. Even if he got off the main phase Electrolyze, killed both of Ketsy's creatures, Shrine plus Benalish Marshall is just going to close this game out. Unless he has the combo now, in which case, like,
So Shrine plus Benelish Marshall is one. No, it's lethal.
It's
'cause
enough,
4.
yeah.
Now it's lethal.
Marshall
because
being
it would
killed by his
Marshall
own
would have been at
namesake.
10, and it would have been okay.
I mean, still, if he has the combo, he's not dead here.
If he has
'cause
Remand, he can also live a turn.
Yeah, he only takes 6. But hard to imagine him coming back from this if he doesn't have literally Pestermite Kiki Jiki. Or Splinter Twin, sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if Ketsy plays Benelish Marshall and he has Deceiver Exarch, that's the only way he lives. No, Pestermite, because he goes to 6. That's true. But Ketzi can put a skull clamp on something, and then he has to block it. And now we do this. Go to combat.
I assume Ketsy's clamping before combat.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So now it's just Pestermite or Deceiver Exarch.
Or death.
Beginning
Oh,
of combat.
oh,
Okay.
oh!
That's it. That's the better of the two, because it
Yeah.
blocks 2 damage. So now, tap that. Go to attacks. No right-click attack with all. What a flex. All right, Marshall has a 1 in 23 chance.
He could
of
also
winning
just
the
have it
game.
in his hand.
If he just has it in his hand, that's pretty sick. This is the turn. He has a
Hang on,
land.
let's-
He has a redraw, potentially.
This isn't chart, of course. What is this? Ooh!
Wow. That's so fucking sick.
Oh my god.
All right, this is it.
Yeah, if this doesn't do it, like, it's just not in the cards, so to speak.
Quite literally, not in the cards.
I mean, he's not slamming it, so...
Trying to think of what he could have. He has like Flame Slash plus Pestermite. Also kind of does it. Flame Slash. All right. Wait. Oh, because it was a 1/1.
Right.
Oh boy.
Ketsy
Not
does
bad.
have Council's Judgment now, so she can put him off the combo, unless he has Pestermite.
And so he put 5 cards at the bottom, so it's really a 1 in 15 chance now that he...
Yeah.
Sublime Archangel will put pressure that Marshall will have to chump with Exarch if it comes to that.
That's true.
Sucks. If Marshall wins this game, holy shit.
Yeah, I'm rooting for Marshall here for sure. Sorry, Ketsy, but it would just be so sick if he can pull this out.
Oh, Collective Defiance, and I think he discarded his hand?
No, I think it was just for 3.
It was just to kill.
Yeah.
Wow. Imposing Sovereign, also very good here.
Wow. Yeah. That's
So Sublime
brutal.
Archangel will make it a...
4.
Yeah, 4. Yeah, it
4.
makes it a 4.
Yeah, so it's
Actually,
probably...
Elspeth is just lethal. Never mind. I'm stupid.
Oh.
Yeah, Elspeth's just lethal.
He does...
Alright.
So Marshall does technically have Pact No Negation in his list. I suspect he boarded it out against Ketsy, but she still needs to think about it as a possible thing to play around.
So now...
But, I mean, it's the answer is still play Elspeth and try, and that's it.
all
That's
right,
the
there
game.
goes.
Alright, you want to hop into Jules and Cass?
Yeah.
We're playing
Hey, folks.
half-mouthed in one hand.
Cass, can you stream for us, please?
Sorry, which of us did you want to stream?
Cass?
Sure, give us a sec.
Thank you. Who's or is it's still game 1, I assume? Because it's been like 10 minutes.
Yeah, we just finished game 1. I'm up
Oh, who won?
Jules.
Cool.
Oh, there you go. Team.
Alright, Cass, you are the only EXO left in the draft, so...
I'm gonna do my best to keep it that way.
Alright, going on mute, or on deafen.
That was pretty unfortunate for Marshall.
Yeah, that was rough.
Because electrolyzing main phase to kill those 2 things, like, that just gives him so much more
Yeah, it
life
would
to
have bought him a
work
full
with.
additional turn. Although, Ketsy had a lot of ways of getting rid of the Exarch anyway, so I think it was unlikely he wins that game, even without the F6, but... Yeah.
This is a good keep from Cass. Really, really suited to Ooh, Mana Tithe potentially here.
Yeah, but that's the only thing that punishes this looter, and Cass getting this early looter really
Wow, yeah.
goes under a lot of what Jules' deck is trying to do.
And next turn, they can, she can,
Baral plus Censor. It looks like she
Yeah,
might just be going for Baral now, which I don't like as much. Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
she
okay.
chose the looter.
correctly chose the line.
It's worth noting, it is 5:20 p.m.
So
People have
fatigue-
been doing Cube now for a solid 4 hours. And fatigue is probably starting to set in for a lot of these drafters. One of the real things about an all-day roto is like it is a stamina fest, and we can expect to see more misplays as the day goes on. And that's not anyone being a bad Magic player by any means. No one here is a bad Magic player.
Oh, Marshall did have the twin in game 1 when because of the council's judgment. Wow.
Oh, that was a pretty bad misplay on his part.
Well,
then.
he said he just missed it. Like, yeah, he just missed reading it. That sucks. I mean,
Misreading
that's like part of lay cube experience. All right.
What did he miss reading? Like,
He was looking through the list, like, oh, is there any instant speed removal? No, okay. Or like, what removal does Ketsi have? And was just like, whatever. And then
she also has an Oblivion Ring in her sideboard. Like, it's a loose play. Let's say that.
yeah, I think it's just like, because you want to be good and you want to like prevent damage, but it's like when you're playing a combo deck like that in Cube, you just have to be like, am I dead? No. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Like-
yeah. I mean, like on the one hand, looking for
Ooh, don't
removal.
like that.
Oh yeah, over Baral plus holding up
I mean,
Censor.
I guess you can play Cold Steel and ramp into Lily. So
Yeah,
that's
but Jules has so much disruption of his own. I guess he doesn't have that much proactive stuff.
Yeah.
But maybe Cass is thinking, but like Jules could land a Monastery Mentor here and really just like ruin her day.
Yeah. I think she has more ways to deal with like a turn 3 Monastery Mentor.
Yeah, but they aren't in her hand right now.
Well, she has Looter, so she has like multiple looks at it.
Yeah, but I don't know. I like the Baral. Like you can get out a Cold Steel Heart at some point. It's not going to be that difficult to sneak that in, especially because she kind of doesn't want to play Liliana on curve because that card is so important to her strategy. It's her only reanimation spell right now, and she has a way of getting a big creature into her graveyard. Having Liliana
also,
with Censor backup is just
exactly.
so much stronger.
Yeah. And so if Jules...
Although, I guess I will say, if Jules does tap out here, if Jules casts something that could have gotten censored, Cass does have just a straight road to play Liliana. So maybe that was her thought process, which I think is reasonable.
Yeah, I like that here. And
if
you draw a creature here...
Yeah.
Ooh. What do you pitch?
I think it's Censor or Ugin.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards Censor just because Censor
maybe
can sometimes
Baral,
be...
actually.
I don't hate pitching Ugin, honestly. It's
it's just... But yeah, you want to keep all your lands for sure.
And here comes Lily. Yeah, this is really powerful.
Yeah, I actually take it back. I think going for the Lily is a good play. Even if Jules had landed Monastery Mentor, Lily is a good answer. Or is a good thing to face down that on the other side.
Not the best reanimation target, but also not the worst.
Yeah.
I still would be inclined to.
Is Cass capable of producing red mana?
Coalition Relic, yes, actually.
Okay. It's also possible that since she had blue off of Island, Reflecting Pool, and Zagoth Triumph, it's possible she was just supposed to name red with Cold Steel Heart for the Golos value.
All right,
it would be a really heads-up play, that's for sure. But
yeah, okay, so Banishing Light.
That's a pretty good one from Jules.
I'm trying to... Cass has Cryptic Command. Looking at ways to get rid of Ashen Rider. Ooh, that's
Elspeth
a way to
conquers
get rid of it.
Zelf. Yeah.
Unfortunately, it lines up a little bit weird. You can still cycle censor, so it's not the worst.
Yeah.
Um,
And it doesn't
might-
get mana type here, so... does Jules have Spell Pierce? I think he does.
Ooh, interesting.
I mean, I think Cass has to run this out regardless, but...
Nice. Really good hit there.
Yeah, God, that's so sick. And Ugin's in her graveyard.
So I kind of like attacking with Looter Il-Kor first, just to see if you hit a... Okay, I mean, if you're going to flip the Golos...
Yeah, I still like
It's
attacking
just
with
getting value
Looter,
out.
because you do have the chance of just getting a Grizzlebrand or Ashen Rider and just sealing the game.
She does have a way to...
Oh! So this is... I think this is not as good of a play, getting Golos here, but it's the sweet play for sure.
It is pretty sick. It's pretty sick nasty. Land.
I guess so. I don't know. I feel like lands are pretty important against Jules. He has a lot of mana-based counter spells. And Cass has a lot of stuff to do with her mana, especially with this Golos.
That's true.
This is a really impressive board state from Cass, though. Jules is gonna have to do some heavy lifting to come
And
back
here's
into
the
this
thing.
game.
I don't even think this is that ridiculous of a draw from Cass.
No, you're right. Like, this is, like...
This isn't, like, the nut draw. Like,
She's battled through, like, one piece of disruption. She didn't get, like, anything spectacular off of the reanimation she got off yet.
Yeah.
Also, it's worth saying, phase 2 of Elspeth Conquers Death
is really relevant.
yeah, it's so good against Jules' deck.
Brutal. So, Scary Terry...
And you can see Jules just, like, pounding those cantrips because he knows he's not going to be able to next turn.
And he can't turn Terramander into a 5/5 to kill Lily. He put Lily to 1.
Yeah.
I mean, Terry is going to be good later, obviously. Pump spell. Let's see it. So 1 short. Alright. So that's really good. Now you plus Lily, obviously. You can't do anything else with her. You play the land, and now you can Golos.
Oh, team update, by the way. Team Red Zone, which is Ketsy, Cass, Teddy, and Daniel, are 7-4. Team Is It Charm, Evan, Val, Jules, and Marshall are 4-7. With Team Is It Charm being pretty much solely carried by Evan's 2-1.
Alright. Oh my god. Hero's Downfall and Heartless Act, not the best to see.
I mean...
The Champion of Wits I don't hate. It kind of turns these like kind of mediocre cards into pretty good ones, potentially.
Yeah.
Like, Burrell's not really probably going to do a ton. Just pitch it. Yeah. That's what we call an upgrade.
Alright, I'm just saying it. It took me a while to choose my favorite deck of this draft, but it is Cass's.
Yeah, this one is, like I said, perfect amount of sauce. Has a game plan for how to win.
I think my favorite draft technique of this draft is Teddy's, with Ketsy's as a close second.
Daniel, too, for me.
Daniel also, yeah. Keddy, Tetsy, and Daniel are all really just nailed the draft strategy, but
yeah,
Cass had a plan, and that plan looks to be working out.
And it's just like, also, this is lethal.
Like,
and it's insulated from a board wipe. Like,
so something I want to emphasize here, I guess, is like, I think one of the hardest things to do in Rotisserie is react well to what other people around you are doing. Like, I mean, that's sort of the whole game of Rotisserie, but especially being really flexible in your entire plan and being willing to sort of move in a totally different direction if it seems like your plan is contested or another plan is really open or something like that. And that makes that sort of drafting style is super rewarded towards the ends of the table when you get the wheel picks, but you also have to wait a long time between your picks, where someone can snipe you.
Yeah.
The
Wow,
seats
just run it
towards the
back.
middle really, yeah. I mean, Fatal Push is okay against a lot of Jules' stuff. I will say that.
I could see also like maybe bringing out Connive Concoct because the creatures. I mean, you can steal Monmen and bring in Sublime Epiphany just because it's such a high
Is Connive
impact
Concoct
card.
power or
It's power.
Okay,
So-
yeah.
so yeah,
Fatal
it
Push
can-
is Fatal Push and Bloodchief's Thirst are better because they can hit Terramander no matter what.
And
and
Delver.
Delver.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Um.
Yeah, anyway, so like towards the edges, you're really rewarded for staying flexible. Towards the middle, you have more ability to just say this is my strategy and I'm going to execute on it. And like that's a less impressive drafting style. In some ways, it's an easier way to draft because you have to you have less pressure to sort of be super reactive and to have like 6 different totally orthogonal plans you can execute on, but it puts a lot of pressure on you to have your plan A be really smart and really workable, and it seems like Cass kind of nailed that.
Oh, this sucks.
Woof. I mean, on the draw, I think you kind of
I might
keep
even
this.
take this on the draw.
Yeah, like I
I
can
also
see
I
mulliganing
can,
it.
yeah.
But
Okay, now this is kind of rough, but you have a Scribe with Temple and
yeah, yeah. I mean, you put Elish Norn on the bottom, just keep 5 mana sources and hope hope you draw action. I think
yeah.
maybe keep Elish Norn just so you have something to discard.
No,
You don't think so?
no, probably not.
Elish Norn's
it-
also not great against Jules to begin with, so
Yeah, the likelihood of Elish Norn being relevant in your hand, she might be doing it. mean,
Liz says in chat, apparently Magic Online will let you add just Connive to your deck if it's in your deck list, and it'll show you half of the card, but it won't let you play with the deck list because the card doesn't exist, or because you don't own the card. You do not
Lol.
own the card Connive. Makes me
Lol.
wonder if you could trade for just Connive. Woof.
Yeah. See, this is why I don't like keeping Elish Norn. You just want
Yeah.
to be able to like
Give
play
you a lot
everything.
more bad draws.
And yeah, now you keep that because it turns into another card and it can maybe be good.
Yeah, just low downside to keep it.
Yeah.
Sort
And
of
now it's like
forces
you
Cass
run out
not
the
to play Cold Steel Heart. You can't possibly run out Cold Steel Heart here.
Yeah, I think you just play it.
Yeah,
Play
I
the
think
island.
I don't like that. Jules has a lot of powerful plays on 3, or some.
They have Negate, they have Mana Leak, they have a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, and also like just not playing into
No, Marshall has Negate, sorry.
not playing into his 2 mana counters. I think is pretty good.
Probably picking white here in case you draw Elspeth Conquers Death. You
Yeah.
have double blue and double black from your other lands.
This is brutal.
mean-
This might like a multi-5 is not how you want to lose your EXO record. You know.
Oh, is this game 3?
This is game 3. Jules won game 1. And like Cass's deck is sick. If I were her, I would be like hoping for that 4-0.
Yeah.
We haven't
I
had
mean,
a 4-0 in a
honestly,
while.
There's been some weird ones where it's like where Dan lost off of Emrakul. We saw another match where someone lost due to like a mulligan or
Yeah, I
flooding
mean
or whatever.
variance does happen.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just kind of like if Cass loses this match, I don't think she can be too mad. It's just like, yeah. But I feel like sorry, I had a very loud siren pass by me.
That's okay.
I kind of like keeping the 6 that Cass had and just kind of putting your fate in the cards and just literally being like, all right, let's see it. Like,
Yeah. I mean, I think in some ways the difference between a 3-1 and a 4-0 is like variance. Although, you know, I wish there were a better way to because which were the like really sickeningly strong roto decks. Because Because I think this could, you could make a case that this is up there.
Are we gonna see a hard casted Gristlebrand?
I mean, Cass did explicit. Whoa!
Wow. So this is so punished. Yeah.
Yeah.
No. You have to censor this.
Cass did explicitly build her deck so that she could cast all her high drops if she needed to. It's rough against Jules, because it turns on his mana type really late.
We might see force.
Wow. Is this like a real counter battle in Modern Cube?
Yeah.
Wow, look at that.
Force pitching mana leak, yeah.
All right. That's pretty good.
That happens.
Not often you see a Force of Negation on a censor.
This is not the best fluff.
No.
Riftwing Cloudskate is pretty good. I probably put Riftwing Cloudskate and Arid Mesa in one pile, and
So here's the question. So Cass clicks Spell Pierce first. Is she doing that because she knows Spell Pierce is not actually great against her hand as it stands, and she wants to convince Jules that it's really powerful right now?
I think that's thinking into it too much. I would put Celestial Colonnade in the other pile, and then say that's it. Because Riftwing Cloudskate is
Jules
the only
is
card
also...
that actually does anything here. And it's like Serum Vision is good, and Spell Pierce doesn't do anything, because Celestial Colonnade plus Riftwing Cloudskate is good enough.
Yeah.
And the Arid Mesa is just like free.
Honestly, I think I might put Cloudskate, Mesa, Spell Pierce, and then Colonnade Serum Visions. I think Jules is likely taking whatever the 3-card pile is, and so you just want to make that pile as weak as possible.
Yeah. And so it's like here.
And I don't think you want to give Jules. Oh, wow! He took the 2 cards.
So Jules
he took Spell Pierce, Serum Visions.
Oh,
no, I'm misreading the log. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I just think giving Jules 2 lands is pretty rough, too, because his deck loves lands.
Yeah, I mean, this is a rough game no matter what.
That's for sure.
I guess, also, if you have Elishnorn that you're trying to hardcast, putting Spell Pierce and, what's it called? Oh, wow, this Elishnorn, if it resolves, will do some work.
Please don't cycle the Fetid Pools. I don't think that's good.
I don't think it's good either. Not punished. Yeah, now you just have no way to discard. But, like, you could have played Fetid Pools and then next turn just had Elishnorn.
Yeah.
And especially in a game where Jules knows that you mold and are very likely to... Yeah, this is really rough. I think cycling the Fetid Pools is definitely a mistake.
Yeah. I mean...
Now your Cold Steel Heart can get Rift-Winged.
Oof, that would be pretty bad. I mean honestly, it might be worse for Cass if a land gets Rift-Winged, which suggests to me that maybe not cycling Fetid Pools would have been a good idea, but...
Yeah.
Because at least Cold Steel Heart you can play along with a land if a land gets drawn.
Yeah, because none of the lands are really great. Because like if you I like putting Lutri in hand. That's Jules to me. I really really like how their Lutri deck and where they're just like they put it into their hand a lot. Where it's like I draft Lutri decks where, all right, well. You just jam Elishnorn.
Yeah.
You just have to.
You have to crack the Delta first.
Yeah. The untap of shame.
What? No.
Don't. I was gonna say, don't get that one. You don't have 2. Okay, there you go.
Irrigated Farmland, I think, is the cycling one too. So.
Oh yeah, you're right. And if this gets countered, you have Unburial in hand.
Yeah,
you kind of don't care.
Cass is in a good situation now. And she also one more land and she has Gristlebrand, which again, I don't like cycling
cards.
Fetid Pools, but...
And this is honestly why, I was talking about Jules' deck. Like, you need to have a game plan to win, because then, like, against decks like this, like... You're like, oh, I have counter spells, but if you don't see them at the right times,
Path is good.
Path is really good.
But then there's a Grizzlebrand.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed in Jules not pathing. Oh no, I guess there was no chance to path when Mentor's on the battlefield. I'm just saying, like, you want to get the value of the extra trigger, even if it creates a thing that dies, just because triggers are sweet. Like my opponent in Zendikar draft, who kept playing Akum Hellhounds before playing a land, just to get that extra trigger value. It's just good tight play. You want to get as
Good
many
flex.
triggers as you can.
Yeah. So here, Riftwing Cloudskate on Cold Steel Heart will delay Grizzlebrand if there's no land. It's just a creature on board. It's not the worst thing to happen.
Yeah, I mean, also Jules doesn't know about the Grizzlebrand. So.
Yeah. The thing that Jules would really want here is like a Gideon. Also, we haven't seen Mana Tithe yet. Mana Tithe on Grizzlebrand, while not the end of the world because she does have an Unburial Rights, would
it's the
be
sickest flex, yeah. Ooh.
Cruz not even getting rid of everything. Is there a reason not to?
I don't know.
Scary Terry. Yeah. All right, please play the island first. Thank you. All right, here we go.
And an aneurysm.
I think she is pretty inclined to know, like, they probably don't have a counterspell because they did just Cruise.
Yeah, but like you can't not play Grizzlebrand here with an Unburial Rights in hand, right?
Yes,
like
you have to jam this.
This
is how you win.
You're casting a Grizzlebrand for the next 3 turns, and that's just what the game is going to be.
This is so sick. If this draws 7 fucking cards, which I feel it is.
Oh, there we go.
And you don't even have to draw right now. You just let it go.
Yeah.
And they can't attack with Colonnade. I mean, even if they... So, unfortunately, Riftwing is going to kind of get it.
Yeah, but whatever.
Okay, I like this. Lutri, just try and put a clock on.
Because Jules is correctly, I assume, predicting that Cass is going to draw cards with Grizzlebrand after it gets bounced. And then...
Or before it gets bounced, yeah.
Sorry, yeah, before it gets bounced, after Riften comes down. Lutri puts Cass to 7.
And then Colonnade in the air, plus... Yeah.
Plus Lutri is lethal, so Cass can't just recast Grizzlebrand here if she chooses to draw.
Yeah, she has to draw, though. There's no way.
But,
oh my god,
she has...
Ashen Rider is so fucking sick.
Oh god, yeah.
And Ugin is less good against Colonnade, but... Cryptic also not bad. Like there's so many good things in here.
It's possible still that Jules has a counterspell and just didn't counter Grizzlebrand because he sort of has the soul read on how much damage Cass would have to take on it and stuff.
So this is a really, really, really interesting line of decision.
Yeah, there are so many things that Cass could do here.
I kind of like holding up Cryptic. I kind of like playing Baral. I kind of like playing Baral, playing Looter Ilkor, holding up Cryptic, and playing Creeping Tar Pit. It is definitely the slowest line.
Ooh,
but
I don't like that Mire. Those life points mean a lot to Cass.
So she's counting. So here's the thing: is there's just so many options. So 10 mana. So you can. So this is the weird thing where it's like, Ashen Rider. Because you want to hit Colonnade. God, this is so scary. Yeah, and Mire now.
I would never play Ugin here.
You are not the person playing the game.
That is true, but...
It can get spell pierced.
It's not going to get spell pierced, but... I don't know. I feel like... Well, alright.
All right, -5.
Yeah. I mean, you have to now.
Yes, you have to. I agree. Okay.
All right. I mean, this Bloodstained Mire is so awkward.
So bad. I think she got the last swamp out of her deck too.
Oh really?
Yeah, so it can only get a tap land.
Just a lot worse than the tar pit, I guess.
I think you're just pit. You have to discard something. You're probably. Oh my god, going to discard here is actually so sick.
Yeah, it's really strong. Because then you can unburial rights with Cryptic backup. No, Cass, don't cast the looter. Don't cast the looter. Don't cast the looter. Don't cast the looter.
If you're gonna cast anything, you're casting Brawl, just so you can
Liz,
make your
spices
Cryptic
of what
command
kind?
and unburial rights next turn cheaper.
Oh, you're like placing a spice order for grocery? No, I mean, you're the one who cooks, so, like... I mean, you know I love cumin. But I assume we have cumin. I assume we also have cumin seeds because you love cumin seeds. I like discarding Ashen Rider here. I think it's just more impactful than Grizzlebrand at this point, given that Colonnade is such a threat.
Yeah, I agree. This is a sick game.
Yeah, this is such an impressive comeback from a pretty mediocre 5 that Cass kept.
And Dan has to kill this Ugin.
This
Not
is Jules,
actually
but,
has to,
yeah.
but pretty much has to.
Yeah.
Because next turn, she can Baral and Unburial Rights Ashen Rider, hitting Colonnade.
Dan is, I think, Dan and Evan are the first one finished. Evan managed a 3-1. I'm really proud of him, despite his misbuilt deck and horrendous misplays.
Whatever. Don't worry about it.
And Dan is
scoreboard,
1-3.
Wow, going to face.
I respect that.
I do respect it. So this,
Like,
to me, signals Venser.
Yeah.
This feels like a Venser.
And
now Ugin just targets face. Ugin doesn't really
Yeah.
do anything. So I think correctly getting the read on that.
Yeah. I like this for
I don't
Raw
like
'cause
tapping. I don't like tapping 2 blue sources when you have Cryptic. That's a blue source. Yeah, you want to tap your things that are not Cryptic mana.
No, Cass,
Now-
what are you doing? No. You have a
now she
3-minute.
can't Cryptic.
Oh my god. Is this going to lose her the game? Well, okay, she can potentially Bloodstain. No, there's nothing Bloodstain Mire can fetch.
No.
Wait, no, if she has the blue-black land that enters untapped if you control enough basics.
Does she have that?
But there's just no reason to.
I would imagine she does. No, she doesn't.
Wow.
She does not have Sunken Hollow. Sunken Hollow
God.
is undrafted.
Well, does Jules have the punish for this? Because if he does, there's absolutely nothing in her hand that can.
Well,
oh no,
she can
recast Unburial
She can
Rights.
recast Unburial Rights. Yes.
If she has an untapped land, she can find with Bloodstained Fire.
I like doing this before activating Ugin because if they have Venser, they have to do it now.
Yeah.
They are incentivized to do it now.
I still think leaving up Cryptic is way better than.
I agree, obviously, but
Because you can also leave up Cryptic and flashback on Burial Rights, but.
So this is really sick.
Yep. No punish.
And so this forces the Venser now, because now the mana is going to be gone. Okay. Now pass priority.
Why are you thinking Venser is like a particular threat at any given time here?
It just
Ooh.
passed out. See, this is where Cryptic would have been really, really impactful.
Yeah.
It's not the end of the world.
No. I mean, she has the Cryptic to temporarily undo the cast out, and honestly, like Ugin's best thing is going to be
So here you play Creepy Tarpit.
minusing again at some point anyway, but
honestly, I would just jam out the Null Priest of Oblivion. I think you just need life gain.
I agree.
Like, because you
it looks
can't
like she's
cast
going for
Cryptic
Looter
already.
instead, but yeah, especially with 2. Okay, yeah, she's doing it with 2 reanimation spells in hand. Like the kicker just doesn't really matter here. Sorry, 1 reanimation spell in hand, 1 in graveyard, but you get the idea.
If her plan was to never cast the Cryptic, then I can see that. But just tapping a little bit differently just gives you so many more options.
Yeah,
But now
it's
you
just
get to
like
have
there's just no reason not to leave up everything.
So this might be a okay.
Kind of weak sauce against what she's doing.
See, this
Especially
is where
since she can-
Jules' deck is really, really hard because it's just like you're just one for oneing so much.
Yeah, or yeah.
Elspeth Conquers Death is so good here. Wow.
Oh my god.
So I think you just jam Elspeth Conquers Death, getting the cast out.
Yeah.
You can
hold up
kill-
Cryptic, please.
Okay, I think she's holding up Cryptic. I think she saw the error of her ways. Okay.
Yeah, I just don't think you put down Cryptic for the rest of the game, basically.
And now you plus Ugin targeting Manowar because you
so
just
good.
Because let me just say, as someone who's played Tron, Ugin can ultimate really, really fast. 3 turns. Because you plus, and then you gain 7 life, draw 7 cards, put 7 permanents onto the battlefield. Up to 7 permanents onto the battlefield. And this is the showdown. This is the counter war right now. This is it.
I mean, you got a Cryptic here.
You could have played Brawl before.
Yeah, to get the extra loot.
Yeah, to loot, put
I mean, her hand's so good. I guess you would loot away Looter, probably, but...
Yeah. So now you... Yes,
I like
counter draw. Yeah, you have to counter draw.
And it's possible Jules can punish this, but...
Wow, that was an F6. Wow.
Ooh.
Cass is going to win this game on a
multi-5. Val... Wait, no, Val isn't
5.
finished yet,
wow.
Right? Oh, no, Val is finished. We never saw a game from Val. I'm bummed.
Oh, no. Wow.
I mean, we just have to follow Cass into her, at this point, inevitable game for 4-0, right?
Yeah.
With Marshall. Yeah, sorry, Val. I really did want to.
Oh, yeah. We got lost in the sauce, Val.
I mean, it's hard to sequence these things, because, like, I try not to make people wait. I know I had you and Cass wait a bit, and I probably shouldn't have even done that. I try not to have people wait very much.
Oh, my God.
Because I want to keep the tournament going smoothly.
This is so
It's looking
good.
like we might actually finish under time, though, which is pretty sweet.
This is... Wow. Because now... Oh, no, because he can actually activate it again. So this is... I think you have to attack with the Ashen Rider. I don't like doing stuff pre-combat here. What is this? Just playing Grizzlebrand?
You like attacking with Ashen Rider rather than just leaving it back to block?
You have Grizzlebrand to block.
Yeah, but if Jules disrupts that, then you're dead.
See,
I like Cass's line here
unfortunately, you can adapt in response to Heartless Act.
Right, yeah. Heartless Act just does nothing against...
Yeah. Okay,
my
I
boy
like
here.
this. This is pretty good. Hold up.
Yeah, and going up to
Act
7
now.
is really, really good. This Null Priest, this 2-1 Menace for 2 is... Oh, that's a bummer, Val. Also, Evan, congratulations on the 3-1. Very impressive.
So this does nothing. This is actually the incorrect play. You need to let this happen, and then
remove counters.
You remove 3 counters, and because it has a counter on it, it can't get any more counters.
Well, it can after the Heartless Act resolves. So
no. Well, you let it resolve, and then they attack, and then you.
But then you can still activate the Terramander again.
But oh wow. This is huge.
Jesus. And there's nothing in Cass's graveyard for Elspeth Conquers Death.
This is huge. Yeah. Ooh, shit.
Get the one remaining basic from her deck.
And this is where that play really gets punished, because this could have been a 2-2.
What could have been a 2-2? Oh, the...
Airmander could have been a 2-2.
And
then you...
No, because Jules can just reactivate it once it has no counters.
No, because it only removes 3 counters, and so it will have 1 counter.
Oh, I thought it removed all counters. What a weird
Nope.
card.
Wow.
Well,
That
Bloodchief's Thirst does
can
kill
Scary
Terry.
Terry, and
And Connive,
yeah. Wow.
No, you don't need to cast with Kicker. You just... Okay. I mean, you can. You have infinite mana, but...
Whatever.
Yeah, Connive steals Delver, and Jules is losing on cards in library and on clock and... No, I think you just attack with...
Yeah,
Tar
attacking
Pit
with
there.
Creeping Tar Pit is
Looter's
better.
terrible here, because it just... Like, it means you don't win to decking if everything else fails.
Oh, wow. This is so sick.
What a game.
Oh,
Okay,
and
now
Jace
I
the
guess...
Mind Sculptor, too. I mean, you're playing it, so it doesn't matter that you reveal it, but... Yeah, because Creeping Tar Pit...
I think you just +2 here, but...
No, I think you do this.
You like Brainstorm?
Yeah.
Champion
I
of
think
Wits
you
seems pretty terrible.
What?
Champion of Wits with 7 cards in library.
Oh, shit. Hold on. Oh, yeah, that's awful. What? Why do that?
No attack with Tar Pit? Why is Tar Pit in your deck if you aren't attacking with it?
Maybe holding it up in case of Venser.
How does Tar Pit help with Venser?
It can block, can it? Yes, discard Champion of Wits. And now you play Teferi.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
You can.
Oh, I see what this is. It's to get back the full power champion.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is pretty all right.
But you still lose to Venser.
You do still lose to Venser. What? I guess.
You need to play farmland. You just need to.
Yeah.
Please activate Creeping Tar Pit next turn.
No
and
punish.
You can Teferi. That's not very good. It does nothing. You can Teferi to tuck the Banishing Light for more damage.
Or yeah. All right, here we go. I mean, there have been some, let's say, fatigued plays from Cass that left windows for Jules to win, but those windows...
But like I said, this is why Jules' deck, it struggles sometimes.
Yeah.
Wow, so sick. It
wow,
struggles to
what a
matches.
game.
Like I said, Colonnade cannot be your only win con.
Yeah.
It works for some decks, but not for all of them. So fucking sick. What a match. What a game 3. One of the first plays from Cass was a hard-casted Elishnorn.
That's unreal. It was the first real spell she cast all game, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because it was Cold Steel, Censor, and then...
Yeah, I guess Censor.
Elishnorn. So we could be heading towards a tie, potentially. Is that right? No, because Jules lost. So it would have to be loss from...
So, let's see.
So if you go Cass and 3, that puts them to 8. Yeah, so there can potentially
Cass
be a tie.
And Ketsi both lose. All right, we're following Cass here. I can't resist a 3-0.
Yeah.
All right, Cass, we're gonna follow you to your final match with Marshall. Sorry, Ketsi, but we can't resist the 3-0 queen here.
The timeline, the story. All right.
That was such a fucking sick game. Twists and turns. Can anyone but Sarah hear me?
Oh, Jules, you want to go to another
I feel like
panel?
something's broken.
Yes.
Yeah, no one can hear me on Discord. Discord isn't even picking me up. Why does this always happen? Okay, cool. I'm audible now. All right, Cass, we're sticking with you for your final match as the 3-0 best record in the draft. So You have the potential to hit the 4-0 crown.
Woo. I'm nervous.
Not to put any pressure on you or anything, just, very few people ever 4-0 roto drafts, so.
I'm gonna keep playing to the same incredible standard that I have been.
There were a few misplays in that last game, but we do what we can. We're 5 hours into the draft. I think misplays can be expected to some degree.
Yeah. Can we consult on mulligans?
Yes. At some point, I am going to write up a proper rule sheet for that.
Sweet.
But yeah, you can consult on mulligans and sideboarding and what cards have been seen. And I encourage you to do so, since your team is all, or most of your team is done. And
don't think there is. You should not keep that hand in this or any other reality.
Really?
I don't think so. I mean, unless you are very confident that. I mean, yeah, I guess that's fair. I don't know.
Like the
Marshall's
odds.
deck has a lot of cheap interaction.
All right, let's see. This is honestly what we should be doing more often anyway, when looking at... No, I do not want to save it. Okay.
Yeah, go for it, Liz.
3 draws?
Yeah.
All right, I'll mute myself in the channel.
Yeah, so it'd be 33, 1...
Yeah, that sounds amazing. Spicy smoked paprika?
33, 15.
Yum.
Yeah.
Actually,
then,
16.
Oh, got it. And then 1 in the left. Yeah, alright.
I'm keeping this hand.
All right. After a quick consultation with our friend the hypergeometric calculator, Cass keeps that hand. I'm going to go on deafen now. Coalition Relic looking pretty sick. I didn't love Coalition Relic when it looked like Cass was just going to be 2 colors, but given that this is now a solidly 3-color deck, I think it's pretty impressive, especially because it's an out for Golos, which looks like a great card. I don't like this Null Priest. I think Marshall is trying to 1-for-1 too much. Sarah, can you hear me? Great. Sarah, can you... Oh, if you can't hear me, then you can't hear me. Oh, you're texting at me. Sarah, Hangouts doesn't report you as saying anything. So, yeah, I see you muting and unmuting. Mute and unmute real quick if you can hear me. Great. All right, Cass got out the Coalition Relic without much disruption from Marshall here. Hello. If you're talking, I still can't hear you. It looks like, again, Google's just not picking up anything. You want to try connecting via your phone instead or something? Yeah, Marshall has a really slow start here, and Cass is going to be very effective at punishing him. I don't think Marshall has much stuff that really gets in the way of a Grizzlebrand once it's on the battlefield. I don't remember what Marshall's counter suite looks like, but even if something gets countered, ooh, it's a great cryptic opportunity for Cass. Oh, I'm getting a call. Wait. Where the hell? Oh, is it mine? Hello. All right. Now I have to. Can you just keep talking? I have to make sure that. Uh. Okay. Yeah. Looks like OBS can pick you up now.
Hello.
Hello. You're a lot quieter here than you are. Normally. Can you... Oh no, voice calls up all the way to the max? Come on. Well. Alright. Hopefully, I amped it a little bit on OBS, so hopefully that'll work. Anyway, Cass is doing great here against Marshall.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me at all? Okay, great.
I can hear you through your stream, but not line.
Great. How about now?
Okay, now I can hear you.
Great. You're super quiet online, but
Oh, okay. I'm just using like my phone and my stock headset, so unfortunately. Anyways, back to this incredible game. I'm interested to see how.
Okay,
this
Sarah sounds fine through the stream, so it's just me.
Okay. I'm interested to see how this matchup works out, because this can kind of be the two ships passing in the night, like they're both just trying to combo, and Cass sometimes like needs to, I don't know, like needs to kill Marshall faster than an infinite combo.
Yeah.
I'll be
And
interested.
Cass's removal doesn't fare super well against Marshall. Like Bloodchief's Thirst is a sorcery, Fatal Push, which is in her sideboard, is a it doesn't kill Pestermite or Exarch by default.
Yeah.
Although she does have enough fetch lands to potentially engineer that to work.
Could you hear me at all last match, by the way?
Last match?
Yeah, the one with Cass, like the game 3. Were you
Yeah.
able to hear me? Oh, okay.
Yeah, we were conversing.
So it was just when we unmuted, or undeafened. Like, I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I guess so.
Anyways. Ooh, the old Snappy.
Snappy into...
Compulsive research.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
So we're going to see a
The old-
hard-casted Gristlebrand.
The old 3-for-1. Yeah, and with Marshall with shields down, pretty impressive.
I mean, he has like Brazen Borrower to bounce the Gristlebrand, so it's not the worst thing that can happen.
All right, I turned Sarah up a little bit more, so let me know how that sounds.
And here we go. We're going off. Marshall, an ex-Reanimator player, very familiar with Grizzlebrand.
Yeah, the Grizzle Dad.
Probably a big dad that he wants to...
Woo!
Oh my god.
I mean, that's good, but, you know, it takes up Marshall's next turn. This Null Priest is just negating the Snapcaster, and Cass just has Unburial Rights. Like, honestly, like, Cass's deck is great because you can just do that 3 times, and Marshall's not going to have 3 Pacts of Negation.
Yeah. For sure.
And the next 2 times are so cheap, too. Cass could Bloodchief's Thirst here, or Cass could just cast and... Oh no, she doesn't have 8 this turn.
Yeah, she does. She just casts Oh, no, she...
No, it was off the relic.
You're right.
But still, I mean, so Cass is probably resolving a Gristlebrand here. I don't think Marshall's Condescend, but it's not going to be able to counter Unburial Rights. So her main goal at this point has to be finding a spell that... What's going on?
I don't know. I think she's thinking about stuff.
Her main goal at this point has to be finding a spell that can answer Twin Combo if Marshall does it at the end of her next turn.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
All right. I mean, she's still in a good position if Marshall doesn't combo. Oh, Evan says that in the other match, Kethy versus Jules, loot tree to treasure cruise.
All right, who do we want to win to get a tie?
We want Jules to win to get a tie.
All right.
Team Red Zone is 8-6. If Cass and Jules both bite the dust, then Team Is It Charm will have tied and will be able to win in a best of 5 finals match.
Yeah. Don't know how much Blood Chief's thirsting the snappy will matter.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that. I mean, it's a fair question, like, what else is Blood Chief's Thirst doing? But,
Yeah.
Marshall's misplayed a main phase Pestermite before.
It was a beginning of combat Pestermite.
Okay, sure, but like a Pestermite that is vulnerable to sorcery speed removal.
Yeah, I think this is Dig coming from him. So
yeah, that looks like it. Yeah.
So there's a Dig.
Cass is going to be playing scared from this point, that's for sure.
I mean, I think you still just jam Ashen Rider and probably hit a mountain trying to cut red sources.
I disagree. I think you reanimate Grizzlebrand again and try to draw into Heartless Act.
Or Downfall, Hero's Downfall.
Yeah,
she has both of those. Yeah, you're right. That's probably, that's the safest line and not a bad one either.
Yeah, it doesn't suck to have Grizzlebrand on the battlefield. Also, she can safely Grizzle twice and still be at 10.
That is true. Null Priest.
Actually, 12 because Null Priest is getting in. Null Priest really pulling its weight just as a 2/1 lifelink
Cass
menace.
can draw her entire deck if she wants to and still be alive.
Yep.
But she would not be able to win the game.
Yeah, she would.
Because she would die.
Oh, right, because she draws a card this coming turn as well. Yeah.
From milling.
So if both of her answers are in the bottom 7, she loses, or if Marshall can counter this Unburial Rites and then put down the combo. But otherwise, she's in really good shape.
Yeah, we've seen... Let me look at Marshall's list. We've seen Remand already. Remand and Negate. Remand would be really good against Unburial Rites.
Yep, it remands it into exile. Val says in chat that the lifelink on Null Priest was also relevant against him. Null Priest, this is, I think it's first time in a deck, and it is really showing its value. Certainly it's first time in Roto, because it just came out a week ago.
I think someone played it this week.
Oh, did they? I must have missed it.
Yeah. Someone on our team, I believe. I think it was Cass. Okay, so Marshall potentially still has Neutralize and Dissolve, and Essence Scatter doesn't do it because it's not the creature, it's the, what's it called?
Marshall tapping 2 mana main phase for Jace Vryn's Prodigy, which is a weird one.
Why is that weird?
It just means that he's very clearly signaling he cannot have both the combo piece and a disruption spell.
Oh, I mean, yeah. The way he tapped is really interesting too.
Yeah, he could have left it.
Oh no.
No.
Blue. Yeah. Never mind. Wow, it's just every reanimation target in hand. Elish Norn does stop the combo.
Yeah, Cass might just run out Elish Norn here.
Elish Norn is pretty sick.
Cass has 9 mana available, so not nearly enough to Unburial Rites plus Elish Norn, as sick as that would be.
But Elish Norn is a 2-turn clock, because
Elish
Norn gains you 4 life, kills the Jace Vryn's Prodigy.
I like Elish Norn here. It's also less vulnerable to Remand in particular.
Well, we've already seen Remand, and it got delved.
Oh, did it get delved? Okay, never mind then.
And so it gets hit by Essence Scatter specifically, but that's it.
I mean, but given that Marshall doesn't have double blue here, that's a pretty relevant concern.
Yeah, she's looking at the number of spells. Yeah, I like the Elish Norn play.
I think either is totally reasonable here.
Yeah. Grizzlebrand lets you... I like Elish more because it's harder for Marshall to deal with. Grizzlebrand lets you draw to your removal spells.
Does Cass have any counters other than Cryptic and Censor?
Not main board, I don't think. No.
Yeah, I guess she has the 6-drop counter in her sideboard.
And here we go. I think Cass needs to dig for a Cryptic here.
Oh yeah. Well, no, Cryptic's in her graveyard.
Oh, well, dig for a removal spell. It's not
Yeah.
there, but you get to draw more for free.
Yep.
She is going to have to discard.
I would probably wait and dig on Marshall's turn. There's no... Well, I guess he could have counter magic up for it, which is pretty rough. And also, Cass having cards in her graveyard isn't necessarily the worst, right?
Well, at this point it is, because like she doesn't have very many...
Marshall tapping
reactions.
Zagoth Triome.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He must be pretty confident he has the combo. If he's not tapping Grizzlebrand.
I mean, if he has the combo, Grizzlebrand is irrelevant.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, I think Cass has to just pay the extra. Wow.
Cycling. I mean, I guess it's free.
Yeah, because he still
so now-
can't. Well, I guess so. She really shouldn't pass the turn here. She needs to kill that Pestermite before
Yeah. And she found it, yeah.
Marshall
there's
has.
Downfall.
Yeah. Okay. Great. There's downfall and
Act.
yeah. I like downfall here. I guess with Coalition Relic, she has other uses for the mana anyway. So
Yeah.
now it's going to be really hard for Marshall to win because he doesn't have a great answer to just a Grizzlebrand on board, and the
Pitch Wrath of God. There's
yeah,
no way.
Wrath is just terrible here. And Cass is just gonna attack for lethal. If he has an Exarch, Cass is just gonna Hero's Downfall. It's just I mean he could potentially.
I would pitch Elspeth Conquers Death too. It's just like
Yeah, what is he gonna play that's relevant for that?
Yeah.
I guess. I mean, I might have kept a land over ECD, I think, but all of the stuff she pitched were reasonable things to pitch. Remind me again what counterspells Marshall still has available.
Neutralize, Dissolve, and Essence Scatter.
Yeah.
Potentially.
So if Marshall goes land here, he could still Exarch with Neutralize or Dissolve up.
I mean, he has to. He's dead on board, is the thing, though.
Not if he Exarchs the Grizzlebrand.
But then, like, she has. That's not a winning line. That's like the not losing line. So.
Well, I disagree. If Marshall plays a land here, goes to Cass's main phase, taps Grizzlebrand, Cass goes to kill Exarch, and Marshall neutralizes it. Like, that's a reasonable line. It won't work because Cass has multiple disruption spells in hand, but it's not bonkers.
Yeah.
It could work.
Jace the Mind Sculptor looking real good in this deck.
Yeah, these cards performing reasonably well. Surprising. Who would have thought?
This is why I kind of liked playing the Elishnorn, because it stops the combo anyways, and it gets rid of Jace just as like another way for, I don't know, stuff to happen.
Yeah. It's...
Fire Prophecy getting pitched, okay.
Flipped Jace, so...
Targeting that, so he's probably playing... He could have a Brazen Borrower to return Grizzlebrand to hand. Okay.
There we go.
There's that. Doing it main phase to avoid potential counters, but the only one she has is Censor? What is this?
Ooh, big boy.
I think he's just trying to force a removal spell, potentially.
Yeah. I mean, Cass is at 12. Like, if she can't... ever get in another lifelink attack with either Grizzle or Null Priest, then this Kevnut is a 3-turn clock.
Yeah.
So many options on Cass's part here. But many of them are very expensive, which is a little awkward.
Yeah. Marshall can flash back the dig through time next turn, which is going to be interesting. She's also only at 5 cards in library.
Yeah.
Which is not nothing, but I don't know how relevant it's going to be.
Is she going for the Grizzlebrand again? No, Ugin. Okay. Ugin makes sense.
Really? I don't like it. Kills your creature?
Yeah, but... Yeah. I guess it makes Elishnorn a lot less close to lethal, but...
Yeah, and now it's like Creepy Tarpit. Marshall does not put that on top. He doesn't care. He just wants to...
I mean,
That's not how
if he has the combo still in hand, I think he might. But yeah, he did not, which I think this probably means he doesn't have Exarch in hand.
Yeah, he didn't put it in the graveyard. Pitching Elishnorn.
Wait.
So weird.
Yeah, he didn't put it in the graveyard because it gets exiled.
Oh, you're right.
The log says chooses not to use. Yeah, Elishnorn, I'm not sure Cass has thought through that Elishnorn is
really, really good.
combo protection. Woof.
Chandra's really good.
Yeah, although Ashen Rider and Hero's Downfall and Elspeth Conquers Death are all really strong answers.
Gets rid of the Ugin. Like, it's just
yeah, Elspeth Conquers Death brings it back.
That's like 4 turns from now. It's like this game is going to be decided within that time. Like, that's the thing. It's just like
maybe. I mean, the way I see it, like Cass is sort of probably winning by default if she can get the damage through quickly enough.
Yeah, unless she holds up Downfall, I guess.
I mean, what's she downfalling other than the Exarch, and that's getting played at the end of her turn.
Yeah.
I guess what else is she playing here?
Drawing
Nothing.
Okay. Marshall's seen a lot of his deck.
Yeah, I'm surprised he doesn't have Exarch yet.
Yeah. I mean, he might have Exarch, but okay, that draws him more.
I thought that. Oh, is it just instant? I thought that became more expensive with Elspeth Conquers Death.
What do you mean?
Oh, right, Elspeth Conquers Death isn't on 2 yet. Never mind.
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh, but that does mean that any disruption spells Marshall tries to do this turn against Cass are... Yeah, you can't do them plus Exarch, which is very relevant.
So Cass has Teferi, so she technically can't mill out.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, unless Teferi gets countered, which is a real possibility. I kind of like Concoct for Elishnorn here. Even Concoct for... Yeah, I mean, you can't not leave up Hero's Downfall, but...
I kind of like just playing Ashen Rider.
Yeah, that's also good. I just don't know if the...
That lets you lose. That lets you lose. That's
yeah, no, you need to keep up the man. I don't like Golos. Don't play Golos, please.
Yeah, I like Concoct, Return, Elishnorn, Hold Up, Downfall.
Yeah. I could also see Teferi as an option.
Teferi doing what? Just drawing?
Yeah, drawing, leaving up mana.
It puts you 1 turn closer to milling out.
But Teferi prevents that.
But then you have to, like, literally... yeah.
Yeah.
It's like... Because Teferi minuses... Because you have to target Teferi itself so you can keep drawing it and reading
yeah.
it. So you're
no.
5 mana to not lose the game.
You're probably right. It's probably just Elishnorn here.
Yeah. This is a problem when you have like 1,000,000 8-mana spells or 5+ mana spells in your hand. Elishnorn insulates you from the combo as well, is the thing.
Yeah, that's what I really like about Elishnorn.
Jace the Mind Sculptor I do not like.
Especially since Marshall has the Royal Scions, he can loot through Fate Sealing, and you really don't want to brainstorm here. And Jace is not... I think, going up quite quickly enough to be a
And
win
now Marshall
condition
can
on its
cast
own.
Brazen Borrower and just like put her to 6 or potentially 5 with the Royal Scions.
Yeah.
And it puts a little bit of pressure. Oh, Elspeth Conquers Death's gonna go off next turn, so that's gonna get the what's it called? So yeah, this is really
Elish Norn or Ugin.
Trying to think of which one.
What?
Really don't like this. This is how she loses the game.
Yeah, this is just a way to lose immediately.
This is
That's so greedy.
awful. This is awful. This is how you lose the game.
What is the line of thought there?
I think she's like, oh, he's drawing Island, but he probably has the combo in his hand already.
Yeah,
No,
plus...
okay, so he's playing Brazen Borrower.
But also, like, Royal Silence.
Yeah, so now this kills... Wait, does Marshall have Burn at all?
Yeah, plenty. He has, he could just,
Electrolyze...
Burst Lightning
Oh, you're right.
to win.
Wow.
Even through Elspeth.
Wow. Holy shit. Electrolyze, oh, but it's gonna cost a lot because of Elspeth Conquers Death.
Yeah, but he
Oh,
has it.
He can do it on her turn, too.
Yeah, that's just...
Wow. Yeah.
Wow. That
was sick. I think
backs
Marshall
and
played
forths.
that game the best he could.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm impressed from Marshall's end. Fatal Push, it's really worth noting, does not automatically kill Pestermite or Exarch. So Cass will need to be on the ball saving fetch lands or something like that to make that happen. I like Sublime Epiphany here just because in those really late game fights it can do so much.
Yeah, I also like Baral just kind of making a lot of your spells cheaper. If you're bringing in Sublime Epiphany, I like bringing in Baral. Taking out, like, Ugin's not going to decide the game. Probably.
Yeah,
You just
I
want
don't...
Creatures.
Marshall does not produce very large boards or creatures that, like, must kill creatures with 3 toughness. Like...
Hang on, I have to post some horny Hades fan art to the Discord.
Can't wait until I can play that game.
It's real good.
Can't believe you're making me finish Moon first.
I'm not making you, I'm just...
Yeah, you're making me. Alright,
Really
yeah, Cass swapped Gearhulk for Ugin, so Gearhulk can be another counterspell. I like that too. I could...
Yeah, I guess that's better, because then Sublime Epiphany doesn't have the tap all, right?
No.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean...
Because that can save you a turn with Twin, like Cryptic, where you can be like, yeah, go ahead.
Why wouldn't you just Cryptic the spell?
Look, don't worry about it. I'm
Okay.
not thinking. Also,
Okay.
that keep from Cass was, ooh, I like this keep.
Yeah.
It's not the best hand, but whatever.
Yeah, I mean, what it lacks in ability to produce multiple colors of mana, it makes up for in Coalition Relic.
Yeah, exactly.
And Gifts Ungiven is a way to just steal this game out of nowhere.
And Looter too is no joke.
Yeah.
I like playing the Reflecting Pool there. It's essentially the same as playing an island, and also later on.
Yeah, it just
it
lets you play more stuff. Oh, that's a good dead.
I love Die. Ooh, this is really nice from Marshall.
Yeah.
This is exactly the start he wants. That can be a win con. And man, that Ludorochlor being gone is huge now.
Yeah.
Like I said, this is where Marshall's deck, I think, can just go under, or like, pass the other...
If a Marshall has a Braid here, I don't think Cass possibly wins this game.
I mean, Gifts can still get good stuff.
But what can she do with it without white mana?
Okay, Compulsive, I like to flip the Jace, potentially. If he just... Okay, so he's just discarding that. No big deal.
I think looting is more important than most of the stuff he's going to do with Jace. Obviously, like, getting back Compulsive will be great later, but... Ooh, Champion of Wits was a great one. I still think she's probably just going for the gifts here, but... Just because it's...
Maybe.
Gifts into Eleshnorn or Ashen Rider is just so sick. Adding blue with Coalition Relic. I don't like that. I would add another color, tap all my islands for Champion of Wits, and then
Don't like playing this reflecting.
yeah, playing. I guess she is going for gifts, so it doesn't matter as much. If she were going for champion, you would want to wait on the reflecting pool. Probably you weren't planning to discard it, but it just is another island, and any other land you could draw is probably going to be a better one to play this
This
turn.
might just be a Jace ultimate, like, victory.
Through gifts ungiven, I don't know.
But
Also,
through
cast.
gifts ungiven.
Well, like, if
How does it pressure the Jace?
cast finds a huge monster and a Unburial Rites.
I mean, what if Marshall has a counterspell? Like, if
Well-
Marshall counters this gifts, like...
Yeah, I mean, that's a different thing. I think it was reasonable of Cass to assume that Marshall would just find. So interesting that Marshall would minus Jace on compulsive here. The fact that he hasn't suggests that he might just have the combo, which is pretty bad. But
maybe he wants to keep that mana up.
yeah. But given that he's threatening the combo, I think Cass has to take Eleshnorn Unburial Rites. If he weren't threatening the combo, I think there's a very real argument to be made for taking Ashen Rider, Eleshnorn, Unburial Rites, and I don't know, Null Priest of Oblivion or something.
I mean, yeah.
But I don't think you can do that when you could just lose to combo immediately.
Yeah.
I don't know, people say they don't like playing against the combo. I think these decision points are really interesting.
Yeah. I mean, combo mirrors are, especially when they're different combo mirrors, it's not just like the exact same combo.
Yeah.
So if this Unburial Rites, because it's in the graveyard,
Ooh.
that's really good. You want to keep that on top of Torrential Gearhulk in
Yeah.
your hand. So if Marshall just counters this, like, what happens? Like, then we play on, but it's like...
Well, I mean,
So
Cass
being
has...
flashed back. Like, Remand is really, really good. And there's Neutralize, yeah.
Yeah.
So now-
Cass has Cryptic and Champion of Wits plus plus Grizzlebrand. And she can do both of those next turn thanks to Coalition Relic. So, like, Cass has good play here.
Yeah. But it's like... Okay, so now he's doing this.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I mean, I guess. If I were Marshall, I think going for Jace Ultimate isn't the worst.
Yeah, but also it doesn't improve your hand or your game plan very much, depending on how bad your hand is. So
Yeah.
it's kind of like...
It's just Cass is dragging her heels a little bit. I mean,
Yeah.
clearly Marshall didn't have another counterspell in hand, or he would have
Yeah.
just held it up.
So now he can, like, he has Dig held up, and he has a counter spell like Essence Scatter or Remand held up.
Yeah.
A Braid right here? That would be...
I bet it's Petty Theft. Oh no, it's just Dig.
I don't love this Dig.
Yeah, main phase. I mean, he's playing around the Cryptic, which is
Censor.
indeed on top of Cass's
He's playing around Censor and Cryptic, yeah.
library, but
Getting your Dig censored would suck. He is gonna have to discard one, I think. That's not the biggest deal, but yeah. Yeah, Marshall's definitely playing this deck less like a blue-red beats that has twin in it and more of just like a modern twin deck. Which,
Yeah.
like I said, I think that's like part of when you come from like this background of primarily playing constructed Magic.
this
That's-
Champion of Wits is looking so good right here.
It's looking pretty nice. Island Grizzlebrand.
Yeah, it has to be. Like, even though Cass is like not that far from casting Grizzlebrand here, the fact is she just can't afford to not have up a counter spell for basically the rest of the game.
Yeah.
At least until she has actively countered the combo twice.
Marshall has seen 23 cards.
Jesus. It's also worth noting.
Ooh.
Ooh,
Okay.
this is a good Narset matchup.
So it can't draw. Yeah. So this is interesting because it kind of baits a counter.
Yeah. And it's reasonable for Cass to go for the counter here.
Yeah.
Ooh, counter bounce, huh? Okay, interesting. It's reasonable for Cass to go for this counter because she has Torrential Gearhulk to back this up later on.
If Marshall counters this, wow, this is really, really good for him, I think. I mean, it's slowing him down a turn, but like, yeah, like, I guess Cass.
So Marshall has the Pact, does not apparently have the combo, because if he had the combo, he would have just had to go for it at the end of her turn with Pact backup. It's just so strong.
He was tapped out, though.
No, at the end of her turn, at the end of this coming turn.
Potentially, yeah.
I don't like keeping in Bloodchief's Thirst, by the way. There's just not much you want to kill at sorcery speed.
It kills Jace Telepath Unbound, whose CMC is 0.
Oh shit! I forgot that it says or Planeswalker. What a fucking card.
Yeah.
What a fucking card.
And she could do it with Torrential Gearhulk. Marshall does have Negate, which he probably will do.
Yeah, but trading Bloodchief's Thirst for a Negate is great when she's trying to, you know, prevent him from negating her answers.
I don't think she knows it says Planeswalker.
That's fair. It's a new card. I didn't know it said Planeswalker. So.
I did. I knew it. Let's see if there's any update on the other match. Ketsi and Jules. I can see from the preview, Ketsi has Skull Clamp out on the board, Stoneforge Mystic, and Umezawa's Jite in hand with a Kithian. Although Jules' board is looking pretty juicy. So Marshall has to pay for the Pact, obviously.
He's tapping 6 mana.
Did he?
No, maybe I misread.
No, he tapped.
Yeah, I guess I must have misread. Evan says Jules has been at 4 for a while.
Imprisoned in the Moon.
That's a pretty decent one against Cass's deck. A way to get rid of those.
No land from Marshall. That's pretty brutal.
Casting Torrential Gearhulk here?
I don't hate it. I understand the line. Where, to her, I think she's just like, I need to put a clock on Marshall.
Yeah.
And with, like, Creeping Tar Pit, yeah, like this just... You can't draw a card because Narset's on the battlefield. So this is just straight bounce.
Yeah.
Because of Narset.
But, you know...
Oh wait, no, because it's only one per turn.
Oh, right. Yeah, okay, this works great.
Okay, so this is fine.
And drawing Hero's Downfall is great.
Yeah. Wow.
She can, at this point, kill Narset if she wants to, although it's not really a priority.
I kind of like killing Narset.
She has no cards that say draw a card in her hand. No way to get back Grizzlebrand immediately.
Getting green is a flex. I love it.
Bloodstained Mire here. Oh, I would have attacked with Tar Pit. Oh, she's thinking about it.
Yeah. She still has time. She can do it. I like attacking with Tar Pit because you can still hold up. What's it called?
Yeah, and you don't even like Hero's Downfalling on Marshall's turn is just not that relevant.
Right. Yeah.
So the question here that I have is like, does Cass crack this Bloodstained Mire at the end of Marshall's turn? Again, I would have attacked Marshall with the Mire, but
I don't hate it.
But like, yeah, getting in the Narset kill while you can is good. Does Cass crack Bloodstained Mire eagerly, or does she save it, knowing that Fatal Push is in her deck, and Bloodstained Mire allows Fatal Push to be an answer to the combo, which otherwise she has relatively few answers to.
Save it.
I agree.
Yeah.
So she's gonna Bloodchief's Thirst Jace this time, I assume.
She's middle mouse.
Yeah, yeah.
Marshall still has negate. I think he.
Cass, by the way, of all of the people we are over the shoulder of, I think Cass and Ketzi are the two who are most up for playing to the camera.
Jules,
All right.
Jules won. Marshall can win this for a tie.
All right. Wow.
And then who gets nominated? Is it Evan Cass?
Probably. I mean, it could just be Marshall Cass for
It could just be Jules Cass.
It could be. It could be anyone Cass. Cass did not activate Coalition Relic here. Fun fact.
See how relevant it is.
Relevant.
Elspeth Conquers Death is dead here. I mean, you can play it just to start doing something. Okay.
Cass giving Marshall a chance to chump with Jace if he wants to not
Go to
and then give Cass let Cass keep the Bloodchief's Thirst in hand. That does mean that Cass can save it for Big Chandra, which is pretty good.
Is this a bounce? Is that what this is?
I don't know. Brazen Borrower hasn't come out yet. Oh.
Oh, okay. That's not too bad.
No.
Just double chump. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Well, I mean, it can trade for the champion. Although that's kind of good for Cass. Like Cass would love to embalm.
Marshall correctly asserts that that's probably bad.
And Cass does still have up Hero's Downfall here.
But Marshall still has negate in hand, and Cass
Yeah.
has seen that.
Yeah, so Marshall could force through a combo.
Marshall's seen 28 cards in his deck. Like that is the thing. Like there's a
Yeah.
chance that Splinter Twin is not one of those cards,
but it's less than 50% by a substantial marshal. By a substantial Marshall.
and just a pass from Marshall. No Chandra. I mean, Chandra's not even that great here. Wow, that's brutal.
That's
the second
so good
spell.
for Cass.
I don't know if she'll be able to cast both. Yeah, she has exactly enough. So we might see a petty theft
Possible, yeah.
on like Gearholt because there's nothing in the graveyard really. Go to 4 potentially. Oh no, because Marshall can tap down a land and negate.
Well,
this
I
is
mean,
it.
Cass would float the mana from the land.
Oh, that's true. But it
Yeah, Marshall needs to have negate and remand already got played, right?
no,
It's not in exile.
I'm pretty.
So
sure.
yeah, negate with remand backup will do it here. As will condescend.
Marshall doesn't have condescend.
Oh right, Val has condescend.
Cass. Oh yeah, Val has condescend.
Cass took censor over condescend, which she later regretted.
All right, now we see the showdown. Cass's draws getting to this point have been really good. If Marshall has remand, this is game.
Yeah.
This is game, match, and going to the tiebreakers.
Yep. Marshall showing the negate first because Cass already knows about that.
Yeah, which we've seen. Yeah. Here we see the tappies.
This is it for all of the marbles.
Okay.
Oh, and it resolves. Okay.
So Marshall, this game's still not over.
No, it's certainly not. Marshall could easily have Pestermite in hand, and Cass does not have an obvious answer to it. He would need to have some way of dealing with one other of these creatures. Oh, actually, no, Pestermite's... Marshall does need to answer 2 of Cass's creatures if he has Pestermite, because if he main phases it here, Elspeth Conquers Death kills it. I don't understand this
Yeah.
Marshall's turn. Like, he understands that the combo doesn't work unless...
No. I'm sure. I know he knows.
So he must be doing it for the mana?
He must be doing it to... because he's
Yeah.
dead?
This is just a cute concession, I think. But that's just so strange.
Interestingly enough, if Marshall would have untapped one of his lands last time, he could have won. Rather than trying to tap one of Cass's.
Why is that? What would he have had?
Because he had 4 mana up, so he could have untapped one of his land, held up negate, and then when the negate goes off... What's this?
No, finish your thought. I want to know.
Because when he had 7 mana, he tapped 3 to play Deceiver.
Right.
Zark. Then he has 4. If he
Yeah.
untaps one of his land, then Cass goes to kill it.
Yeah.
He negates it. Cass
Yeah.
has to spend the other spell. He has 3 because he untapped one of his mana. Then he
Yes.
just plays his other thing, and then.
Oh, yeah, you're saying if he had Pestermite in hand as well? Yeah, that would have done it.
I think he might have. I'm not sure though.
Yeah, if he ripped
I don't
Pestermite off the top, that doesn't work, but...
Pestermite main.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on Marshall's side of the board right now. I'm gonna undef and see what I can hear.
Don't worry, our punts are canceling each other out,
Forward.
and we're just having like a nice, evenly matched game of Magic.
I don't know if you heard that, but
No.
I tuned in and Cass said, "Don't worry, our punts are canceling each other out, and we're having a nice, evenly matched game of Magic."
I don't know what he's doing. Okay.
All right.
So Marshall could have won. It seems like.
Yeah. It seems like that was a mistake not to play Pestermite that turn.
Well, I think he just like wasn't thinking and just like played it main phase.
That's a weird one, but yeah.
It really sucks.
I feel like the
No, no,
autopilot.
I think yeah, he was like, okay, I'll play Imprisoned in the Moon, and then he was like, fuck.
Oh, he accidentally clicked Pestermite?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh shit. And that's why he clicked Torrential Gear Hulk, because he thought he was targeting it with Imprisoned in the Moon.
No, because he would have hit. Oh yeah, I guess that's true. I mean,
That's brutal.
Because now Cass can just concoct Elish Norn, and that's
Alright.
the combo.
Yeah. I'm gonna check in with them. So, Marshall, did you think the Pestermite was imprisoned in the moon when you were casting it?
No, I thought Twin gave the creature haste.
Oh, got it.
Damn.
So I was right.
Yeah, that's weird. He thought it was Kiki or whatever.
Yeah, because Kiki does work in that situation.
Yeah, that's weird. I guess Marshall never played Twin, but he played against it a lot, so...
Yeah.
Alright, we're going to game 3.
I mean, assuming Cass doesn't punt it right back.
Oh, you know what? Marshall could have Brazen Borrower, Petty Theft.
Does that do anything?
Well, it doesn't if Cass plays either of the cards. And okay,
Connive is such a weird one with...
such a weird way to do this.
Although, this is good. This plays around Remand. Because she can cast Connive twice, she cannot cast Concoct twice.
I mean, she can also just... Lol.
No, this is Force of Negation. This wins Marshall the game.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow, you're right. Oh my
Well, no,
God.
he needs another land. But if he has an untapped land, he does win here.
Wow, you're right. Holy shit. This is so sick nasty. What a fucking holy shit. Alright, let's go.
Oh my god.
many chances does he have? He looted a lot of lands in the beginning. Hang on, I'm gonna undeafen.
I'm so smart. Note. Jury's still out on that.
Oh!
At the land, then he wins.
Oh my
No,
god!
no, because Fiery Islet would be lethal.
Oh yeah!
Yeah,
Oh,
that was
wow.
what I didn't realize.
That sucks for Marshall.
Oh Jesus! What a game!
Right?
That
Now
really
there's
sucks. He
another...
could have won it like 3
What the
different ways.
hell?
Oh my god! All of these games have been heart pounding. Y'all are doing a great job bearing up under the fatigue. I just want to say, like, I know it's hard.
This is just normal for me. This is just how my brain works all the time in all contexts.
This is the stress is on the watchers.
All right, deafened again.
Me too. That's weird because Cass could have won game 1 like 3 different ways, and Marshall could have won game 2 like 3 different ways.
Well, I mean, once Cass cast the Connive Concoct, I think it's over for Marshall. There's just no hope. Because he's not going to be able to attack Cass down there if he blocks with the Pestermite. I mean, I guess blocking with the Pestermite buys him I mean, really nothing, because he just has to pass the turn again. So, yeah, I think there was only the one way Marshall would have won that game that he hugely punted on.
I mean, there's the one where he could have untapped his own land. There was... If he doesn't main phase that Pestermite, there's, like, a pretty...
Oh, right. Yeah, the main phasing the Pestermite was... yeah, you're right. 2 ways.
Yeah.
Especially main phasing Pestermite with Snapcaster backup. Pretty bad.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, we're closing in on the 7 p.m. end of Cube deadline, but the finals match, if there is one, always goes over. So I'm sad that Daniel went 1-3. I thought his deck looked really good.
Same. Sometimes that happens, though.
Yeah, pretty good hand from Cass. Polluted Delta's great here. Interesting basic island play. I guess she wants to not thin her deck out if she can avoid it. Because, you know, drawing lots of lands is good for her. Now here, obviously, she wants to keep up Censor.
Love me some draw go magic.
Oh yeah, it's the stuff. Marshall very well might just raw out a combo here just to see if he can do it. Although Cass has answers galore, as it turns out.
Yeah. They're kind of just staring at each other right now. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. Marshall,
I mean, it's going to get downfalled. Yeah, it's going to get downfalled.
Yeah. Does Cass have a good shock land here? I don't think she does. Does she have a check land?
She probably wants to get a white source.
Yeah, she really wants to, but
she can shock,
I don't know if she can afford it here. Yeah. That's the downside of playing a polluted delta there. Well, I was going to say, instead of playing a basic island, I guess basic island just can't Heroes Downfall at all, so.
Yeah, now, wow, this is really rough.
Yeah, I mean, it's likely this game goes a while, so.
Yeah.
Also, should Cass have just sided out ECD? Like, it's a main phase answer to the combo, but are main phase answers to the combo even relevant here? Marshall knows to play around
this has been a really rough draw from Cass.
Yeah, those top decks are bad.
This is why, like, just drawing it out. All right, if Marshall has creature with negate backup, and this game's over.
Yep. Nope.
Drawing a card. Okay.
Drawing a card on only 5 mana is interesting. Especially when, like, these two end up in such vicious counter wars. Or, like, counter versus removal wars.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
It's alright. I mean... It doesn't...
Just makes any, like, potential things like Connive, Concoct, and Cryptics
Yeah,
cheaper.
I guess it does let her concoct next turn if nothing else happens.
And
Although,
Marshall's not really incentivized to kill it, really.
Yeah. Although, looks like he might be countering it. This is a strange one to me. I feel like Marshall really wants to save his counter magic for pushing the combo through.
He
or
might just be
potentially
flooded on counters. He hasn't played anything.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
The scry helps a lot. He probably boarded in all of his counters. And so I think just like chilling, you know.
Yeah.
Cascade Bluffs is a really good one for Marshall. It really helps his mana a lot.
Yeah, that's a crucial one for the twin deck.
Yeah, the 3 lands he did get of Fiery Islet, which is the best in a combo deck. Okay, that's a white source, but each spell is double white. This is where, like, Elspeth Conquers Death is really, like, 1, you can't cast it, and 2, it's just, like you said, it maybe should have been potentially sided out, because it's just like, what does it do? Like,
yeah, it doesn't even hit a flipped Jace. Like, the whole thing about ECD is it gets Planeswalkers, which is really good, but one of Marshall's Planeswalkers has converted mana cost 0.
Yeah. We might see him go for it. Okay. If he petty thefts this and then casts it right now, just to kind of put a clock.
I like that, yeah.
Yeah, I like this.
Especially because it's just... I mean, I guess now Cass does have an ECD target.
If she gets a second white source, yeah.
Yeah.
But, like, all of her white sources ETB tapped.
Yeah.
So, like...
Well, there's Reflecting Pool, but...
That's true. Not very good there.
Heartless acting this seems really greedy. I sort of similar to Marshall's counters, I feel like Cass needs to save her instant speed removal to deal with the primary game plan. Especially because she's at plenty of life right now, and like Ashen Rider, Grizzlebrand, Elspeth Conquers Death, all of these are totally reasonable answers to
Also, she can just main phase Connive Concoct now that she has no instant speed removal, but 2 of her creatures are in her hand.
Yeah, it's not great, although, you know, Elish Norn's still excellent.
So here you get that one. Yes, that is the mountain.
No reason to get irrigated farmland over that.
Okay, Relic's not bad.
She might just go for Connive Cock, but yeah, I think Relic is better.
Yeah, I think Relic just lets you...
It also means if she draws an untapped land, she can just raw out an 8-drop.
Marshall has it here.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised if this is like a dig from Marshall.
Yeah. Although, like, now is a good time to go for it, because, like, he also saw that Cass cast a Heartless Act. He may think that she did that because she has another answer in hand, maybe, but
yeah, because when you're, like, in a situation like this, you're kind of in this spot of, my opponent's not playing anything, what do they have? And in this case, it's Reanimation Spell with nothing in the graveyard, 2 big targets, you know about the Null Priest. Like, Marshall is like, why did she not play the Null Priest again?
Yeah.
Like,
and the answer is because Cass wanted Marshall to think, why did she not play the Null Priest again?
So this is pretty good, because it kind of just, like, adds pressure to the board. So she can hard cast... No, she's one... If she draws an untapped land, she can hard cast Ashen Rider or Grizzlebrand.
Marshall discarded 2 lands, though, so he doesn't get the counters, which are really what would make Season Pyromancer. Yeah, the tokens, which is really what makes Season Pyromancer a big threat here. So,
I think he understands the matchup here
Ooh.
being. So
That's a nice little guy.
yeah, it's really good in this current board state.
The thing is, Cass basically has to keep up the illusion that she has instant speed removal.
I don't know if she has to. I think here she's gonna play ECD and Looter Il Core.
Yeah, you might be right, and just say if he has it, he has it.
Yeah, because it's like here's the thing. You are incentivized to do that if you can do that or whatever.
What is this?
For Brawl?
Really?
Wow. I think that's pretty bad.
Yeah, I don't. That seems way lower impact than.
Once again, Marshall countering that when.
Yeah, that's such a low impact spell. I mean, I guess she was doing it to bait a counter, I guess? I mean.
Potentially.
But. I don't know, she has a lot
even-
of high impact spells that would also bait counters and also aren't
Yeah,
horrible
like
if
ECD.
they get countered.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, it does seem pretty clear that Marshall didn't have the combo last turn, so she has a couple turns of not exactly guaranteed safety, but like more likely to be safe. It is unlikely that Marshall just top decked the combo. Well, Jace the Mind Sculptor's a...
Jace the Mind Sculptor's a good one. So here I like Jace the Mind Sculptor, Looter Il Core, because Jace the Mind Sculptor can actually draw you to your downfall. Oh wait, no, she's already cast both of her instant speed removal
that's what
spells.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
And like, if Marshall is looking at her list, he knows that, you know?
Yeah. And Censor too. So it's like every way to interact.
She has Cryptic left.
Yeah. It's like every way.
What's it called? The robot that flashes a thing back.
Oh yeah.
Gear Hulk.
Ooh, Snapcaster just to counter is so nice here.
Yeah. Wow. Marshall really
it increases his clock and
kind
he
of
gets
successfully playing the control game.
This is Marshall's element. Like, as much as he hates it, he says he hates limited because he's like, oh, I hate when you play just like whatever cards like normal limited. But this where it's like, this is limited where you have like, I don't know how to put it, like really high power cards.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, all that said, if Cass can just, you know, loot away one of her big drops, land an Ontario Rights or a Concoct.
If this is Chandra, I mean, he's... Okay, oh, that's pretty good. That ain't bad.
Nope.
Narset ain't bad either.
Killing Looter Il Core and then playing Narset's a little strange. I mean, I get that Looter pressures Narset a little bit, but...
Remand in the hand now.
Oof.
Remand's real nice.
So
she needs an untapped land right now.
Yeah, or she needs to concoct into specifically Elesh Norn.
That can kill Downfall, or that has Downfall and Heartless Axe. So that's not bad, but honestly,
She's just gonna ECD Narset?
That seems bad.
It seems, I mean,
it's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, it seems lower potential upside than just concocting.
Because Narset really does help Marshall find the combo.
That's true.
And like if he has,
I mean, it doesn't find the combo itself.
I was gonna say if he has Pact here, this is so huge.
Yeah,
because now he gets to pay for Pact and hold up Negate.
You mean Remand?
Or sorry, Negate. Sorry, Remand. Yeah, Marshall might win this game.
Yeah, might win this game with 2 drops or 2/2s.
Yeah. Please pay for Pact. Don't let your puppy not make you pay for Pact. Gotta tap one more. Doesn't really matter how he taps because of Cascade Bluffed.
Yeah.
Right, now you Narset pre-combat because you just want to, you just want to see anything. Dig through time, really, really powerful.
Oof. And yeah, this is the point where you really want to. This is the bind you want to get people in as the blue-red combo deck. You want to
exactly
just have them
That's
be
not
despairing
untapped.
because they're like you're attacking them with creatures, and then also you get to do this other big thing.
Yeah,
And like,
so it's so good because Marshall can hold up. He should always hold up Remand. He should not go shields down. But I'm a little worried he might go to dig, and then Cass can Torrential Gear Hulk kill a creature, which really stops Marshall's
she could also
clock.
Torrential Gear Hulk censor dig through time.
That's true. Either one.
I don't
think if you're Marshall, you go shields down because Chandra next turn is lethal. It's like
Yeah. I don't like this. Cap from
concoct.
Cass, you just know that it's going to get remanded. Like,
Wonder what this is. Concoct to get Null Priest.
I mean, Concoct does surveil, so like,
Yeah, so she can potentially find Elish Norn, which is huge on this board. She has 3 looks at Elish Norn, so she has a 1 in 18, and then a 1 in 17, and a 1 in 16 chance, whatever the fuck that is. This is, yeah, you know about the Remand. Remand gets Marshall closer to the combo, draws him a card, and Chandra's
shows
lethal.
Marshall Gear Hulk.
Chandra is lethal. And Marshall has seen 25 cards in his deck. There's a very real chance he did not loot Chandra. Main phase. He's tapping really fast.
Yep,
That's
there we
lethal.
go. That's it.
Wow.
That's the game.
Holy shit. I talked about it. All right, we're going to tie breaks.
All right.
Wow. Marshall played that last game perfectly.
That was impressive.
Gear Hulk at
All right.
sorcery
To be fair,
speed.
Cass missed
Because I wanted
an
to
untapped
have
turns, but that was the danger of playing a 3-color deck, especially when she didn't pick up Sunken Hollow, which enters the battlefield untapped. Like, you need duels that can do that.
All right, I'm bringing down the Discord volume because it was really loud. I don't know what changed, but here we are.
I could have just connived instead, but I figured it was also going to get remanded.
Friends, Romans and country friends.
I don't stand by a lot of my decisions in that match, but I stand by that
Can
one.
you just not hear me?
Oh,
great.
I guess we have to nominate a champion.
They can't hear you. I can unmute and talk.
No, I can hopefully fix it.
I think it's between Teddy and
Hey, friends. Yeah, so each team go into your team channel and discuss a champion. Here's how this works for anyone who's unfamiliar.
some left.
Marshall and Evan already
you
left
care
to
if people
discuss.
just go?
Okay. Yeah, all right. I'll everyone here has done it before, so I'll just explain to the stream.
Table, let's go to table.
So stream, here's how this works. We'll go join one of the consultants in a sec, but because the teams are now 8 and 8, each team has won 8 matches. We go to a tiebreaker best of 5 showdown match, and in this tiebreaker best of 5 showdown match, each team nominates a champion without knowing who the other team's champion is, and they each battle their decks against each other, 2 main board and 3 sideboard games. I mean, you know, if 2 of them win, if one of them wins 3, then whatever, it's done. But that's how it works, and let's go to team table and talk it out. That is to say, team red zone.
Okay.
Hey, friends.
Hello, Nancy.
Yeah.
Just for a technical question, are we still allowed to do the thing where someone else can play the deck, or do we just not do that because it's too tedious?
We can do that if Cass needs to go to bed, or something.
Okay.
But
Generally,
ideally,
no.
no. It's such a fucking hassle.
Yeah, we are not going to tactically go to bed.
Okay. I just figured I'd mention it because it is one of those things that can happen in paper version.
Yeah.
Yeah, very
I
easily.
mean, also, we've been playing like dog shit.
I know, you're feeling the strain, and so it's
Yeah,
kind of like,
it is a marathon.
No, I promise you, it is not the strain. It's not the length of time. Our brain just does not work.
all
Well,
right.
you managed a 3-1, so
Yeah, I mean,
That's pretty sick.
I am
Yeah, I
happy
think we
to
did
go
okay
out
here.
again.
Teddy, what are your thoughts?
Man, I don't know. I
nominate. I
Mo-
would
I'm
say
deafened
Cass
right now.
versus whoever they put. That's kind of where I'm at right now.
Nat.
yeah.
I think this is a really interesting decision, honestly, because
Yeah.
everyone's records are so close. Like each
Yeah.
team has 2-2-2s, a 3-1, and to be honest, I think like Jules very easily could have gone 3-1.
Yeah. I think Teddy easily could have gone 3-1. I wouldn't be surprised if they nominated Teddy.
Yeah, I kind of like nominating Teddy because
Also, thank you, Liz, for offering to facilitate deck swapping. That's very sweet of you. I think we won't need it. We can talk after there aren't any stakes about whether we want to generally allow a deck to take a different pilot in the finals or just as a special circumstance. But
let me
I think
just
this
say,
time.
it's been sick that there have been 2 of these in a row. The records, the storyline has really come together.
Yeah, the 2 that we've done commentary for, no less.
Oh, they choose Evan. Oh, well, they should. I'm going to delete that message.
Yeah.
Deleted. Okay, so Evan. So I wasn't. I'm. Oh, so we get to see Evan's deck in action again.
Yeah, that's sweet. I'm a little sad it's not Val's because we never saw it in action, but
yeah, you know.
All right, let's tune back in to the other team.
Okay.
All right, friends, what are you thinking?
Well, we're picking Cass.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're locking in.
All right.
All right, I guess we can go.
Cass went to get a drink.
I can drag everyone up into this channel.
For some reason, on Discord, when I type @Cass, it selects Josh Jellin. I think because CASS appear in that order in America's Greatest Hero, which is his display name for some reason.
Yeah, no, I was wondering like how that like.
Yeah, I think that's
why that.
We should watch.
Why I would
Cass.
type those letters and Jellin would come up. That's got to be the only way.
I think we should watch Cass's view.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Alrighty.
I think that is.
I mean, we knew you were going to pick Evan.
I mean,
it wasn't a big
I don't know.
surprise.
We could.
No, there was a lot of
We could
debate.
do
We
split
actually,
each
because
game
me
if
and
you
Marshall
want.
both just wanted to play,
Yeah.
so we flipped a coin.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, we knew if you were Marshall, and we were just like, all right, Cass seems like the best bet.
My only loss was to Cass, so this is like, it's a pretty spicy coin flip.
I think Cass just outvalues your deck, but yeah. We'll see.
I'll go underneath with Crater Hoof.
Yeah,
That's the main like mode
right.
that we're
I'm
going to
fine with
try to
either.
win these games is just by rushing out one on like
Llama.
turn 4, turn 5.
yeah. Is your deck capable of that?
With like Monodorks,
Yeah,
Lotus
let's watch
Cobra,
We only watched
yeah,
that
it
once.
can.
Oh,
And it was
yeah,
only for,
yeah,
like,
Lotus
one game,
Cobra.
I think.
It has some.
Lotus
It has some
Cobra,
starts.
anything's possible.
All right.
It
Devoted Good helps. If you had Arbor Elf and Utopia Sprawl, you can get a Garrick on turn 2.
Y'all can feel free to start whenever you want. Please, both of you stream. Sarah and I might switch back and forth depending on how we feel.
Okay.
So yes, it is
Sweet.
possible to cast a crit.
All right, I'm deafened.
I
Let's
would
start
love-
with Evan.
Yeah.
And maybe switch back and forth each game or something.
Yeah, I would love to watch a match where both players play streaming and just stream sniping, like both hands exposed. Just like, ooh, this is a bad one from Evan.
Yeah,
My boy
it's got to
knows
be a
better.
mulligan.
Yeah, he knows better. He's shipping this, unless he accidentally hits the keep button. This
I
one's
should
also
just-
pretty bad.
I should just include the fucking finals
This one's a
thing.
bit better. Push.
Does this make you nostalgic for winning your best of 5 in the last roto?
Oh, it's a best of 5. Fuck, I forgot.
Oh, you weren't there when I was explaining. Yeah, it's a best of 5.
No, I just completely forgot.
So we just do a normal best of 3 and then one more game if necessary, or do we? Is it usually like unsideboarded game, sideboarded, sideboarded?
Yeah, that's how we did it last time. It was 2
Okay.
unsideboarded games, and
I'm
then-
just gonna pop in and remind them before it's too late.
unless they only want to do a best of 3.
No, it's a
'Cause
best
they're
of 5.
tired.
Yeah,
Uh,
no, we just had at the bottom of our list this block of like 5 lands that were like, okay, we're just gonna take these last.
Friends,
Yeah.
don't forget, the second game is unsideboarded, so don't sideboard after game 1.
Oh, thank you. Please remind us again.
We will
when-
we will try to
we
do
will.
that. All right.
Yeah, my best of 5, it was pretty brutal. I had 2 sick, nasty games.
Yeah.
And then 2 really bad, like Mulligan, Flood, or Mana Screw games.
Yeah,
was
and then
really
it came
sad.
down to game 5. It was, and that
then
was a
game
that was a
5,
good one.
I burned for lethal and I popped off.
Yeah, that was great.
A little bit of a slow start from Evan, but this isn't really a deck that can like mega ultra punish it.
Yeah.
Like an aggro deck. So Multi 5 is kind of rough, but we'll see where it goes.
If Evan doesn't side in the spell lands against this extremely grindy matchup, I'm gonna
I mean,
pitch a fit.
well, you can pitch it in your own brain. So this is interesting. Do you just run out pod here because it's not going to get countered and it makes everything a potential threat, or do you play Knight's Whisper? I think Evan's
I don't think there's any way you play Knight's Whisper. I think it's Pod or Metamorph copying Relic. But I like Pod.
Metamorph copying Relic isn't bad. You're right. All right, it's playing Knight's Whisper.
All right.
It's not the worst play, but I definitely think, the other 2 options available. Honestly, Metamorph copying Relic, sometimes you just like forget that Relic or Metamorph can hit artifacts.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Used to be one of like the primary uses of Metamorph was to kill a Jite
Yeah. Classic.
back in the day.
So next turn, Evan can play a Lotus Cobra, play a land, and also play Metamorph or Birthing Pod. Metamorph is actually sick in this matchup because it can copy the big.
Yeah. Metamorph
big-
copying like
the big
Archon, so
All right.
good.
So this
Yeah,
is,
in that case, not playing Metamorph is much smarter here.
Yeah. So I still think playing Birthing Pod is probably defensible. Ooh, Maelstrom Pulse really... Okay, so playing it before, not typically what you want to do.
Just like
I guess
slamming a land
guess-
with a Lotus Cobra in hand is Evan's signature move.
He can't cast Broodmoth, unfortunately.
Broodmoth Tarkin.
Yeah, I
don't hate Pod here.
Yeah, I think that's the line.
If it gets countered, it gets countered. It's not that great in this deck anyway.
Yeah. We've already seen Censor in the graveyard, so there's
Yeah.
actually... Yeah.
I guess Cass only has Censor and Cryptic, so yeah, it wasn't counterable there.
Yeah, because unfortunately, Evan's only at 4 mana, unfortunately, so he
Yeah.
can't Metamorph copy a big thing and then. However, Ashen Rider to kill the Karoo is pretty good.
Yeah, that would be sick. That would be really sick.
I don't think we're gonna see that.
Very few ways to remove lands in this cube by design, but there aren't 0.
Yeah. Whoa, did Agent of Treachery not get drafted?
Yeah,
Or-
it did not.
Yeah, damn.
Would have
I
been
don't
really
think I
good
got-
in Cass's deck.
Ooh, that's true. Okay, if this is her only play, this is kind of where Evan's Multi 5 can help him out.
Yeah.
Okay, Vivian.
Yeah, Vivian coming down.
Vivian plus.
Make
yeah.
a beast. it's not going to last that long against a tar pit, but that if Cass just tar pits twice, that's a lot of mana she's not spending on anything else.
Yeah.
Is he Maelstrom pulsing when he has a... Is he land Maelstrom Pulse potting away Cobra?
Oh, to get Rex Sage?
Wait, he doesn't have the mana for that.
Yeah.
Wait, no, he could have also cast Maelstrom Pulse here and chose not to.
Yeah, he could have. He chose to pay the mana.
Yeah.
Rather than
the life, yeah.
Which is a little interesting. This does really, really hurt, because I think Cold Steel Heart is naming blue.
Yeah.
From what I can see.
I mean, Cass still has all three of her colors, but she doesn't have double white.
But also now this Rex Sage, gets potted.
Now she has double white.
Okay, now
I just feel like if you're going to be trying to put pressure on Cass's mana, you want to get rid of the Cold Steel Heart too.
Yeah, but I also like Maelstrom Pulse because it just kills all of the big creatures.
I just feel like one for wanting those big creatures is just not where you want to be when Cass can rebuy them so many different ways. I feel really silly during the interviews saying like, you don't have that many reanimation spells, when she very clearly has plenty of reanimation spells.
She's tapping 4. I wonder what this is. Bloodchief's Thirst. Okay.
Kicked. All right. Just to prevent Evan from going.
Prevent the pod. That's not the worst line.
Yeah.
So now I think you have to play Vivian.
I mean, he could ooze pod into. Does he actually have a 6? He cut Sun Titan, right?
Yeah, he doesn't have a 6.
Cutting Sun Titan and keeping pod is a weird decision, but
it's not my favorite. I like the Vivian here.
Yeah, Vivian.
She only has one way to deal with it, which is Hero's Downfall and creatures, obviously, and stuff that you can reanimate.
But Hero's Downfall is just good against Evan anyway, so yeah. Here we go.
Yep. Just start getting that advantage. Plus, he could pod this, but I don't think you want to.
No, not just a mana dork.
Yeah.
With nothing in hand. I don't like that at all.
I think he also only has 1/2, which is Lotus Cobra, which is dead.
An interesting factoid. Because all of Cass's huge drops are 8s, or at least because 2 of Cass's huge drops are 8s, it's going to be harder for Marshall to metamorph birthing pod the metamorph into something valuable. If Cass casts specifically Elishorn, it can be potted into a Craterhoof, but it can't be. Ashen Rider or Grizzlebrand can't be valuably potted in Marshall's deck.
Yeah, in Evan's deck, you mean?
Yeah, yeah. All of your friends are the same to me.
Thanks.
That's not true.
So
yeah, Josh, it's wild. I mean, to be fair, Evan's deck has difficulty producing double white, as you can see. But if you're going to have enough to try to put Broodmoth in there, and Sun Titan's your only 6, it seems weird. Evan's deck went a bit off the rails in drafting. Or maybe it just never got on the rails quite as much as it wanted to be.
And now I don't hate this board.
Yeah.
Because this is going to become Elishnorn proof.
Yeah.
Evan needs to play this land. Please play the land tapped. Please play the land tapped.
What's he thinking about?
I think.
What is this?
Oh, does he have a 6? Does he have a 6?
Oh, he's just. Why would you get rid of the ooze instead of the beast? The ooze is going to be a 3/3.
Oh, I think he wants to get white mana to get Broodmoth out.
Yeah, okay, that's defensible.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, if he had a Sun Titan in his library here, and he could pop ooze, get Sun Titan, return like Lotus Cobra or Rex Sage to kill Cold Steel Heart, just so gross.
I mean, killing that relic, Cass is like stuck on 6.
Yeah.
This is really, really big. This is okay. Golos is good. Golos is really good. So here, I wouldn't hate pulsing Golos potentially.
Yeah, I could see Broodmoth, Pulse Golos, sacrifice ooze for nothing, just to get a counter on it.
Broodmoth, Pulse Golos. Yeah.
Just pay 2 life to give Biogenic Ooze flying and make another Ooze token.
Wait, give it
Oh.
flying?
Yeah, because with Broodmoth.
Yeah, I don't hate that.
I don't think you can let Cass untap. Does Cass have? Yeah, Cass does have red mana right now. So letting Cass untap and cast and activate Golos seems really bad here.
Yeah, she has the ability to activate Golos. Hope Evan is aware. Okay, yeah. Here we go. Now we're seeing the Maelstrom Pulse.
Yeah.
Which...
And again, if Evan had a 6, this would be a way better turn. But
I like attacking with both rather than attacking for 1 and only dealing 4. Just kind of bumping up.
There's just no reason not to. I don't like birds there, but it's not the worst.
I think it's fine.
Just getting another Ooze out puts so much clock on Cass.
Yeah. Okay, this is 8 mana. And I can't imagine what she would be holding on to and not playing.
Yeah.
So the question is, what does the most damage? Probably Ashen Rider hitting Broodmoth. Unless her hand is just all reanimation spells, but
Ashen Rider is really good for Evan, because he can just metamorph it.
Yeah, he can metamorph it and then hit it.
And then... it's Elish Nord. I assumed that if she had Elish Nord, it would see play last turn.
So now she's just dead.
Yeah, she's easily dead to metamorph.
Actually, wait. Is she? No, wait.
What? Yes, she has to be dead.
No.
Metamorph pod into Craterhoof? Is that not enough with the Elish Nord deep pump?
Does he have Craterhoof?
Yeah, he has Craterhoof.
Does he have it in his deck? Oh,
yeah, it's not in his sideboard.
But no, because Elish Nord is still alive.
Yeah, but the creatures still get +4/+4. Oh, and Metamorph comes back.
Oh, fuck, you're right. So sick.
So we could also just make 2 Craterhoofs. Oh no, the timing doesn't work out on that.
Don't do that, Evan. Don't do that, Evan. Oh, yeah, you're right.
What did he do?
I don't know. Whatever. Lost in the sauce.
Well, I literally don't understand physically what happened.
So he chose Biogenic Ooze, and it didn't have a counter on it.
Oh.
So why would he not choose Elish Nord again? It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, but woof. All right, let's switch to Cass's team.
Okay. Bonk. Bonk.
Oh, and I'm gonna remind it
immediately.
Don't sideboard.
I didn't sideboard.
Great.
I remembered something.
All right. I will switch stream.
Don't
there we go.
Don't really love this hand. Ugin is really, really, really good against Evan's deck.
Yeah.
So I'm incentivized to keep it with the Scry.
Broodmoth makes Ugin less good.
What?
Broodmoth makes Ugin less good.
No, it exiles. It
matter. Exiles? Oh, Jesus.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Ugin's great.
Yeah. Ugin is the lights out card against
Yeah.
Evan. It just literally deals everything.
I mean...
Hornet Queen, which is a nightmare. I actually, no, because she has Ellis Norn, so it's not that bad. I like keeping this hand with the Scry and hoping that Evan... Because here's the thing. Evan didn't... That was a mold of 5 for Evan, and he didn't really have a quick start, like with his mana dorks. Like, if he has a really fast one, this is what gets punished. Like, hands like this.
Yeah.
That are like Temple, Creeping Tar Pit, Censor on turn 3. I think you have to keep that on top. Just remembering that Teferi putting it on the bottom from last time. Okay, instant fetch.
Oh,
so this is probably a bop or...
I mean, in fairness, I think with perfect play, Cass had game 1, Marshall had game 2, and Marshall had game 3.
Yes, I agree.
So they just swapped game 1 and game 2, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. Evan tanking really hard. Oh, probably trying to... Okay. Just main phasing it for the F6 value. Love it. I guess keeping up Censor here is probably okay.
Yeah.
rather than playing Creeping Tar Pit, because like her deck doesn't have a ton of 3s anyway.
Yeah, getting the Lotus Cobra with Sensor is great. The one time Evan plays Lotus Cobra with presumably lands in hand.
Yeah, Evan plays Lotus Cobra. All right, that's a pretty good card. You can kick it to kill something next turn.
Yeah.
And then Teferi the turn after that.
Bloodchief's Thirst is great here. I hope Cass sides in Fatal Push.
Why?
Just because it's really good against all of Evan's cheap cards. Evan has a million...
Evan has 3 creatures less than 3 CMC.
What? Doesn't he have a bunch of elves and stuff?
He has Lotus Cobra and 2 Mana Dorks.
Huh. Well,
remember, he took Farseek.
Right, I do. I thought he had Devoted Druid. Who has Devoted Druid?
Oh, no, he does have Devoted Druid. Okay, so he has 4 things. And Cass has enough fetch land, she probably,
yeah,
it can do 4.
Fatal Push is pretty good in Cass's deck.
Yeah. Ooh, baby. All right, now this is awkward because now it's like Teferi can tuck it, and it's not the best thing.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
Or you can just Bloodchief's Thirst it and just kind of like keep going, play your Polluted Delta to, Interesting. I wonder if she's gonna plus or minus. Okay, minus.
I like that. I think like the Drain Tree is not ideal, but it's like Evan's deck doesn't put that much damage pressure on for the most part.
That's true. There's not really a lot of haste. A Vivian here from Evan would be real
crushing.
Real good.
Yeah.
She has a Bloodchief's Thirst, so
yeah, trading a Bloodchief's Thirst for a token that Vivian plus to make just like
oh
no, it just kills Vivian, right?
Would be really good. Oh, all right. Speak of the devil. She's not the devil. She's my wife.
That's no devil. That's my wife.
Then can we put that on a T-shirt and it's just like Roto Crew 2020? That's not the devil. That's my wife.
Yeah, Bloodchief's Thirst. What a strong card. What a ridiculously powerful card.
Yeah. Now you just get to draw. Yeah, Bloodchief's Thirst is what I wish Fatal Push was. Where I'm just, it's like, because Fatal Push, even if you activate it, it's not unconditional. It's still just like, you got, what?
What?
Oh, attacking with a Creeping Tar Pit? That seems bad. Evan still gets an activation.
Way worse. I feel like Cass may still not realize that Bloodchief's Thirst can target Planeswalkers.
This protects her Teferi, so it's not the worst. Because her Teferi was going to die to the token.
That's true.
It's not the worst, and she gets to play the Triumph tapped.
But, like, what happens next turn, right? Like, Teferi's still going to die to the token unless you top deck something sick.
I mean, to be honest, I think Ugin's going to decide this game. So
sure. I just feel like, at the end of these 2 turns, if she'd killed Vivian,
and here's the Rhino.
Evan would have, a 3/3 in play. And now, at the end of these 2 turns, Evan's going to have a 3/3 and a Vivian in play. And Cass, in return, is going to have 1 more card in hand.
Yeah. She's going to need to... The really heads-up play would be to
Heartless Act cannot kill Beast token.
It can't. It's really funny.
What's the really heads-up play? Ooh!
So the really heads-up play here would be like main phase Gifts Ungiven, and just let your Teferi die, because it's going to happen anyways, and then Ugin to get everything, because it would just die to... The Ugin would exile the Teferi anyways.
Why do you need to main phase Gifts Ungiven?
Because you have more mana with Teferi. I guess she's not doing anything, and she's... Yeah. Wait, how much is Vivian's minus? It's 3, right? It's not 2? Okay.
Yeah, so Tar Pit here works because of Teferi's untap.
Yeah, but now you can't hold up both Heartless Act and Gifts Ungiven.
I just don't think that matters very much with an Ugin coming down next turn.
I mean, if Evan has... What's it called? Craterhoof. Like, it's pretty brutal.
Evan's 2 mana away from Craterhoof.
No, he has a Karoo.
That's 6 mana. Crater Hoof costs 8.
Oh, is it 8? I thought it was 7.
No, it's 8. Card's good, but it's not that good. Untapping Tar Pit here is interesting. I mean, Evan doesn't really have instant speed removal in green-white, but it does theoretically give an opponent a chance to kill the Tar Pit and keep Cass off of 5 mana, which also doesn't matter because she only needs to cast a 4 mana spell. So I don't know why I'm bothering to point it out.
I think it's interesting. There's like little things like that.
I would have probably untapped the Fetid Heath instead, is all I'm saying.
Attacking both. Oh, no.
Oh, because this kills your Tar Pit. This means you don't resolve Ugin.
I think this is kind of an interesting play.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the logic of...
Teferi is really good.
Yeah, but it's likely to die to Ugin's minus anyway.
Well, not anymore. Vivian's gone. Like, what are you getting?
I guess so. I mean, Evan has 6 cards in hand.
I think it's
one can
marginal.
assume it includes some amount of banging creatures, right?
Oh, like, is this Avenger? Oh.
Hornet Queen.
So that is really bad with Ugin, because now Ugin starts at 7.
Although...
she can Gifts Ungiven
for Elishnorn and play it this turn. She has 8 mana now. So actually, yeah, given that she can Gifts and activate this turn, I do like the line of trading there. Wait.
See this line?
No, she only has 7 mana because she traded the Tar Pit.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, no. I'm flip-flopping again. The right line was not to trade there. The right line was to gift there.
I think the right line is just taking all the way. I think it's sometimes like overvaluing your planeswalkers because interesting.
Yeah, I mean she has a million mana.
That's nice. No, she doesn't. She tapped wrong. She tapped her blue sources. Oh no, wait, Teferi. She has Teferi. Teferi's gonna untap them. Okay. So now this is nice.
Yeah, she still can't Cryptic plus gifts, but do you think she taps down the Hornet Queen and then just Ugins for 7? No, she taps down the Hornet Queen and then Gifts Ungivens for Elspeth.
She can Ugin for 0 also. Just get rid of all the seconds.
That's true. That's pretty good.
And like Hornet Queen's not going to pressure enough. Depends on.
That's
so if Evan tries to tap out for like a big spell here, that is the ideal because then you get to tap counter.
Yeah.
Is this Broodmoth?
I mean, yeah. So she has a lot of flexibility.
Okay, so this is Broodmoth. So this is a perfect counter target.
Yeah.
So counter, tap, yes, that's good.
And Evan tapping out main phase for this first main for this is really punishing him. If he just gone to attacks and then cast that second main, he'd be in a way better situation.
Oh, this is nice. Wow.
Does he have a land drop for her?
She untaps.
Yeah, but she doesn't get... I was wondering if he could just -5 her immediately and get Broodmouth back, but...
Man, Nissa CMC of 4 is really wild. Because now, is it going face or to Teferi? Probably Teferi. Yeah, okay. Makes sense.
Yeah, so this still gets Ugin'd. So Cass is still in really good shape here.
So yeah, Ugin can -4 and then be at 3 loyalty, so Hornet Queen still can't kill. Hornet Queen can kill Teferi, which is a bummer.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing is Cass could just gift for Elspeth or for Elishnorn here and just kill Hornet Queen.
That's true. I kind of like that. Yeah, I do like that.
And like that leaves Nissa alive, but what's Nissa really doing at this point?
Well, it makes Nissa's things a 1/1. Like.
Yeah, exactly. And Nissa can -5 to bring back. What's the restriction? Is it CMC less than lands or what?
It's equal or less than number of lands you have.
So he can bring back Hornet Queen, but then that just gets
Elishnorn, it doesn't matter.
Oh right, yeah.
Really depends if he has like Maelstrom Pulse.
Maelstrom Pulse is good here. It's not backbreaking because Ugin's still good.
You know, it would have been good in Evan's deck is Ravi Choops. I
mean,
it would have died to the Elishnorn, but it still kills it.
Yeah. Yeah, Ravi Choops would be excellent. Sun Titan
Gravity.
last game, Ravi Choops this game. Although I guess Evan did win last game, so.
Ravi Choopy.
Ravi Choopy, Ravi Choopy.
Like I said, Ugin hasn't even come down yet, and Ugin is still the deciding card. Like, there's just no way that, like, Evan can beat an Ugin. Other than Maelstrom Pulse, I think?
I mean, yeah, it's gonna be really hard.
I think other than the Creeping Tar Pit play, Cass has played this game pretty well.
Yeah, I'm impressed. Especially considering how, let's say rough the play was in the last match. I know Cass insists that it's just because she's a terrible Magic player and not fatigued,
Okay.
but I don't really think a terrible Magic player goes 3-1 in a
So now
Roto
Teferi dies.
with very, very strong players all around.
Yeah, so now Teferi dies.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
And Evan has, like, Eternal Witness. I mean, Maelstrom Pulse isn't even the worst. She has a lot of ways to reanimate creatures, obviously.
Yeah, and Ugin just dealing 3 to Nissa here is pretty strong.
I think Ugin just -4ing to kill, what's it called?
Nissa? Yeah, that's probably better, because then...
Evan doesn't really have haste creatures.
Yeah, and that means he doesn't get back the Hornet Queen, which then would become its own problem. Although I guess -3 also prevents Hornet Queen from coming back, but it means that she's not pressuring... Nissa is not pressuring Ugin.
Yeah, -4.
Yeah, looks like Cass agrees with you, which I think is solid. And then Golos is going to really tie this game up for Cass.
Quick double check to make sure the CMC. That's very smart.
I don't like this super eager Bloodstained Mire crack. I guess she has a Marsh Flats in hand still, which can work with the...
dead. I don't think she has any more.
Yeah, but it can
lands.
turn on Fatal Push if she put in Fatal Push, which maybe she didn't.
This is pre-board.
Oh, right. Never mind.
8 mana. Is
Pre-board
this
game 2. It's got to be the
Zendi?
Hoof Daddy. Avenger 7.
Oh, yeah. Oh, so
it's
Green Sun.
Green Sun 4 Avenger.
So now this
That's
is
not
really interesting.
great.
Because...
Oh.
Oh, wait. It is 7. No, it's not. Wait.
It's 8.
What?
He must have tapped 9.
No, it's because it's Karoo. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So to kill the Ugin...
Yeah.
I mean, this game's still not over.
No.
Because Golos can activate. or you can play Grizzlebrand.
This game might be over now. I mean, Evan definitely has outs. Evan could easily do...
Eternal Witness...
Eternal Witness, Maelstrom Pulse, and then...
Oh god. Tapping is so hard.
At least Cass doesn't have any signets. It's the saving grace.
I mean, like, Fetid Heath feels like a signet.
Yeah, there is no worse mana base than the mana base with Filterlands, Signets, and Karus.
Yeah, Evan really needs Eternal Witness into Maelstrom Pulse.
And Cass really doesn't have room to pay life on Grizzlebrand, so it's really just a 7/7 flying lifelink at this point, unless it hits Evan. Yeah, which is great.
E-Witness. This is E-Witness mana.
No, it's Rex Sage for no value.
Yeah, which if Evan would have actually held it,
would have been really good against Golos.
Yeah. What is this?
Oh. Okay.
Oh.
What does Sage get? Hoof doesn't get anything.
Siege Rhino's dead. Broodmoth?
Broodmoth's dead.
Broodmoth is also dead. Uh-oh. Fuck, that's right. Okay. This is real good.
Right.
Evan should draw here. Just
redraw
for sure. Right now, because I don't think he played a land.
What is this sacrificing Marsh?
I don't think she has any lands to get. Oh, she has exactly one. And
I think this means Golos doesn't get anything.
Well,
all right, that was a good play.
That was a good draw.
Oh, I mean, it's still Evan is coming into this next turn with probably seven cards in hand, possibly 14, but probably 7.
LMAO.
LMAOP.
Is she playing champion first?
I guess.
Yeah, because she could draw Ashen Rider. No, she's 1 mana short of playing Ashen Rider though. Because you're pitching Golos probably.
Is that even
Golos...
better than Elspeth Conquers Death here? Yeah, you don't want to Golos. You don't have that many cards on library to exile with Golos at this point. Ooh. Hero's Downfall is going to be good. I mean, Jace is a powerful card, but I might
You probably discard Jace, yeah.
I don't know. She does need to claw back the card advantage she's about to lose to Griselbrand, though.
I mean, she's going to attack with Griselbrand, and she also can't draw too many cards. She only has 10 cards in the library.
Yeah.
There you go. Yep. Now, ECD. Which one do you target? Yes, very good.
Drawing before she declares targets, huh?
I mean... Yeah, I think you draw again here if you don't have...
I don't think so. That puts him to 4. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, how do you win? Depends on what he drew, honestly, is what it is. Because he just needs Eternal Witness, plus...
But, like, yeah.
He needs Eternal Witness, getting Maelstrom Pulse.
Yeah, I guess if you don't see Eternal Witness in your first 7, like... Yeah. Or a 2-drop that you can pod into Eternal Witness.
You need to
which
think,
it's pretty unlikely you see neither of those cards.
I'm pretty sure she has no lands left in her library.
I'm pretty sure that's true.
Which is good. It means everything, and you have Ashen Rider in there still. With Ashen Rider and...
This looks like a Witness.
Yep.
Is this going to be Witness, get back... No, he doesn't have the mana to Witness Broodmoth, sack Witness, and get really cute about it.
Yeah, it would have been a turn too slow.
So one thing about Cass is she has not played many reanimation spells this draft.
Yeah.
Or this game. She only has 10 cards left in her library, and a high density of them will bring Elesh Norn or Griselbrand back onto the battlefield.
So because Teferi is dead, she doesn't have mill insurance. So this is a really interesting decision of whether to draw 7, and I think she should.
I think she shouldn't. I think her remaining card quality is good enough, and the clock Evan's putting on her is small enough. Plus, like, she could just block with Champion of Wits here. Craterhoof doesn't naturally have trample.
Oh, that's true.
And then Champion also draws her cards when it comes back.
Yeah, hang on.
But fewer cards and not for 7 life.
I'm gonna look at Evan's deck. See what he still has. That's good. Oh, he can get Marin.
Oh, that's
Holy
gross.
Shit. Marin is so good.
He chooses not to, although I guess this gets in Craterhoof for 5, which is pretty good.
I like this. Just getting a Planeswalker out there, incremental advantage.
But yeah, that Marin is going to be Problemsville.
Yeah, because Marin, get back E-Witness. Oh wait, how does Marin work? Is it you choose the creature that goes to your hand, right? Okay, yeah. So Marin, get back E-Witness. That's a dead draw. That's one of the few dead draws. Ashen Rider is very live, and she can Champion of Wits to try and
has
draw.
to here.
Yeah, you have to. Evan's deck is kind of sick. It could be sicker, obviously.
Yeah, I think Evan's deck is, if anything, a proof of concept that a really good pod deck would be a fearsome sight to behold.
I mean, I think because it's like, here's a pod deck where green was open. Like, yeah, like this is what it was.
Yeah, and if Evan's deck had an Offensa combo in it, if Evan's deck had, I kind of like this. This buys buys Cass a lot of time.
I don't like doing it before Champion.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because Champion, you're drawing 4 cards. That's unlikely to matter for mill. It's a 4/4 body, and you still have the mana. Oh no, do you not? It's 7. That's right. No, yeah. So you could still do it and hold up Hero's Downfall.
Yeah, you could have done it in the other order.
And now.
No, you have to draw cards, Cass. You have to draw cards.
You have to draw Ashen Rider. You have to draw cards. You gotta.
Cassiopeia, come on.
This is the, if she says no, she loses the game, like 100%.
It's just really hard to imagine her clawing back through all that card advantage. Yeah.
All right.
Fuck.
That's. I mean, she can rip Ashen Rider.
So
Because
this.
Marin is on end step, so it's a little slow. But Evan can just get back Craterhoof and just like really, really apply the pressure.
Yeah. And like, at some point,
Siege
Evan can just
Rhino,
start
like yeah.
sacking additional cards uh to like Birthing Pod just to get those experience counters, you know?
Yeah, and he can also he can plus Garrick and then just start minusing Garrick on the 1/1 Death Touchers.
And that's assuming he has nothing useful in hand. Is this just
he just drew 7 cards.
Yeah, like.
So this is probably Marin, and then he's gonna sack E-Witness potentially.
I mean, to be fair to Cass, I think it's unlikely she was winning this game anyway because of how many fucking cards are in Marshall's hand.
Yeah,
but...
okay, I like this from Evan. I was gonna say, you probably do this and get Avenger or something, and just be like, you have to answer this right now.
Yeah. Which Cass could if she'd drawn... I guess she has an ECD going off next turn. That is worth remembering. So she's going to get an Elish Norn probably back.
That's right.
So Avenger here is pretty bad.
Yeah, interesting.
Unless Evan can somehow make multiple land drops. He can make 0 land drops.
So he can get back...
Craterhoof. That's cute, but he's just missing the onboard ECD. All right. This is probably Cass's game to lose again.
Yeah. So Elish Norn is good. She can deal Evan 6 because he can't block.
Yeah. She could also just get back Ugin and -7, or even -4.
Oh, you can get back Ugin. Fuck, that's right. -4 seems bad, because then your shit just dies.
Yeah.
You have to -7. Oh, and it gets
and it lives. Oh my god, I forgot it lives.
Okay. But Evan has Craterhoof in hand.
Yeah, so
yeah, your Champion of Wits dies. You get to play Looter.
You gotta play Looter. Like, I get that looting isn't great, but at some point Elish Norn is gonna come back, and those 3 free damage are gonna matter.
What is in Evan's hand? I'm trying to think of what he could potentially have. Might just be... Oh, got rid of Pod, too. Damn, that's pretty good. Oh, is this Ooze? Wow, Ooze is just so fucking nuts.
Yeah, it's...
I mean,
Evan can also just sort of dump his hand this turn, just play a bunch of random creatures.
Oh, yeah.
And then Craterhoof next turn for wildly lethal. Ugin could -1, I guess, but, like...
No, Ugin's probably going to plus on, like, an Ooze or something.
I don't know. The number of creatures Evan has matters way more than the quality of those creatures. And the minus does also kill the Ooze.
Interesting. Guess it doesn't change the clock at all. It would have if Cass would have played Looter. Green Sun Zenith for 2.
What is this? Okay.
Devoted Druid. Is he just trying to crater? It doesn't give your creatures haste, though, does it?
No.
I think maybe he thinks it does.
This is a weird one.
Deals 9. Well, now you have to go face. Hopefully it doesn't go to Ugin. Okay, it's going face.
Yeah, no, it's going at Cass's face.
She just has to draw Ashen Rider. It's like the only out.
Yeah. Although now that Evan has Craterhoof on the battlefield...
I guess Lily is also an out. That's pretty good.
Woo! I forgot that was in her deck. That's main board. I guess that makes sense against...
Yeah, she played at main.
Team aggro.
This is why I really didn't like Evan's line there.
Yeah. I mean, the line of waiting to Craterhoof would also have been not great against Wrath, but it would have been better.
Yeah.
I guess maybe the reason Cass didn't play Looter was because she knew Wrath was one of her outs here, which we had forgotten.
So this is Ooze, but Evan's just dead on board because of Ugin.
Yeah.
And Looter can't be blocked.
Lugin, Uger.
What is this? What is this? Nothing. Concede. Concession. There's something I'm missing. 7 mana. Hornet Queen? No,
It's in his
Hornet Queen's
graveyard.
dead.
Is it Green Sun for 6? To find Devoted
Lamo.
Druid? Just he's just goofing on us.
I
This
think
game.
I feel like Evan could have won that game.
Oh, he could have if he got anything other than Avenger of Zendikar there, anything that didn't just totally eat shit to Elesh Norn or Ugin.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not a lot that doesn't eat shit to Ugin there, I guess.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah.
I guess what you want to do is keep more stuff in hand so that you can do something after Ugin comes down.
All right, so now they're going to sideboard. I'm going to step away for 1 second.
All right. Yeah, I like Sublime Epiphany here. I just think that card's pretty powerful in general, although I haven't played with it much in Cube. I really like Command the Dreadhorde here for Cass. I think the fact that Evan plays around with the graveyard so much too, and that he has a lot of relatively inexpensive stuff, like, it's any graveyard. Command the Dreadhorde is any graveyard. So Cass can just, like, bring out, Broodmoth plus Eternal Witness or something, or even, like, Craterhoof plus Hornet Queen and just win the game. I mean, obviously, that only wins the game if she's at 15 life or more, or 16 life or more, but, like, I really, really like Command the Dreadhorde in this match.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously she has a lot of things she's citing in. I don't love Gear Hulk here. I don't think that's especially great.
Honestly, I could
think-
see almost just shipping it back. Like, maybe you want the Fatal Push if you're on the draw.
I think you want Fatal Push. I think you want Command the Dreadhorde, because, like I was saying when you were out, Evan just puts so much stuff into the graveyard. He's doing graveyard shenanigans too. And Command the
Sure.
Dreadhorde just scoops all of those up into Cass's battlefield. And they're cheap too.
Just like Golos goes out or something. Okay, she's taking out Fatal Push, which I don't hate because, like, Fatal Push is just a more low impact card a lot of the time than Command the Dreadhorde. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe she just ships it back.
Yeah, I definitely don't like the Gear Hulk. I don't think you're doing that
She
much.
has 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't hate just shipping it back, honestly. It's pretty... how she drafted, she only has 5 cards on the sideboard.
Yeah.
This hand's real good.
But I think if there's any deck that Command the Dreadhorde is good against, it's Evans. Yeah, I like this hand a lot.
This hand is great.
Probably just running out the Bloodchief's Thirst if Evan makes a mana dork, although he does not. I really hope my headphones don't lose batteries before this is all over. They don't, like, the Wi-Fi or the Bluetooth doesn't work if they're charging, which is really annoying.
That's fun.
Yeah.
So I'm watching Evan's stream now. So
yeah. I'll switch over. I'll join you.
Oh no, I was gonna say if you want to have a like.
No. I want to watch the same thing as you.
Okay.
All right.
So this game's about to get interesting.
Oh boy, yeah.
I mean,
he put in Balagad Recovery.
Yeah, because it's great.
Oh, thank God.
So this is gonna get Blood Chiefs thirsted, but Balagad Recovery, Eat Witness gets it back.
Yeah, I mean, making a 3-mana Planeswalker and eating a 4-mana removal spell is pretty good. Yeah. And especially when Witness just gets it back. God, Ugin's so sick. Or sorry, Oko's so sick against Cass's huge fucking creatures.
Yeah, so this is interesting. Do you just eat Witness back Oko? I like that, especially when you have Balagad Recovery. I might even play the Balagad tapped almost. Like you just really want to hit land drops.
Yeah, absolutely. I would do that. I wouldn't have played that Swamp. I would play Balagad.
I mean,
Especially because
yeah.
Evan has uh the bounce land in his deck. Like it's not even gone
Crow.
forever.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, cycled Censor. Cycling Censor is interesting when I know she had Teferi. Because she could have just plus Teferi, and Teferi's at 5 loyalty.
Yeah.
Oh, she might not have had the land. She might, and then she drew that. Ooh, interesting here. Do you play Oko or Siege Rhino?
I
kind of
think
like
given
just
that
playing.
Cass is signaling counter magic here, I play Siege Rhino. What is
No, because Cold Steel Heart's naming white.
Oh right, and she already played Censor. Yeah, then I like.
I like playing Oko plus.
Oh, and Censor doesn't. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I would have attacked with the food if
Oh,
doing
you're right,
that,
you're right.
but I still like playing Oko here.
Actually here, you know what I like? I like plussing Oko making a food and trying to exchange with Cold Steel Heart.
Sure, yeah, that's
or does
pretty
that
good.
only hit creature?
No,
because I know you can exchange an artifact, but I don't know if you can steal an artifact.
I'm not sure either.
No, it's only target creature.
That makes a lot of sense. Uh-oh, Biscottios, and Evan does not have a good answer to whatever this horrible monster is going to be.
Broodmoth's pretty sick if he can hit the white mana.
Oh, actually, Oko's an answer to it. Never mind.
LMAO. Got him.
LMA Oko.
Okay, Ashen Rider. Yeah, I was gonna say
yeah,
Ashen Rider's really good
because it doesn't get answered by Oko. Oh no, Oko. Oh no, Oko. Oh no.
See, this is where not playing the Balagad recovery kind of hurts a lot.
Yup. Evan also punished for not making the food a creature here. Just would have been a much better board state with. Oh,
Ooh.
Interesting.
Yeah, I like
just saving the Unburial Rights. Yeah, this owns.
This is pretty sick.
And there's the Rot Farm that would have gotten it back. I mean, so we can still Siege Rhino, which is okay. But
it's not very good.
No, it's not. It's not great. It's no 5/5 flying when it ETBs or dies exile target permanent. You know.
Yeah. So, yeah, if he would have played the Balagad, he could have Hornet Queen next turn. Although Hornet Queen not the best against Ashen Rider when there's a what's it called in the graveyard?
Why could he have Hornet Queen next turn if he played Balagad Recovery?
Because he would have had 6
he didn't
mana.
Miss a land drop, did he?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, okay, I missed that. Yeah.
The turn he played Oko, he did not play Balagad Recovery. And then here's the Teferi that we saw very briefly.
I thought he played the Swamp at the turn. I'm pretty sure he played a Swamp the second turn he played Oko.
Well, it was his.
Oh yeah, no, he definitely missed a land because that would have been because he had to do that after casting E-Witness. Okay, yeah, I mean, it's hard to imagine Evan coming back from this. This is a pretty dominant board from Cass.
Yeah.
With Unburial Rights in the graveyard. I don't think Evan really has anything that can exile this Ashen Rider.
No, it would have to be what's it called? Don't play Hierarch here. Don't play Hierarch. You have to play Night's Whisper, try to draw to Phyrexian Metamorph.
Yeah, I agree.
And then you just have to exile, I think, Teferi probably, because Teferi gets rid of your Metamorph, or your Ashen Rider, I suppose. But then your Metamorph's just gonna get tucked.
Yeah,
okay.
but then Ashen Rider doesn't just keep coming back and back and back and back, you know?
So this is really, really rough.
Like, you can't just let Cass keep reanimating Ashen Rider forever.
Well, she has no way to sacrifice it right now.
Yeah, but whatever.
Yeah.
She doesn't need one. She's winning. But, over the long term, Evan wants to find an answer to Ashen Rider that is not just destroy, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, Siege Rider can tussle here. It's actually a pretty good board to let. Yeah, with Exalted.
Oh, you're right.
This is a
But
pretty
then
good board to
Ashen
let
Rider just
Ashen Rider
dies.
die.
I guess that's true. You don't really have anything super high impact.
Yeah, like, you know.
But then
I could see not doing it also just because it's...
she just reanimates it with Lily.
Yeah, no, it's a bad situation for Evan all around.
Yeah.
Yeah, we really should have done this back and forth commentating in the last finals. Interesting. Getting rid of Evan's white source.
All right.
I mean, that's...
You're not doing anything else with your mana, so sure.
It's
Not
kind of
getting rid of-
reasonable to attack Evan's mana here, especially because, you know, when she gets back Ashen Rider...
Not hitting the Karoo is interesting.
But the white source was untapped, the Karoo is not. I think she's just planning on reanimating Ashen Rider this turn anyway.
Well, yeah. She can do it two ways. She has Unburial Rights and she has Lily.
Yeah, I mean...
You should just do it with Lily.
You think so? Because that kills Lily, and she could plus Lily and have a reanimation available.
Isn't Lily's -2, or is it -3?
I thought it was -3. Maybe it's -2.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
It's -3, but she chooses to do it anyway. And now you definitely get rid of the Rot Farm. And you're just... Evan's so behind now.
And she just has like 1,000,000 mana.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you could just put out Elishnorn or something. Ugin, sure, why not?
Game's over. Pack it up.
Probably just killing Hierarch here, just plussing to kill... Or just Evan's entire board,
-4.
I guess.
It's yeah, -4. It's over.
I'm surprised Evan hasn't conceded by now.
Yeah, even if Evan would have hit land drops, I don't think he's winning this game.
No. No, if he'd hit the Metamorph and exiled the Ashen Rider, I think it's...
Okay.
Understands. Alright, let's go back to Cass.
Okay, well, they're gonna have to start a new match.
Yeah, I'll talk to them. Alright, pals.
Yeah.
So the way it works now is you go and re-sideboard just in your deck lists.
Okay.
And then we start the final two. So Evan is down.
One.
Cass is up. So
nobody needs to concede. Whoever wins the die roll should tell Evan to play first. Assuming Evan
that
wants
makes
to
sense.
play first.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Maybe this is a draw matchup. Who knows?
I mean, if Evan just concedes game one, then the Magic Online's understanding of what a match win is will work, but or you could just do that.
Well, no, because if oh wait, will it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it will. I guess it will.
Left, and you can just let it do its thing.
Yeah, so why don't you just start the match, and then Evan concedes game one, and then you go to sideboarding like normal.
Yeah.
Rather than rebuilding
sideboarding my deck. That's fine. Okay. So challenge.
All right, Sarah, I'm back on cast cam.
Me too. Just want to give a little bit of commentary. Way too many tabs open of Google Chrome. Gotta clean it up. Can't be having that.
I really don't like Cass's no sideboards decision here. I wonder if she consulted with her team on that.
I don't know. Oh, they're moving channels to consult right now.
Yeah, that's smart.
Even more time. I mean, Cass running it back. Like I said, her main board's just so good.
It is good.
Like,
I really
Fatal
like Command and Fatal Push here. I feel like one of the ways Evan wins this game is he just gets off to an early start, and Fatal Push really puts the kibosh on that. And Command the Dreadhorde is like a mid-game spell that can just destroy Evan.
Yeah, I think probably getting rid of Golos.
Yeah, I don't think Golos is amazing here. It's
Golos
such a late-game grindy card, and Command just does that better.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's filling kind of a similar role. All right, it just runs it back, just submits it. To be fair, I think bringing in Fatal Push, and I don't know what she would bring out for that.
Yeah,
that's a little marginal. I do think the Command is better than Golos.
I think it's a lot better. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I could maybe see like Connive Concoct coming out from her.
For Fatal Push?
Yeah, because it's like Evan doesn't really have anything you want to steal that's 2 mana, and
Yeah, it's still a
sorry,
pretty
two,
good
2 power.
5
It's just a
mana removal
reanimation
spell,
spell.
or reanimation spell, but
Yeah. Hear me out. Never mind. I was gonna say take out Jason Mind Sculptor. I was like, nah. Jason Mind Sculptor's real good.
it's a good one. Yeah, it's a strong card. I wonder if Evan's playing the other spell land. If he's not,
Turn Timber.
I berate
Symbiosis.
him. I officially lodge a berate with Evan.
I mean, you just get to play it instead of a forest.
I know.
Basically. Like,
And it's also a turn 1 green source. Like,
yeah, exactly.
what a sick
Better.
card.
You can't fetch it off of your land, but you probably have other forests. to
Yeah,
hit.
yeah. Oh. I do think one of the keys to being successful in these best of fives is making use of your teammates effectively.
Nah, I didn't listen to them at all. That's not true. We actually, Cass telling me to mulligan won me game 5. Or it helped me in game 6. So actually, sorry, it was the opposite. So in game 4, Cass was like, "You need to mulligan my 6," and I was like, "Okay." And then it was in game 5, there was a 6, and everyone was kind of like, "I don't know, I might keep this," and I was like, I remember what Cass said, and I was like, "No, I will mulligan this." And
Yeah,
I won that.
I remember. I think I was screaming at you to mulligan that hand. In commentary. This is a hand that could go really, really wrong for Cass really easily. But if she gets this sensor off on something really strong early, problem is Evan doesn't have a lot of 3-drops that are like things he's likely to just slam out there.
Yeah, I kind of
Also,
just like cycling. The
yeah,
sensor.
Cass needs the 3rd land
just really
so
need to hit a
badly,
land.
especially with this champion in hand.
Wait, is Evan? Oh, okay, sorry. I saw only 2 lands on Evan's side of the battlefield. I didn't realize one was a Karoo.
Oof.
All right. Need a land.
Oh, boy.
I mean, this isn't too bad because you get to discard Ashen Rider
Yeah.
to be a reanimation target.
Yeah.
It's not good. So now you just pitch Ashy Rider. Please do it. Thank you.
Ugh. You don't like to see it. I mean,
this is how the game 4 of best of 5s go. This is where you're just like, I'll keep this really loose hand.
I don't think this was really loose. Cass was on the draw.
Wow, I was just doing.
She had 2
all.
lands and a champion of wits, which makes it like so much easier for her to climb out if she hits any 3rd land. She had 3 draws without hitting another land, 4 draws including censor.
This was an interesting bring in against Elishnorn deck.
Wow.
I guess maybe he just wanted another 5 to hit because I think he only had 1 in Ooze.
I guess.
I mean, this is a clock.
Can you imagine if that were Whisperwood Elemental? By the way.
Oh,
Also,
God.
it's a double white spell. His whole he's not playing Sun Titan because he doesn't think he can hit double white.
Okay, so you discard Elishnorn and
Golos.
Golos. Yeah, Golos just doesn't do enough. So she gets to play the Fetid Pools.
Yeah.
And then an untapped land just kind of owns Evan really, really badly. Like, this is where it's like Evan wasn't capitalizing enough on not having land or whatever.
What?
Now you get to it.
I'm
Now
not
you
sure
get
what
to
you mean by
attack.
that.
Because
on Cass not having land.
Yeah, sorry.
What an attack! Why not just attack with everything?
Yeah, I don't like that. I guess it's because then you can't give it flying later, but like, no.
Whatever.
Okay, he needs to have like Vivian or something. He needs to have something good here. Because like, what did he keep that? Okay, you know what makes sense is like Crater Hoof.
Yeah. If this is a Crater Hoof hand.
If this is like, if he plays like Siege Rhino or something, or like a 4-drop, or just really any card at all. Imagine if that was a Steve, by the way. Ooh, baby.
Oh god. Oh.
All right, that's nothing. That feels like a Crater Hoof.
Yeah.
And this is so she gets to play Relic and hold up Heartless Act.
Yeah, which is totally fine.
Which is good here. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's really good.
Like,
or she could
even just like the value Heartless Act on the Cloud Goat Ranger once it jumps is just really good because she just gets to. No, I don't like that attack.
I mean, it's if you're worried about Crater Hoof, that only blocks 1 damage. So.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what's about to pop off.
But if Evan doesn't have Crater Hoof, then
yeah.
I mean, it still only blocks 1 damage because it forces Evan to jump. I mean, it doesn't even do that. Like, well, no Crater Hoof.
Okay.
But also forcing Evan to jump makes this Heartless Act way better. So. I hate this Heartless Act now. If it's only preventing 3 damage and like all of the stuff that's on the battlefield now just dies to Elesh Norn, then why would you let Evan play some big creature that probably doesn't die to Elesh Norn? Okay, never mind.
Oh god.
I feel like Evan also doesn't like he could have sideboarded in a way that makes his deck stronger against Elesh Norn, which just fucking beats the pants off him right now.
And yeah, and Elesh Norn is in the graveyard. So
yeah.
It's like
all right. Well, let's. This brings.
It's been a good roto. It's been a good roto.
This brings Cass to 3 wins, and
it's not over.
No, it's not over till it's over. But like, Cass has 3 more shots at reanimating this Elesh Norn.
Yeah.
And that's not counting if Liliana gets to go again. No, sorry, 4 more shots. Cass has 2 Unburial Rites, a Null Priest of Oblivion, an Elspeth Conquers Death, and probably at some point another Liliana.
Really, really interesting what this means for Roto, because there's like so many different ways to reanimate things. There were 2 reanimator decks, and hers is still firing really, really well. I'm talking about the draft as a whole now, because this game's basically over.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it you know, when I first put in the combo synergy, the first Roto after that, people were just like, I don't know. And basically avoided it. And, you know, then there was like the one deck that would try doing something like that. But now, yeah, people are really understanding, oh, there's multiple axes to approach this.
Yeah, and now it's just like there's just an Elspeth Conquers Death. She can also just kick Null Priest of Oblivion.
Yeah, or play...
so good.
Yeah,
or
play Unburial Rites.
Unburial Rites.
We saw that. It was scried to the top.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
And, yeah, just Ashen Rider.
I think you just kick Null Priest, just get Ashen Rider. I think that's that's like almost lethal.
It's so...
I don't like plussing right there.
It's so nitty what you do here. It just doesn't matter. He's so dead. Like, is Elspeth Conquers Death better than Unburial Rites? I don't know.
I don't think she can lose this game.
Yeah, it would
if
take
she tried.
A tremendous series of misplays. I like bringing this back because rather than... No, I guess everything she can do exiles it too. Like, Elspeth Conquers Death exiles. Yes. Oh, boy.
All right.
This is just an unlosable position.
I will say... I like these best of 5s because they show the consistency. Like with my deck, where I lost to Dan, and Dan was my 1 loss in the standard Roto, and then the best of 5 I won, and so it gives Cass the satisfaction of like I basically went undefeated.
Yeah. If you win the finals, like I feel like that should be included in the 4-0s in the like.
I almost want to, but then Ketsi has the only 5-0. Just dies immediately.
Gross.
Evan just...
Evan just running back the same plays he made in the last one. The last game. Just playing things into Elesh Norn to die. All right.
All right, that was it.
Congratulations, Cass, and congratulations,
Cass.
Team Red Zone.